This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of Phatts TV, sanctioned by PA Phatts and the non-genetically proven son. Any and all words have been authorized during the show. There is nothing off limits. Nobody is restricted from watching or participating in the show. It is a free-for-all. Commencing at the siren, any and all discussions will be legal for an extended period of time. Sports, politics, and any and all controversial topics will be talked about. You have been warned. May God be with us all.
Truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. That all changes, starting right here and right now.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Phatts TV. It is finally here. Election night. November the 3rd. I'd like to give a special happy birthday to my dearest mom up there in heaven watching down on us tonight. She would be celebrating her 78th birthday. So happy birthday, Mom, up in heaven. As you can see, I'm all by myself at the moment. The non-genetically proven son is finishing up, barricading himself in his bunker in the heart of liberal Bastion land. So, we got a little bit until the first polls close, so we're here to talk about some breaking news. The non-genetically proven son will let me know when he's ready to come in. We do have it all set up. All he's got to do is give me a shout, and we'll bring him in. So, let's show you what we have in store for tonight. Let us see here. So we have our state map ready to go. We're going to use the New York Times website tonight. As usual, we're not really a fan of the New York Times. But It'll be there. As you can see on your screen, we actually do have some vote totals already. Joe Biden, 10 votes. Donald Trump, 16 votes. Why is that? Because 2 places up in New Hampshire, Dixville Notch and some other place up there, they vote right at midnight. And so, maybe it's a sign of good things to come that Trump is ahead. 26 votes. So, the cool thing is, this map allows you to break down county by county. So as the counties start to fill in, this map will start to get shaded in. And for those of you that have been watching the show, you will know that I've been preaching that we'll be going over a bunch of different counties in the swing states. The swing states that we are going to be looking at, I got 3 computers set up here to be looking through a lot of different things tonight. Just so you know, the swing states that we'll be focusing on are Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, Virginia, Wisconsin, and that's about it. So those will be the ones that we're focusing on. I'm not really worried about Texas, and Texas is going to be a lot to fill in because there's a shitload of counties in Texas. So hopefully they call that pretty safe that I don't really have to worry about that tonight. But as you know, it's a race to 270 is what you need. Now, am I expecting there to be a call tonight for president? It's possible. It's possible. If the night swings for one candidate or the other, we could have a result by tonight. I'm not expecting the state of Pennsylvania to necessarily be called tonight, because I don't think they're even beginning to count their mail-in ballots until 8 o'clock tonight, which is weird. Not really sure why they didn't start counting them earlier today. And, of course, that thing Gretchen Whitmer up in Michigan is already saying it's going to take several days till we know the results. Typical things that come from typical Democratic governors in the states. But other than that, I'm expecting to know some totals tonight, like the state of Florida. Now, the state of Florida is a little bit different. It's got 2 different closing times for the polls. For those of you that don't know, the state of Florida is in actually 2 separate time zones. You got the vast majority of the state that's in the Eastern time zone. Polls close at 7 o'clock Eastern. And then you got the Panhandle that's in the Central time zone. Those polls close at 7 o'clock Central. But usually the state of Florida is pretty good at getting their early vote counts out pretty quick. My guess is they actually start counting them during the day. So we should actually have some totals from Florida fairly quickly after the polls close tonight. Personally, I think Trump is going to win Florida by larger margins than he won it last time, which was 1.1, 1.2%. So, sit back, relax. I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight. At some point, I do have to make dinner. The fat guy's got to eat at some point. So, while we're waiting, let's pull up, I'm not going to put it on the screen, but let's pull up the old Twitter account and see what's going on, if there's any breaking news out there tonight. Let's see here. Of course, there was a lot of breaking news about, ballot machines not working right, especially in the state of Pennsylvania. But that's not a surprise. There was reports of it in Florida. There was reports of it in Georgia. There was reports of it in Nevada. None of that's a surprise. We get this every election day. Let's see here. I know there was a report out that one of the commissioners in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, said that Biden's going to win that county by 150,000 votes, which would be double what he won it in 2000, or Hillary won it in 2016. So we'll see if he's telling the truth when it all is said and done. If that's the case, who knows? Things might look good for Biden on the night. Now, For those of you who are still thinking about voting but haven't voted yet, election day, I always like to reflect a little bit on America and how privileged we are to get to vote in this country, that we actually get a say in the future of our country. Obviously not every country on the planet has the right to vote. Some countries only have one candidate. I remember when I was younger, the old former Soviet Union. For those of you youngsters, you may not have even ever heard of the Soviet Union. Well, us older people know exactly what the Soviet Union is. They used to vote back then, and believe it or not, 99.99% of the population voted. That's an outstanding number. How do they get that many people to vote? Well, there was only one person on the ballot for you to vote for. So why did 99.9% of the population vote for one person? Because if you didn't, you disappeared. That's true. True story. People were afraid. Fear plays a pretty dominant role in a dictatorship. And that's what the Soviet Union always was. I mean, yeah, it was a centralized government formed around socialism and communism, but basically the head of the party was more or less a dictator. So, if you haven't gotten in line yet to vote, go out and vote. It is your right to go vote. Every state, as long as you're in line when the polls close, you will still be allowed to vote. It doesn't matter how long after the polls close you vote. As long as you're in line when the polls close, like in Pennsylvania, the polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. As long as you're in line at 8 o'clock, it doesn't matter if the line goes all the way till midnight and you're the last one in line. You will still be allowed to vote. Every state is like that. So, go vote. But hopefully you're educated to make the right decision. It would be horrible for you to go vote for somebody who is, basically the polar opposite of what you want. So educate yourself too. Always important. So there's a lot of people that I like to follow on Twitter that I trust when it comes to politics. So let's take a look at a couple of them. One of them is called Pennsylvania Paleocon. He likes to talk a lot about Pennsylvania politics, so let's scroll down his Twitter feed and see if he's saying anything. Joe Biden was in Scranton today. He says it's good to be home. He lived there till he was 9. Can't really call that home. North Philadelphia poll watcher denied entry. Democrat committee person seems to be running. Oops. Lost that. Democrat committee person seems to be running election board, will not allow watcher in, said she's calling her ward leader, who has no official standing. Now, I watched that video. Supposedly the guy had an official document that said he is allowed to go into any precinct in Philadelphia and be a poll watcher, and they were denying him entry. I didn't hear what came about that later in the day, so I don't know what happened. I have heard a lot that lines are extraordinarily long in Pennsylvania. Now, I live in a small town, the Dorf, as I like to call it. I voted right at 11:30 this morning, and I was number 485, which is pretty good for this town. I took a look. In 2016, there was just short of 1,300 votes in my town. So, we were approaching halfway there. And after I voted, I had to do some running around for the show tonight. When I came back, the line was out the door. So people, on their lunch hour going in to vote, which is great. Great news. We want to get as many people to vote as possible, even if you don't vote for the guy I want to win. It's good to see people voting. So let's see what else is going on here. The Amish were out and forced to vote today. We know they're Trump supporters. I heard somewhere in Montgomery County there was A 4-hour line. Let's see what county or it was in Montgomery County. Was it Hatfield, North Hatfield? There was a 4-hour line to vote, and that township went heavily for Trump 4 years ago. So that could be a good sign. Speaking to my sister up in Lackawanna County, the birthplace of Joe Biden, she works right by a polling place, and they said there was lines out the door. And I know that area should go 65-35 for Trump, so that's good news there. Long lines in Fishtown. Westmoreland. So, very good news on voter turnout coming out of Pennsylvania. Let's go to Red Eagle Politics. They're going to be my competition tonight. They are going to be streaming live at 6 o'clock, I believe they're starting. What are they saying? They are not saying much, except for the purge. Twitter was out purging accounts again today. Of course. Shocker. When are we going to purge Twitter? Let's see here. Anything important on there? Final poll averages on Real Clear Politics has Biden up in Pennsylvania by 1.2%. That is a huge swing in favor of Trump just in the last 5 days. About a week ago, Biden was up by 6 or 7 in an aggregate of all the polls. So huge swing for Trump. Let's see, that's about it. That's on their Twitter page. Let's see here. What else? Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, our message board is certainly live and operational should you wish to chime in. Once the non-genetically proven kid joins me, we will be able to watch the message board more than what we do now. Since I got a bunch of different screens up, it's going to be a little hard for me to watch the message board. Let's look at our friends Robert, I don't know how to say his last name, Kalali. He is the chief pollster of Trafalgar. Trafalgar was the only polling place that got 2016 right. They had almost every state called correctly. I think they only had one or two wrong. But they were also the only major polling place that said Trump was going to win. Let's see what his final predictions are for some of these states. In Georgia, he has Trump up 4.3%. In Nevada, he actually has Trump up by 0.7%. That's because over the past 4 years, there's been a lot of people leaving California and coming into Nevada, especially people who live on the eastern side of California. That's predominantly red. Florida, he has Trump up 2.1%. Pennsylvania, he's got Trump up 1.9%. Ohio, he's got Trump up 4.8%. If I remember correctly, in 2016, he had Trump up by about the same amount, and Trump ended up winning it by almost 9%. So we'll see if he's underperforming the Trump turnout in Ohio. Michigan, he's got Trump up 2.5%. North Carolina, he's got Trump up 2.1. Arizona, he's got Trump up 2.3 or 2.5. Now, his last Nevada poll a week ago had Biden up 2.3. So you see that there was a pretty major swing. That's a 3-point swing. So that's what the guys at Trafalgar are thinking. Obviously, they think Trump is going to be re-elected. Let's go to the People's Pundit. Is he saying anything? One thing I didn't see today, I don't think they were releasing exit polls, which would be the first time in a long, long time. Nope, don't really see anything. Let's take a look at Rasmussen's page and see what the final numbers for the presidential approval poll that they do daily. Let's see here. So the final approval poll, the daily presidential tracking poll, has... Actually, they have... Interesting. It really swung in the last day. They actually have Trump -1. So they have 49% approve and 50% disapprove. Of the ones that strongly approve and strongly disapprove, he's -4. Now, those numbers really, really came down in just the last day. They were actually a lot higher yesterday. The final numbers compared to Obama was at 51% in 2012 on election day. And Trump is at 49. And you all know that Obama had a pretty easy victory over Mittens Romney, who was a horrible candidate. There was also a report out of Gallup late last week or earlier last week, and I didn't touch about it on the show, and I should have, that, you know, they do, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And shockingly, the number I'm going to give you is a shock. Even during a pandemic where we've had to endure lockdowns and mask wearing and Gestapo tactics, 56% of people said they are better off now than they were 4 years ago. That is an incredible... In fact, that's a record. It's never been that high before. So can you imagine if that number is even close to being accurate, what's going to happen tonight? You know, 56% of people saying they're better off now than they were 4 years ago. Do you think any of those 56% are going to vote for Joe Biden, who was part of the last administration? No, of course not. By the way, I hope you like the haircut. I got the haircut done just for you guys. I know it's sexy. You don't have to put that in the live chat, but I know. So, but you can still put it in the live chat anyway. Also, if anybody wants to be a guest on the show tonight, we'll figure out how to bring you in via Skype without a problem. So just put in the message board. Say, I want to become... My kid is wearing glasses. He's got spy glasses on or something. You look studious. I can't wait to put you on the... Are you ready to come on yet? Just shake your head yes or no. No, okay. He's not ready yet. He's... he says his hair is messy. He's got to shave. I don't know, change his underwear or something. He's trying to say something to me, but like his microphone is muted because we have it muted right now. You could like unmute your mic and tell me what you're saying. I won't bring you on camera yet.
Sour.
What?
Sour.
Yeah, I know. You got to shower. I know.
You don't like these?
Yeah, I do. You should wear them tonight. We're going to talk about the post that you made earlier today when you come on the show.
That was a you kind of post.
It was a me kind of post. It was.
Well, it's only supposed to be like not very long, and I was just typing and it ended up being like really long.
Yeah, that's how my posts usually go.
It's just like, well, what news should I put on? What's the best news?
Any of them doesn't matter.
I might put on CNN just so we can make fun of it.
Oh God. Okay.
I don't even know what channel CNN is.
Well, it's not like you're going to have the volume on much anyway.
No. What do I have on right now? NBC, maybe?
Okay. All right. Mute your microphone. Go take your shower.
All right.
All right. So he's going to be on with us in a little while. And again, if any of you guys want to come in to the stream tonight, feel free. I don't know. I kind of like the wider view of me. I do have, can't see it. Let me stand up a little bit. I got my Silent Majority shirt on tonight. Silent majority. Interesting. Interesting story about this shirt. The kid and I got T-shirts at the Trump rally Saturday, or after the Trump rally. That was at the Reading Regional Airport. When we got back to where you had to park at the mall, they had some vendors there selling stuff, and we got shirts from this one vendor. Interesting, they're called the Silent Majority, I believe. Check out their website. They got a lot of really, really nice stuff. I'll give them a free plug. And so we both picked out a shirt each, and I asked the guy, I said, do you take debit cards? And he said, yeah, of course. So I handed him my debit card, and I told him, I don't need a receipt, that's fine. And he says, oh, it's already on your phone. And I went, huh? He goes, yeah, it's already on your phone. I said, how could it be on my phone? You didn't take any information of mine. He goes, it's on your phone. And I looked down, there was a text message. Here was a link to get the receipt. It was on my phone. So I don't know how my card is connected to my cell phone number. And I don't know how he knew my card was connected to my cell phone number. But it is. That's kind of scary. That's really, really scary. But be that as it may, it's a good shirt. It's a good shirt. Yes, I know you missed the Trump banner, Christine. I do too, but it's sitting up in the kids' room in the underground bunker in the liberal bastion land known as Center County, Pennsylvania. So, I could put something as a backdrop, but then, my big head will be covering it. So, you had any stories there, Christine, about what you were seeing today? How was the lines when you went to vote? What number was you? What number were you? Anyway, for those of you watching, let me know. How were the lines when you went to vote? Do you know what number you were? And if you want to tell us who you voted for, feel free. Even if you voted for Joe Biden, we're not going to make fun of you. We are still going to applaud you for voting, because that's the most important thing. We may think you got a screw loose, but we're not going to tell you that out loud. We're just going to think that. So anyway, we got about 10 minutes until our first polls close. I do believe Kentucky and Indiana still close at 6 o'clock. Let's just verify that. Poll closing times. When do polls close in each state? So let's... Okay, so in Indiana, the eastern counties close at 6. The western counties close at 7, again, because of the time zones. This has Kentucky closing at 7. I always thought Indiana and Kentucky closed at 6, so it might be split too. But at 7, you got Georgia, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and most of Florida. 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. 8 o'clock, Alabama, Connecticut, the District of Columbia, which, that's going to be a touch and go to see who's going to win that. Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, although New Hampshire, they got weird closing times. New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and some counties in Tennessee. So obviously we get a lot at 8 o'clock. 8:30 is Arkansas, also known as Arkansas. 9 o'clock, Arizona, Colorado, some portions of Kansas, Louisiana, some portions of Michigan, some close at 8. Minnesota, some portions of Nebraska, some close at 8. New Mexico, New York, some portions of North Dakota, some portions of South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. 10 o'clock, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah. I didn't know Iowa closed that late. That's a surprise to me. 11 o'clock, California, Idaho. Some close at 10 in Idaho. Oregon, Washington. Midnight is Hawaii. And 1 a.m. is Alaska. Alaska. So let us look at last night. I had given everybody my predictions for tonight. So here is my map that we made. This is the map with toss-ups. And we had 3 states that were toss-ups. To remind everybody how we rated these states, let's see here. Let's bring down the map again for a moment. This is how we rated these states. If it's a toss-up, plus or minus 1%. Tilt would be 1% to 2%. Lean, 2 to 4%. Likely, 4 to 6%. And solid is anything over 6%. So, let's go back to the map. So, starting on the East Coast with the states that the Phatts decision desk felt as solid for the Democrats, you had Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the District of Columbia, New York, Illinois, Washington, Oregon, California, and Hawaii, which gave Joe Biden 185 electoral votes. 182 electoral votes. 13, 14, 16, 20. Yes. 182 electoral votes of the 269 needed. The safe states for Republicans: Arkansas, Alaska, Idaho, Utah, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and 2 of the 3 congressional districts. We'll talk about that in a minute. Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. As we talked about last night, 2 states award their electoral votes via congressional district. So Nebraska, with their 5 electoral votes, 2 electoral votes goes to the overall winner of the state, and then 1 electoral vote to each candidate that wins each congressional district. The same thing with Maine. Now, this little box right here is the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska. The Phatts decision desk still feels that Trump is going to win it, but not solid. We have it as a lean. So that still gives him 1 electoral vote. Up here in Maine, we feel that Joe Biden is going to carry the state of Maine and the 1st congressional district, which is right here along the coast. And Donald Trump is going to carry the 2nd congressional district, which will give 3 electoral votes for Joe Biden and 1 from Donald Trump out of the state of Maine. Now, I've seen some predictions where they have Maine, even the 2nd congressional district, going for Donald Trump. I believe Donald Trump won the 2nd congressional district somewhere between 16 and 17 electoral votes. 16 and 17% last year. I don't see that flipping that much to Joe Biden. He may not win it by 16 or 17, but he's going to win it. So now, other than Maine, states that we feel are going to be likely for Joe Biden are Virginia, Colorado, and New Mexico. And that's it. For President Trump, we think Florida and Georgia are likely for the president. We don't have any other leans for Joe Biden, but we have Arizona and North Carolina as a lean for the president. We don't have any tilts for Joe Biden, but we have Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania as a tilt for the president. And we have 3 states that we consider toss-ups, that we just have no clue what's going on. So we have them at plus or minus 1%. Nevada, Wisconsin, and New Hampshire. Now, New Hampshire is interesting. Hillary won it by like 2,200 votes last time. 22, 23, 2,400. A lot of mainstream media polling shows Joe Biden up by double digits in the state. I don't get that feel looking through all the statistics that I was looking through. When we show you the map that we think is going to happen without the toss-ups, you'll see where I think New Hampshire is going, but I don't think Joe Biden has a prayer of winning it by double digits. I just don't think so. So on this map, we have the president with 306 electoral votes, Joe Biden with 212 and 20 toss-ups. Obviously, the president gets reelected. If we take away the toss-ups, this is how we felt would happen. We put Nevada as a tilt to the Republicans, Wisconsin as a tilt to the Republicans, and New Hampshire as a tilt to the Democrats. So without any toss-ups, our final figures are 322 for the president and 216 for Joe Biden. Again, a President Trump re-election. So that's where our predictions stand. So it'll be interesting to see how close we come. I've seen predictions that are all over the map. I've seen some idiots that think Joe Biden's going to get 413 electoral votes. That's not happening. It's not happening. The statistics are just not there for that to happen. Obviously, for him to get to 413, he's going to have to carry Florida. He is not carrying Florida. He's going to have to carry Texas. He's not carrying Texas. He's going to have to carry Carolina. He's not doing that. Obviously, he's going to have to carry the entire Rust Belt up here. He's not carrying that. He's going to have to carry Ohio. He's not carrying that. He's going to have to carry Iowa. It's not happening. Arizona, slim chance. Nevada. Obviously, all the states that I have him in there for. It's just not going to happen. He's not. I mean, is there a chance that he could win tonight? Yeah. 20%, maybe. Maybe, in my opinion. But anything is possible. If you remember, on the New York Times website, at this time 4 years ago, it had Hillary Clinton at a 91% chance to win. And we all know how that turned out. We do. We all know how that turned out. So, we are just about at 6 o'clock, which maybe we will have a prediction on what they think is going to happen to the state of Indiana, unless that they're going to wait until all of the polls close out there. Nothing so far. Let's look to see what our friends on Twitter are saying. Let's take this down, put me back up, so I could see if there's any messages coming in on the live stream to see what you guys are saying. Christine, lines were not bad considering what we were expecting. From home to home, we were out 45 minutes. All the way red. My 89-year-old mom voted today. All the way red too. She was happy. She got to vote today. You were number 145 at 8:30. That's very impressive. You know, I saw that you posted all the way red on your Facebook page today, and every time I saw that, I kept thinking of All the Way May from A League of Their Own, the movie. That's just the stupid stuff that comes to my mind. So, do we have any breaking news yet on the state of Indiana? God, I so hope and pray that Trump wins. So there's a lot of people that I could say, who's your daddy for another 4 years too on Twitter. The number one and the number two people are George Takei and John Cusack. Oh, I can't wait. Oh God, I hope that happens. I hope that happens so bad. Anything yet? Anything. Any breaking news on MSDNC? Nope, don't see anything yet. Christine, your daughter says she's not tuning into my show tonight. You're going to have to go smack her upside the head. I don't care if it's your grandson's birthday or not. She could tune into my show. She could have the show on in the background. Obviously, your 3-year-old grandson's going to be going to bed long before I log off tonight. So she could tune in. She must be a pocket Biden fan. Must be. All right, so we don't have any breaking news yet on the state of Indiana. No other votes have come in yet. All right, so on we go. How many people do we got on right now? Very good, very good, very good. Also, by the way, tell your friends, if you have any, to come in and watch us tonight. Have whatever you want on your TV. I don't care. Have Fox, MSDNC, CNN, ABC, CBS. I don't care. CNBC, Fox Business, C-SPAN, Star Trek Next Generation. I don't care. Have whatever you want on your TV. But have Phatts TV on your computer. Be nice. Be nice. So obviously the first little while is going to be a little slow as we wait for numbers to start rolling in.
Fast. I actually just had it happen the other day when I was.
I see Red Eagle Politics has started their stream for the night too. Those are pretty good guys. They know their stuff. They're out of Michigan. They got a lot more people watching now than I do, that are watching my show. That's a shame. Alright, let's peruse down the old Twitter feed and see what's going on. Going to vote. So the stock market was up pretty good today. Does anybody know, did it stay that way? It was up 600 points earlier today. Let's look at the live predicted map, shall we? This is if you wanted to put a couple shekels on who's going to win. You could bet the race in general. Right now, they have the people betting have Biden as the favorite. Poor schmucks. Trump is the underdog. And here's you could buy by state as well. So with using who the people think are going to win, they have the electoral vote at 279 to 259 right now. They have the president up in Arizona, Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Iowa. So basically, the 3 states that they have flipping are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And as I've been saying, if you've been watching the show, if everything stays the same and he picks up, meaning the president doesn't pick up any states, he just has to win one of those 3 and he wins the election. If he just wins, and that's assuming they don't split out Nebraska and Maine's votes. So if he were to take Wisconsin, it would be showing 269, but if he takes the 2nd district of Maine and holds on to the 2nd district in Nebraska, he would win 270 to 268. Obviously, my predictions are a little bit different than that. For some reason, my son is not wearing his silent majority shirt. So, here's where the betting market is right now. We will certainly be checking in on this as the night goes on to see how they're changing in real time. Earlier today, Democrats were favored to win Arizona at 55%. That's been the only change that I've seen since this morning. Pennsylvania has come down a little bit. All the rest have pretty much stayed the same. So we'll be taking a look at that as the night goes on. You know, if you're going to come on the live stream like that, you could at least comb your hair. What a schmuck, my kid. I tell you. All right, so as we wait for the votes to start coming in, again, if you're watching us, let me know where you're watching us from. Let me know about what time you went to vote today. If you know the number that you were, let us know what number you were. If you want to tell us who you voted for, great. By all means, you do not have to tell us who you're voting for. And if you do tell us you voted for that other guy, we're not going to make fun of you. Don't worry. We just like the fact that you voted. More than who you voted for. Trust me. At least I do. I mean, in my mind, I might be calling you weird or something, but I'm not going to say that out loud. Unless if I know you and I could joke around with you. Then I'll call you weird. But until that time, let's see here. Let's pull up. Nothing yet on the New York Times website. Looking at some of the live updates on the New York Times columnists, their Twitter feeds. Today in Florida, Republicans came out and forced to vote. As expected, Democrats and independents have voted later in the day, but overall electorate still leans Republican. The first polls are closing in Indiana and Kentucky. I knew Kentucky closed at 6 as well. Polls in western parts of both states stay open for another hour. Outside pack. We don't care about that. It will be interesting to know how many former felons were blocked from voting. Felons shouldn't be allowed to vote. 101.1 million votes were cast by mail. It's going to possibly be around 75%. It's an interesting number. It would be interesting to see if COVID never happened, the China plague, what that number would have been. Personally, I am not a fan of mail-in voting. I don't know. I guess it's tradition for me to want to go down to the polls and vote. I don't think it's very secure. I know certain states have taken great strides in making sure it's secure. But let's look at the state that we're in, the state of Pennsylvania. So this is what our lovely Supreme Court of the state of Pennsylvania ruled, which is just, it boggles your mind. So if you were going to mail in your vote in the state of Pennsylvania, you request a mail-in ballot. It comes in the mail. You fill it out, you sign it, and it comes with 2 envelopes. Two envelopes. You have the secrecy envelope that you put your ballot in, and then you have to put the secrecy envelope in the mailing envelope, and you have to sign one of them, and then it gets mailed in. If you do not put your vote in both envelopes, your vote will not count in the state of Pennsylvania. So, let's just say I requested a mail-in vote, and I wanted to vote for Joe Biden. I fill it out, fill in his little circle, sign it, put in only one envelope, and mail it out. My vote's not counting. But here's what our state Supreme Court also ruled. Let's say the same scenario. I requested a mail-in ballot so I could vote for Joe Biden. Now, I've lived in this residence where I'm at now since 2006. So I've been here 14, not quite 14 and a half years. And I live on a street that loops around. So it's kind of like the letter U. And on the one side of the U is one street name, and on the other side of the U is a different street name. But they have the same house numbers. So the house number that I have, there's going to be a house number with the same address on the other side of the U, which has a different street name. Many, many times over the years, I have gotten their mail and they have gotten my mail. So let's just say I ordered or I requested my mail-in ballot with the hopes, all intentions of voting for Joe Biden. And the people on the other number, on the other street, got my mail. They filled it out for Donald Trump, because they're big Trump fans. They signed it with my name, put it in that secrecy envelope, put it in the other envelope, and mailed it off. Now, obviously, their signature does not match my signature. Now, I don't know how it is in the states that you are watching me from, but in the state that we are in, the state of Pennsylvania, they have your signature on file. For those of you that go vote in person, they have the book, and the book has your signature in it, and you have to sign it right next to in the spot on the book that has your signature in it to make sure they match. Now, our Supreme Court ruled that a ballot cannot be disqualified just because the signatures do not match. So if the people the next street over get my ballot, fill it out, sign it, obviously it's not my signature, and mail it in, as long as they put it in both of those envelopes, that vote's going to count. I don't know about you, but that makes no sense to me. Absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. None. What do you guys think about that? Am I like off my rocker? Or is my argument valid here? I mean, if I don't put it in the secrecy envelope, but it's actually my vote, it doesn't count. But if somebody steals my mail, votes for the other guy, signs it, puts it in both envelopes and sends it away, it's going to count. Even though I didn't vote. Even though I'm the one that didn't vote.
That makes no sense.
Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Hey, you even combed your hair.
I did comb my hair. I look smart.
You are so smart. SMRT. Whee, look at you with the glasses.
Blue light glasses. Let's hope I don't get a headache now.
Blue light glasses. So what are those blue light glasses supposed to do?
All the screens that I look at when I'm playing games and stuff, I get a headache.
Oh.
And these screens give off blue light, which is what hurts your eyes.
Uh-huh.
So it's supposed to block it.
Got it.
Oh, they're $7 for two, so I'd try them out.
All right. We got some vote totals.
New totals.
In the state of Indiana with less than 1% reporting in Monroe County. We got Donald Trump with a 68.4% to 29.7% lead. with 52% counted. Let's
That
see.
state isn't red yet. To be honest.
Let's see how he did in Greene County 4 years ago. Let's pull up my David Light map. 2016. Indiana. Greene County. I gotta find it. It'd be nice if they just had these counties listed somewhere.
No. There was Monroe.
What? It's Monroe? That's the county I'm looking for?
I think that was the county.
Greene. I knew I was looking for Greene. It's
like up to the.
It's in the western part of the state, so it's up here. Montgomery, Fountain Park.
Right down.
Greene. There we go. So Greene actually went 74% for the president. So at the moment, he's underperforming. But we only got half the vote totals in.
Well, Biden was already at like 20-something.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Who's all here? Say hi. Chris said hi. And Ross said hi. Austin's dad is watching too, but he can't comment.
Why
He
not?
said comments aren't working. And I said, do they have to be logged into a YouTube channel?
Yes, they do.
There you go. There's your answer, Austin's dad. Tom. Make a Gmail, log into a YouTube account, then you can comment. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure if that's why he couldn't comment.
Yes, you have to be. You have to have your own YouTube, like Gmail, to be able to comment.
Huh? They're not real. Even blue light glasses.
When you get your own dressed up.
Huh?
I just think it's funny that you're all dressed up.
Oh, I put on a Hollister shirt.
And under your hair is like combed.
Hey, if your roommate's gonna comment, it's $10,000.
Knock off.
Someone's been laying in bed for like 2 days.
Yup.
He's still hungover?
Maybe.
Wow. Alrighty then. So anyway, now that you've joined us, why don't you talk about what time you voted, what number you were, and tell us about your voting experience today.
Well, I was number 249.
While I go start my dinner.
Oh. Voted by about 10:45 in the morning at the hub in the middle of campus. And right outside the front door was Biden table. If you wanted to know. Then, I was wearing my Trump gear. My dad ended up telling me that I wasn't really allowed to do that, but they didn't say anything. There we go. And then I got in and out in about 5 minutes. Voted for Joe Biden. Totally. I voted for Cookie Monster. No, I voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Then I left, went back to my apartment, and then I left again to do some photography with my for my project, wearing my Trump stuff. All day did I hear compliments and a lot of insults. I got some evil eyes today.
Evil eyes.
I got a lot of compliments from all guys. Maybe I think there was one girl. All guys.
On your butt or something?
No, on my hat and mask. Because they both said MAGA.
What is your aunt saying your ass you did not? I don't know what she's saying that to.
I don't know.
I have no idea either. I have no idea. So keep on going with your
So I got called throughout the day, mostly when I was doing my project, I got called racist a bunch. And there was one that said the Trump train is no longer on the tracks or something like that. The Trump winning days are over. Oh, it's because I said I voted for Joe Biden.
Oh.
I did not vote for Joe Biden. Yes, I wore Trump stuff to the voting polls and voted for Joe Biden.
That would be a good way to disguise your vote.
Not a very good way. Usually you do it the other way. I made a really long Facebook post about how people need to shut their mouth.
Well.
And
so why don't you read that Facebook post?
Huh?
Why don't you read that Facebook post?
All right, let me go to Facebook. Last I checked, like 22 likes.
That's a record for you.
That probably is a record for me. I'm usually not very, ranty, but so I was walking around Penn State's campus today doing a photography project that I had to do with street photography. Personally, I'm not a fan of the art of street photography, but I have to do it. Okay. I decided to wear my MAGA hat and mask around campus with my camera. It truly amazes me how split our country is. I got a lot of compliments, a lot of shouting, Trump 2020, and that's great. But I also got a bunch of hate speech thrown my way. Personally, I do not care, but why do we judge people based on our own opinion? I may not like Biden, and I think he's basically an idiot, but I will not judge someone for supporting him if they support him not just for hating Trump or using Trump's name in any way. Do you think our founding fathers would think that we're decent people now? There's no way they saw our country ever becoming as split as it is. As my dad told me before, the fact that we get to vote for our president as a country is a great honor. People in the Soviet Union got to vote for one candidate, and if you did not vote, you died or disappeared. People take for granted what they have in front of them and waste it judging people for their own opinion. I personally think it's disgusting. If you want to vote for Trump, great. If you want to vote for Biden, great. Then if I want to support my candidate by wearing a hat or a mask that supports them, leave all the damn hate speech out of your mouth.
Wow. That's a very good post. Whoever your father is taught you well.
Sounds like something you would say.
Whoever your father is taught you well. Since you made mention to your father.
The funniest thing that happened all day was probably I was on a corner waiting to cross the street.
You're on a corner like Joe Biden.
On a corner. I was waiting to cross the road. And there was in front of Old Main, there was a Biden table. And just a couple people with like Biden signs and maybe a couple stickers, maybe a pin or two. And I was like turned away from them, but I could see this guy starting to walk toward me. I turned, looked at him. He was holding Biden stuff. And then he turned around the second I looked at him. And walked back to his table. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. It's like, oh, you don't want to talk to me anymore? I ended up walking about 5 miles today taking pictures.
Really?
I did. I walked to Bryce Jordan Center and back. That's Bryce Jordan Center's on the exact opposite corner of campus. What you was staring at?
I'm looking for Anderson County.
What state?
I believe it's Kentucky. There it is. So here's something interesting. Anderson County went for the president in 2016 72 to 23%.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, in Anderson County, Joe Biden's up by 19. Interesting. Now, there's only 2,300 votes in.
Who won 72 to 23?
Trump.
Mm.
Now, there's only 2,300 votes counted, and last time they had 11,000. So, we just might have polling places that are Democratic strongholds first. So, we'll wait a little while to see. Oops.
Is there any election coverage going on yet? On any
Yes,
news?
there is.
Well, NBC is not yet. I could watch PBS.
MSNBC is.
What channel is MSNBC?
How am I supposed to know?
Well, you watch it.
We don't live. I have a satellite dish.
I'm using Dish.
Okay, then it's 209.
I'm on the Dish app, logged under you, so it should be the same. 209. What? The MSDNC network. Has any states been called yet?
No, not.
We said 601.
Yeah.
Well, they have Trump at 66.5% in Indiana right now. To 31.5.
Yeah, that's about what I got on the New York Times' website.
28,000, like 13,000. This man, why is this man going into Indiana? Indiana is not going to go anywhere near for Biden.
That it's not.
Because he's like, Indy. I'm like, and?
So right now, I got in Kentucky, the president's up by 36, and in Indiana, the president's up by 35.
Is anyone having total anxiety over this?
Again, very early. Taking a look at how they did in 2016, the president won Indiana by 19 and won Kentucky by 30. So, right now, he's overperforming in Indiana and ever so slightly overperforming in Kentucky. But again, very early. Just got 2% and 1% of the votes in so far. Insignificant to know what exactly is going to happen in the state.
In Arizona, 69% of voters thinks racism is an important problem, and 29% it's not a problem.
Woo!
Final hours of voting underway in key battleground states. I like how they have Texas as a battleground. That's hilarious to me. I heard Trump election party in the West Wing area of WH.
White House.
Room, I think. White House, Eisenhower Room, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear Aunt Roz says she's having total anxiety?
Well, Aunt Roz got to get over that.
First poll closings in 30 minutes. I thought Kentucky and Indiana closed.
They did, but not the entire state.
Oh. Florida voters, most of the voters are between 45 and 65 plus. 14% 18 to 29, as of so far. I did not get asked any questions after I voted.
I don't think they needed to.
Nobody was there to ask questions. Ohio voters, no college degree, 65%, a college graduate, 35%. Why do these statistics mean anything?
It shows some interesting trends.
Yes, Roz, I called Dr. Friday thinking I was getting COVID only to find out I was having an anxiety attack. That's fun.
Yes, that's why she wasn't at the rally.
You guys need to relax.
That's right.
You only start getting nervous if you see Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota go blue. Then you can start getting nervous.
Yes. Which Michigan's probably not getting called tonight.
Probably not.
Wisconsin, if it gets called, will be well after midnight.
It doesn't matter. He's going to win Minnesota. He's going to win New Hampshire. He's going to win Nevada.
Minnesota.
And he's going to win Wisconsin, so it doesn't matter.
So she called Dr. Friday. Is she saying she called the doctor on Friday, or her doctor's name is Friday?
That'd be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool if her doctor's name is Friday.
I like the shirt. I like the shirt. I need to turn off the news. That you do.
Absolutely.
Have it on, but don't listen. I only want to know what states they call. Because, of course, MSNBC is going to, try to give Biden as much credit as they can try to.
Agreed.
Somehow they're going to try to make it seem that Indiana's close, Kentucky's close. Yeah, okay. They're going to try to say, oh, Pennsylvania's over.
So let's see what we got right now. In the state of Indiana, we got Trump up by 35%, so still overperforming. But again, we don't got a lot of votes in yet. And in Kentucky, he's up 40%, so overperforming. So those are only two states in. Again, New Hampshire, we had Dixville Notch
Is that just a town?
vote, and I forget the other one. Yeah, Dixville Notch, they get like 5 people to vote or something like that.
26, apparently.
No, that was the other place had 21.
Oh. Are these just like little towns somewhere?
Yes. Dixville Notch always votes at midnight in the primary and the general election.
Interesting. Maybe that's good news for New Hampshire. Maybe that means it's going red.
Who knows?
New Hampshire goes red. Does he even need?
If New Hampshire goes red, let me think here. If he carries Nevada and he carries New Hampshire, he does not need to win any of those 4 Rust Belt states.
So as long as he still carries Florida and then New Hampshire and Nevada, he won already?
If he wins Nevada and New Hampshire, he does not need to carry any of the states of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Nice. I feel like that's a long shot, but
New Hampshire's good. Trafalgar has him up in the last poll in Nevada. New Hampshire, the voting is all over the map. If you remember from our election preview show, we have that as a toss-up. The mainstream media has Joe Biden up by double digits, which is just ludicrous.
yeah, he gets exactly 270 if it goes that way. Assuming he wins all districts in Nebraska.
Yeah, but who are we talking about? Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I
that's
have a little map here to fill out.
that's if he wins. Does that include him winning the 2nd district in Maine?
Yes. So yeah. So let's not have it come down to that, please.
And then you would have to hope that everybody in the electoral college votes the way they're supposed to.
That would be what I would be worried about.
Yes.
Alright. So we'll just fill in Indiana and Kentucky because I'm assuming
They're going to go red. I'm not worried about that.
what's that? Turnout, ballot casts. For what state? I don't know. Polls close in 6 states in less than an hour. I'm seeing 1/3 to 2/3 for Trump. a 1-3 to 2-3 for Trump Fox News. In a few of the states with small percent reporting. That is correct.
Ooh, Kentucky now jumped up to 8%
8% what?
of the vote counted.
Oh,
Let's see where we're at.
8% in. You
And
had Biden win.
and now Joe Biden's winning. So, well, Lexington came in.
Yeah.
You know, Lexington is big for...
Yeah. Lexington, that other one right next to Lexington, their capital.
Yeah.
And then up towards Cincinnati as well. What? Did she vote for Joe Biden?
51-41.
Well, then, there you go. Her vote's probably in.
So, interesting again, we'll have to see, because in Fayette County, Hillary only won by 10%, and right now Joe Biden's up by a lot more than 10%.
Right.
So we'll have to see where that's going. But again, very, very early.
How about Penn State, Danny? And? It's not like I expected to win. Man, this man is comparing Kentucky.
You can expect, like, most,
Well, I have MSNBC on right now, so
you can expect most cities with like major universities to be mostly Democrat just because of the large student population.
the thing is, they could be kind of skewed this year. That's why New Hampshire might go red. Student population's way down. I don't care what they're saying. I have 4 screens in front of me as well, so including my phone. On my monitor I just have the stream, and then on my iPad I also have the stream, but that's so I could just see the chat. Where are you getting your election maps?
What, you mean the ones that I'm filling in, or the ones I'm telling you the results from?
Results.
New York Times.
Yep.
Because that gives you really good county by county breakdowns.
I'm extremely no. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. Okay.
So according to this, ballots postmarked by Election Day are accepted up until November the 6th in Kentucky as well. So 3 extra days there too. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Because I'm sure their law is very similar to Pennsylvania's that say they have to be in by 8 o'clock or in their case, whatever time their polls close on election night.
So what are you making for dinner?
Burgers and pasta.
Wow.
Something
Do you
easy.
have to refresh this thing for it to update?
No.
Okay.
Let's see here. What's being said on Twitter? CNN still sucks. Yes.
Well, we all know that already. All right. Next polls close in 17 minutes and 21 seconds. That's BS. I don't know. What's BS? Got Indiana up to 4% in with Donald Trump with a 36,000 vote lead and a 30.1% lead so far. Trump's still up 30 points in Indiana. Oh. We're up to 10% in Kentucky now. Trump cuts Biden's lead down to 6,000. And Biden cut a little bit into the Trump lead in Indiana. That's up to 5% now. Trump up 27 points in Indiana with a 39,000 vote lead. And in Kentucky, Biden has about a 6,000 vote lead. There you go.
Up to the minute.
I'm just watching it. I have nothing else to do. Watch that map. Wait until those numbers change.
Why don't you click on like the states in Kentucky and read some county by county?
Well, Lexington or Fayette County, Biden has a 41,000 vote lead.
What's the percentages?
73.5 to 24.7.
All right, so he's still overperforming Hillary there.
Kenton County, Biden is a 65.2 to 33%. Campbell County, 81% to 18 in favor of Trump. Any other big counties are on here? Lincoln County, Trump 76 to Biden's 22.5. Taylor County, Donald Trump 73.6% to Biden's 25.4.
What did you say Kenton County was?
Kenton County, 65% to Joe and 33 to Trump.
Wow.
That's the one right outside of Cincy.
Yeah, and that's a complete flip from 4 years ago. How many votes total are in? Or at the top, does it give the number of precincts in or not?
It just says 28% of votes reported.
Okay.
Or estimated. It says Biden has about a 7,000, almost 9,000 vote lead in that one. Oh, sorry, almost 8,000. My bad. In Indiana, in Boone County, which is kind of near Indy, Trump 57% to Biden's 40.5. Up in Fort Wayne, Donald Trump has a 50, or Allen County, where Fort Wayne is, Allen County at 56% to Biden's 42%.
Yep. So far in Indiana, there's no counties where Biden is winning.
Yeah, there's not a single county where he's winning.
Which
in the southern part of the county, Donald Trump 67% to Biden's 31.3. Trump has a 6,000 vote lead there.
And 4 years ago, Hillary won Monroe County, Marion County, which I'm sure Biden will win because that's where Indianapolis is. She won St. Joseph's County by like 230 votes, and Gary by 20 points, which, what's up there? There's something big up there for Democrats.
We're up to 11% in Kentucky, and Donald Trump cuts the lead even more. Now he's only down 1,400. What did he win Kenton County by last time?
Trump won Kenton County by 18,700 votes.
Okay, so there's a lot of votes left out there.
Yeah, there was 70,000 votes cast last time in the county.
There's only 23
Yeah.
now.
So again, you don't know if there's
Votes still out here.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me go to Dave Leip's map and go to Kenton County. And
Biden still holds a 41,000 vote lead, 73.5 to 24.7.
all right. Unfortunately, his map doesn't break down counties in Kentucky by districts like he does in other states. So he doesn't have that information. So it's just county level.
Mm-hmm. All right, the next polls close in just a little over 8 minutes. I don't know what polls close though. I should probably look at that. So the polls that will close in about 8 minutes is Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So we got couple big states there. Well, most of Florida, not all of Florida. Not the Panhandle. The Panhandle will close in an hour. No.
All right, any updates?
Donald Trump takes the lead back in Kentucky
Well, that's not a surprise.
by a little bit. And he's keeping it pretty steady in Indiana. He is up 31 points. So nothing out of the ordinary. I'm reading some tweets that are on this.
Mm-hmm.
It says Philadelphia are growing increasingly confident, at least in their turnout. Multiple local Dems say they think they can match or exceed the 2008 turnout in the city. That was Nick Corasanini. Then Reed Epstein from Madison, Wisconsin, says where Democrats are anticipating a big Biden victory. Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor, told me this morning that Biden would win by 7 points. Okay. Many polls show Trump and Biden neck and neck in Ohio. I'll be watching a handful of suburban precincts around Columbus that Trump won in 2016. Something to keep in mind, per Target Smart, a Democratic data firm, almost 30% of early votes were cast by people who did not cast a ballot in 2016. If that's true, that's interesting. So we got about 3 minutes till our next polls close. Keep a close eye on Florida.
And they are Georgia, the rest of Indiana, the rest of Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, some of Florida, some of New Hampshire.
Wow, I got a 94 on my photography assignment.
Whoa!
Apparently I'm good at photography. Alright, we are up to 7% in Indiana. Trump still holding steady. He is down to a 31-point lead. Nothing in the Marion County has come in yet. Everything's still solidly red. Fort Wayne, he holds a 14-point lead there. 15-point lead, or 14.1. 56% to 41.9%. Kentucky, we're up to 12%.
Why does the United States use the Electoral College to pick the president? The founding...
Shut up. In Fayette County, we're still at the same. No more votes have come in from Fayette.
Fayette.
Huh?
Fayette.
In Kenton County, Biden is holding that 32-point lead. I don't think anything has come in from there anytime recently. In Anderson County, which is just to the west, 2 counties to the west of Fayette County, Biden is holding a 19-point lead. Not a lot of votes there, but we're getting there. Wow. Jefferson County, where Louisville is, there's a total of 80 votes.
Woo!
Donald Trump up 90% to 10. And the polls should have just closed. Wow, they're calling too early to call for Kentucky. Donald Trump now in Kentucky is up 10,000 votes. He's just a shade under 51% of the vote. They called Indiana for Donald Trump.
Okay, so we got our first call of the night.
Indiana to the red, 11 points to Mr. Trump. They just called Kentucky as well. Kentucky, red. For Donald Trump. On New York Times, they called Kentucky. On MSNBC, they called Indiana. and there's a bunch of Senate races that are important. Senate at this hour, the Democrats hold 35 seats and the Republicans hold 30. A lot of seats up for grabs. A lot of seats. Vermont goes to Biden. Called that one already. 3 votes in. Actually, 0 votes in. But Vermont was called for Mr. Biden.
Not a surprise.
So that takes us to Trump 19, Biden 3. How is it 79% of the vote in Pasco County in Florida? There absolutely is 75% of the vote in.
Well, that's because of early voting.
So, with 79% of the vote in Pasco County, Donald Trump holds a 12-point lead, 12.5-point lead. He has 130,000 votes to 101,000. 55.8% to 43.3%. And early voting in Lee County, we have Donald Trump with a 14.4% lead, 56.8 to 42.4, and that is just a shade under 50,000 votes.
All right, so let me pull up my Florida. So you said Pasco County,
which is just above Tampa.
and he's up by what percentage?
12.5.
Well, give me the numbers.
55.8 to 43.3.
Okay, and he carried that by 21.
Okay, that's 79% in. Lee County, he's up 14.4 with 81% of the estimated vote in.
14.4? He carried that by 20 last time.
And then Brevard County, over by Orlando, so just to the right. They have him up 10%.
And Brevard went by 19.
And then just to the west of Orlando in Lake County, they have him up 11.
Lake County won by 23. So, if you see the 4 of them, at the moment, Biden has shaved half of the lead off that Hillary won. But that's not surprising right now. Because don't forget what we talked about last night, that depending upon if we were looking at 2 different polls of people being asked, one said, by 25% margin, more Republicans were going to be voting on Election Day than early voting, and the other one had 34%. Right. So right now, obviously, we're only looking at early voting numbers, so you would expect Biden to be outperforming what Hillary did 4 years ago. Right. As the actual Election Day count comes in, you would expect those numbers for Trump to expand. So, right. Don't be surprised when you see early voting numbers for Trump that are, 40, 50% lower gain-wise than he had over Hillary. That's not a surprise at all right now. Let's look at him again in an hour and a half.
In Florida, early voting and counted mail ballots, which are likely to be stronger for Democrats, are expected by 8:30. The needle is making its way to the internet. It'll open with Biden favored by the margin of the polls, and it's based on absolutely nothing except the polls.
Right.
That was Nate Cohn in New York. county is that they're talking about? What other states just closed? I have it right here. Oh, I did have it. Georgia closed. Nothing in Georgia. I forget what else closed. South Carolina. Virginia. Virginia, it's the same, November 6th to arrive. South Carolina, they want 100%. Georgia, it should be out by tomorrow at the latest. Fox News not calling it yet. They're saying on the news here, Trump victory in Luzerne County. That's not a surprise, as he carried Luzerne by about 30 last time, if I remember. Virginia, starting to get some votes in from Richmond County. Trump out to the early lead with 2,200 votes in. Trump holding about 104,000 vote lead in Florida with about 13% of the vote in.
So remembering how Florida went 4 years ago, Trump got out to the early lead, and then Hillary caught him and passed him by like 2.5%, and then Trump eventually caught up and passed her, and then she never caught up.
Can you give me results from 2016 in Pineless County?
Florida?
Yeah, Florida. It's over by Tampa. It's that little hanging county that hangs off the edge.
Pinellas?
Pinellas, yeah.
Trump won by a little over 1%.
In early voting, Biden has about an 8% lead.
Yeah, okay. Not surprising.
About shade under 40,000, about 38.
Not surprising at all.
In Citrus County, just to the north, a couple counties to the north, Trump out to about a 33% lead, almost 34. You're excused. Do you have anything on Citrus County?
Hold on.
41% to 50%, 57% in Virginia, and they call it for Biden. They already call Biden for Virginia.
That's very early.
Let's see, that'd be very surprising if they called that one for Biden already. It's not going to flip, but it's it's not a guarantee.
Who called it?
Christine put that in. Aunt Roz is saying the news up in Luzerne is that Trump's going to win Luzerne. I said that's not a surprise, as he won it by like 30 last time, right?
19.
19.
Christine, who's calling Virginia for Biden already?
We're starting to get some votes in from Monroe County, all the way down the southwest of Florida. Very even, with Trump at, actually, they're only 12 votes down.
Citrus County, by the way, went for Trump by 39.
So he's just slightly underperforming in Citrus early. Monroe is tied, basically, 12 votes different. And then Martin County, just starting to get some votes in, only about 500 so far, but Trump out to the early lead.
Monroe County, Trump won by 7.
Oh, okay. About 71% of the estimated votes in Monroe, and it is Trump up by 12 votes.
So, everything that we're seeing so far is Biden has shaved about 10% off of how Trump won in 2016. But again, all that is just early voting,
Right.
where Democrats had the advantage.
Palm Beach, Trump out to the early lead after about 130 votes. Palm Beach County. Hillsborough County coming in with a Biden at 55.3% to Donald Trump's 43.7%. That is where Tampa is. Biden about 39. About a 70,000 vote lead there in early voting. 82% of the estimated votes reported. If you want to tell me that.
Hillsborough County went for Hillary by 7%.
So we're overperforming slightly. Fox called Virginia for Biden, by the way. The early exit poll suggests changing demographics in U.S. voters. Only 65% of voters are white in this preliminary estimate. In 2016, 73% were, according to the census. And there was a lawsuit that was filed in Nevada by the Trump campaign asking to keep voting open for an extra hour in Clark County because of an earlier technical difficulty. However you want to take that. Broward County got some early voting in, just north of Miami. Biden, about a 51% lead there. And that county now puts Biden in the lead in Florida by 12,000 votes. Broward's pretty big. That one and Miami-Dade are the two big ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Broward, he has about a 82,000 vote lead with early voting. About 16% of the votes reported. Starting to get some votes in Georgia. In Chatham County, Trump out to the little early lead. In South Carolina, we're getting early votes from Darlington County, also Trump out to an early lead.
That's not a surprise. That's Trump country.
Yeah. There's nothing over here. There's no cities over there. Check back in on Kentucky. We have Trump up about 31,000 votes, about 8%. He's cut the lead in Kenton County down to 16%. He's only down about 6,000 votes. Fayette County hasn't changed. Filling in all the red. A lot of red. And checking back in on Indiana. Trump is still he's picked up a little bit. He's back up to 34.5%. He's up by over 100,000 votes in Indiana. Nothing out of Vermont yet.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah. Miami-Dade early voting has now come in.
This is going to be interesting.
Biden, 54.2%. Donald Trump, 45.3%.
That is mega overperforming for Trump. He lost Miami-Dade by, I believe he lost Miami-Dade by, I believe he lost Miami-Dade by 30% last time.
Well, 84% of estimated votes are in, and he's only down 9.
He lost Miami-Dade by 29.6%.
So that's good.
That if Biden only beats Trump by less than 10% in Miami-Dade, you could call Florida for Trump right now. When that hits 100% or 99%, if he's up by less than 10, you could call Florida for Trump. Because Hillary got 624,000 votes to Trump's 334,000.
In early national exit polls, 38% of people are identifying as a Democrat, 35% are identifying as a Republican, and 28% as independent or something else. Yeah, so he's only down about 100,000 in Miami-Dade. Well overperforming. In Hendry County, he's got about a 22% lead. Not a lot of votes coming out of there. 73% have estimated, but there's only around 10,000 votes. Anybody else updating? No. I'm on top of this.
Trump is still up by 34.5% in Indiana.
Now 40% Biden, 58% Trump in Virginia, and it's called for Biden. What's up, Fox News? I'm not getting anything really updated. Oh, we're starting to get some votes in. Trump is up 39 as of right now, but there's only 8 votes.
What you see in Virginia is often the Republican goes out to an early 10, 12, 14 point lead, and then the D.C. area comes in late. Trump is going to be winning Virginia for a long, long time, and then the D.C. vote comes in.
We got some early votes out west in Virginia. That's Trump country. We have some votes coming in from Portsmouth and Surrey County. Those are out by Norfolk. And we have one by Richmond and Henrico County. Trump out to an early lead there. Louisa County, Trump's out to an early 70% lead. In Richmond County, he's got an early lead by about 8%. And out west, he's winning by 80% and 78%. That's no surprise.
Excuse me while I make a Facebook post.
Pennsylvania coming in with some early votes.
Really?
Dauphin County.
Oh, that's right. Dauphin County said they were going to count and report early.
Joseph R. Biden, 44 votes. Donald J. Trump, 33 votes. Vermont starting to come in with some votes. Biden out to an early 25% lead. Georgia up to 3%. We got Biden at 55.7% and Trump at 43%. Most of our votes are coming in from Cobb County, which is just north of Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is. So no surprise there. That is really our only county with a lot of vote. We got Glenn County down by that's south of Savannah. Trump out to an early 34% lead there. There's 56% voted so far. Wow. Georgia just does not have a lot of population, does it? Trump staying strong in Kentucky, staying up just a shade under 40,000 votes, and he's still up over 100,000 in Indiana. Our map is starting to fill in Florida. Or sort of fill in.
Okay. Postmate.
Huh?
Postmade.
Post made on what?
Facebook.
Okay. I got called not very bright.
By who?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Kiki.
Yeah.
You deserve that. She's gonna end the call now. You watch. Someone was very proud of me for my post. Some early voting out of Duval County up in Jacksonville, if you want me to give you those.
Duval County?
Duval, yeah. Duval. Biden at 53.9%, Trump at 44.7%.
And Trump carried Duval by 1.4%.
Okay.
So again, looks good for the president.
Right. No new updates out of Miami-Dade or Broward.
I am completely shocked Biden is only winning Miami-Dade by 9.
And there's 84% votes in.
Yeah, estimated. Now, yeah, so there's
a million votes.
There's a million votes in, and last time in Miami-Dade in 2016, there was 958,000. So they're already overperforming, and it looks like a lot of those older, everything that was overperformed went to Trump. I mean, Trump only got 334,000 votes, and he's already at 457,000. He is mega overperforming in Miami-Dade. That is the story of the night so far. How he's way overperforming in Miami-Dade County. That's unbelievable.
Nothing has really been updated since us. I don't even want to try to say that. Osceola County.
Are we still in Miami?
We're above Miami. We're just south of Orlando. Got a new set of votes in. We have
You mean Okaloosa?
Osceola.
Oh, okay.
Just south of Orlando.
Hillary won that by 25.
Trump's down just a shade over 18.
So again, more overperforming by Trump. They're going to call Florida early tonight for Trump. If this keeps up, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to call it up. I mean, the Panhandle isn't even closed yet. And let's look at 2016 in the Panhandle and see how much Trump won these counties by. In the Panhandle, he won it. Let's see, he won Escambia County by 20, Santa Rosa County by 53. This is percent. Okaloosa County by 47. Walton County by 56. Holmes County by 77. Washington County by 57. Bay County by 46. Gulf County by 49. Calhoun County by 56. Jackson County by 37. Liberty County by 57. And Franklin County by 40. So
Franklin, he's up 38 early, about 93% of the votes in.
So the Panhandle is all Trump, and they haven't even started counting those votes yet. And let's see, between those counties, he got 6, 11, 15, 29, 36, 44, 106, 131, 205, 270. He got like another 350,000 votes.
Right.
And just in the Panhandle 4 years ago. I mean, this is the shock. I did say, don't be surprised if he wins Florida by 4. Remember me saying that? Mm-hmm. Well, these numbers, if Miami-Dade stays the same, he's going to win Florida by more than 4.
Can we look at Collier County?
Starts with a C or a K?
C.
Collier County, Trump won it by 26.
He's up 21 early.
Okay. Again, early voting favors the Democrats. And typically, as Florida goes, so goes North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Iowa. I did see a chart on that, looking back at elections going back to, I think it was 1972, on how when Florida, like, however it broke, usually those other states that I just mentioned break the same way. It's a rarity when they break the other way. So right now, that's very good news for the president.
We have an update in Palm Beach County. Can you give me what that went in 2016? Just north of Broward.
Palm Beach. Hillary won it by 15.5.
The president is down 21.
Okay. So about the same once, late voting comes in.
He's down about 130,000.
And he lost it by 102,000 last time. So that could come in, about the same.
Seminole County, just north of Orlando. It's a little county. There's a update on that county.
Trump won it by 1.5.
He's down 8.
Okay.
About 20,000 votes. Just about 19. There's a big update in... Did we do Duval? Did we actually have a big update in Duval?
I don't remember, but I could tell you in Duval. Trump won it by 1.4%.
And he's down about 5.
Not a surprise.
There's a lot of votes. He's still up, too, statewide.
Mm-hmm.
He's up 0.3.
Well, he might not lose the lead now with Miami-Dade. That is just... I'm shocked at that number.
West Virginia was called for Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
that's not a surprise.
West Virginia, Georgia, starting to get some votes in around Atlanta. Cobb County, he is down 33,000 votes, 63.4 to 35.3. Statewide, he is down 53.1% to 45.8. But just about 3/4 of Biden's votes are coming from this one county. And he's got about 5,000 votes in Lowndes County, which is all the way down south. Still early. Updates on Virginia. A lot of red out west.
Yeah.
A lot of red out west.
The election wizard is basically saying exactly what I just said about Miami-Dade. I could, word for word, absolutely pitiful numbers from Miami-Dade County for Joe Biden, only leading by 9, with 84% reporting Hillary won Miami-Dade by 30. Very difficult for Biden to win Florida with those numbers.
There is a consolation for Democrats. This Miami-Dade result, way worse for Biden than expected, is not something we expect to see repeated elsewhere in the country. The polls just closed in Ohio and West Virginia. Most polls are now closed in North Carolina too, but a handful of precincts will be open longer because of delays. Gee, that's a really small county. Franklin County in Virginia. That's a tiny county. There's a lot of tiny counties in Virginia. Early in Loudoun, Trump up 21 with 11% in so far. About 5,000 votes up. Nothing out of Fairfax. That'll be a county to watch. And Arlington. And then Alexandria. And Prince William.
So taking a look at some other states, in Indiana with 12% in, Trump is still up by 37. Kentucky with 20% in, Trump now up by 20.
New Hampshire starting to get some early votes in.
Yep, Biden up by 19, but that's only with 17,000 votes.
Right.
Georgia, Biden up by 6 early with 4% in. Florida already at 66% in. Joe Biden with a 1.7% lead, which tells me Trump is going to win this state by 4 to 5.
As expected.
Yep.
A lot of early voting coming out of Florida. A lot of early voting. Got some updates out of Broward. Biden at 66.3% and Trump's 33%.
In Broward County?
Broward.
Broward, Hillary won it by 35.
So underperforming slightly. In Palm Beach, by the way, in Broward, it's 83% of estimate in. In Palm Beach, 60.3 to 39.2.
Hillary won that by 15.5.
So overperforming slightly. Tampa area, we have Biden up about 12, 11.5.
Surprisingly, with 8% of Virginia in, Biden is actually leading. That's a rarity to see at this point in Virginia.
What do we have in that's big? Oh, Arlington County came in. All the early voting from the D.C. area.
That would explain it.
86% to 13. That's half of Biden's votes right there.
And in 2016, he won Arlington County. Or Hillary won Arlington County 75-16.
We have Prince William with a Donald Trump lead by 1.3 early. 13% of those votes in. Why are there so many tiny, tiny counties in Virginia?
Because there is.
Like, these are so small. Nothing from the Norfolk area yet. There'll be a lot of Biden votes coming out of there. And Roanoke, Biden up to an early 26-point lead. No surprise there, though. Starting to get some votes in for Texas. Virginia was just called for Biden on this. So that brings Biden up to 16 electoral votes to Trump's 24 on our active map. New Hampshire got about 3% in. Biden up about 3,000 votes early. Most of the votes coming in from Merrimack County, where Concord is located. Starting to get some early votes in Texas.
Hold on. Merrimack County in New Hampshire?
Yeah.
4 years ago, Hillary won that by 3.
Early, Biden's up 22, but only about 12% of the votes in. Kentucky, we're up to about 23% of the votes in, and Trump leads by about 24. Indiana by 37.2 for Trump. Florida up to 67% of the votes in, already 2/3 of the way in Florida. Nothing new out of Miami-Dade. Nothing new out of Broward. Nothing new out of West Palm. Nassau County came in. Trump with almost a 50% lead. Orlando, Orange County just came in with a lot of votes. All the early voting has come in.
And what county?
Orange is where Orlando is.
Orange County in 16. Hillary won it by 25.
Biden by 29.
Okay. So you're seeing 2/3 of the vote in so far. Nothing from the Panhandle yet, because it's not closed yet.
Nothing from the Panhandle, and Trump is only down 200,000 votes. 72% of the votes in, roughly. Just watching for that Miami-Dade to keep updating. A lot of people are early voted. A lot of people.
Well, older population in Florida.
Early votes coming in from Ohio. Biden up to a 72-28 lead. Because they came in from Cayuga County. Or Cuyahoga. Cayuga. I don't know how to say that. Trump campaign's moth slog investment in Miami-Dade counties appears to have paid off. Trump is running more than 120,000 votes ahead of his 2016 performance. Same polling places in Cook County, Illinois, Chicago were relocated at the last minute or opened late. A court ordered that 17 suburban precincts be kept open an extra hour.
Cayuga County, by the way, went for Hillary by 35.
There's only 20 There's 32 votes in that county. Back to Georgia, we got Biden up by about 2,000 votes. A lot more votes coming in from the Atlanta area. Trump will slowly creep back. Not a lot filled in here. Only about 256,000 votes casted so far. Now Trump takes the lead though in the county, or the state, by about 4,000. Trump takes the lead in Virginia by 8,000. They already called it for Biden, so. Up to 73% in Florida. Nothing new out of Miami-Dade, Broward, or Palm.
Yeah, you're probably not going to get much for about another 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Interesting, the Predictit website is down.
Well, early predictions looking good for the president. Can't win without Florida. We're looking at Pasco County right now. Similar numbers to 2016. In Hernando County, they have Trump is underperforming from 2016, but not by a whole lot. They're really trying to make. I feel like they're really trying to make Florida look optimistic at this point.
The New York Times just gave Trump a 93% chance of winning Florida.
Can't say I'm surprised about that.
Not at all. Again,
not if Miami-Dade.
Who's in Miami-Dade County? Cubans. What don't Cubans want? Socialism.
Right. They don't want socialism, and it's really hard for me to tell you that Pennsylvania would go for Biden just because of the whole fracking thing.
You would think.
Because you got to think, all up north, out west, every single person that works anywhere near the fossil fuels or fracking industry will be voting for Trump. Or just not voting.
Oh, here's that chart. Let me post this. Or let me show it to you. Who is this by? Election Wizard?
What chart?
Hold on.
So, in 15 minutes, we've got a bunch of polls closing. Got Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Texas. A lot of big states there.
Okay. So, here's what I want to show you guys. This is the history of how these states went. Now, this is not by how much the person who won the state won by. This is how it swung from one election to the other election. So let's look at Florida just to show you. So in 1968, Republicans picked up nearly 12% more of a margin than in 1964. In 1972, they picked up another 34.7%. Then in 1976, Carter swung the state from 72 to 76 by almost 50%. So that's how this looks. Now, so I want you to look at how these states go. So every time Florida moves, Pennsylvania moves with it. Every single time. Not one time did it differ. Michigan, same thing. The way Florida moved is the way Michigan moves every time. Ohio, same thing except for 2004. Wisconsin, same thing except for 2004. Minnesota, same thing except for 2004. New Hampshire, same thing except for 2004. North Carolina, same thing except for 96 in 2004. And then Iowa is a little more all over the place. So Florida is a good bellwether to show how all these other states are going to move. So now remember, Trump won Florida by 1.1, 1.2% last time. So let's just say he wins by 4 even. So that's a 2.8% swing. So you could expect, extrapolating from this chart, Pennsylvania is going to move more right. Michigan's going to move more right. Ohio, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New Hampshire, all have the potential to move more right. Ergo, more Trump votes. Ergo, a Trump victory. So let's just keep hoping that, the Panhandle is going to say it all of how much Trump wins by, and of course Miami-Dade as well. So that's a very important chart that I came across a couple weeks ago.
There's a call that Mitch McConnell will hold his seat on Fox News.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. He was favored to win that.
Just giving you the update.
Will he be Senate Majority Leader by the end of the night? Who knows?
All right, we have 79% of our votes in Florida.
Jeez, that's amazing.
Biden with a slim 0.6% lead. I don't even know what counties updated. I just know not Miami-Dade. Palm Beach, I think, updated. That's up to 21 points for Biden. That's 76% in. Trump is doing way better than 16 in Hispanic and Cuban areas and better in black areas. Biden is doing better in older white areas, but not by much.
And if that's true, if he's doing better in Hispanic areas, if that goes across the country, he's going to do good in Arizona.
Right. Republican officials in Wisconsin are also saying they think Milwaukee Election Day turnout has been soft today.
Good
Biden
news for Trump.
Closed a little bit in Palm Beach County, down to 16%, down by about 111,000. We're at 80% of the votes reported in Florida. That's insane. Ohio, we're up to 18%. Biden out to an early 30-point lead. Most of our votes coming from the Columbus and Cleveland area.
Whoa, I wonder.
Biden out to about a 50% lead in Cayuga. And Franklin, he's at about a 54% lead. So, no surprise, no surprise.
In Franklin, Hillary won that by 26.
Trying to get some votes in North Carolina now. The New York Times has not called Indiana yet.
That's fine.
It's just funny.
Our message board went kind of dead. Come on, people, start talking.
More votes in from Florida. Biden is down to a 0.1% lead.
Yeah, Florida's done.
Yeah. I mean, it's over 83%, 86% in the three big counties. in Florida, 90% in Hillsborough, and Biden's up 8. 91% in Pinellas, and Biden's up 0.7.
And Hillary, actually Trump won that by 1.
Pinellas?
Pinellas.
Yeah. And Hillsborough?
Hillary won by just short of 7.
It's 8 right now.
Yeah, Florida's done. Stick a fork in it. Christina's still hung up on Virginia being called for Biden already. Well, let's remember something, Christine, that in 2016, Hillary won Virginia by not much, 5 1/3. So yeah, I mean it is a little early to be calling it. I don't, to be honest, know the demographic shift in Virginia over the last 4 years. Predicted kind of came back a little bit. Boy, you could really make some money if you think Trump's going to win this.
Which one?
Predict it.
Virginia?
No, the entire election.
Oh.
I mean, now predict it now is Florida up to 95 for Republican. It has North Carolina for Biden. That's not going to happen.
Right.
80%, 80 cents for Trump in Ohio, so that's way up now. Arizona is at 61 cents for Biden. So basically, I could see why it's moving up for Biden because they think he's going to win North Carolina and Arizona. It's a shame that's not going to happen, though.
We're up to 5% in New Hampshire now. Biden's still holding a 17% lead. Most of our votes are coming in from Concord, Grafton, and Cheshire.
Cheshire went for Hillary by 12.
It's 40 right now.
What were the other ones?
Grafton and Merrimack.
Grafton went for Hillary by 18.
Okay.
And Merrimack went Hillary by 3.
Okay. Well, there's only 5%, 7%, and 17% of those votes in. So, very early.
Yeah, Trump is going to need to run up numbers in Belknap.
Belknap. Yeah. Florida, we are up to 81% in.
And Rockingham, by the way.
Some votes out of Miami-Dade. Trump has got it down to 8.
That's amazing. Cubans!
Biden holds about a 90,000 vote lead in Miami-Dade.
Wow. Wow. Cubanos! Our buddies! Cubans for Trump! Senor Trump!
That is the only update I have out of Florida. Ohio, Trump is closing that one slowly. I mean, literally Biden had 600,000 votes come in really early. This is such a slow and painful process. think Linda that I met up here at the rally has tuned in.
Hello, Linda. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you want to let us know on the message board what you're seeing out there, feel free.
More votes in Ohio. We are up to 22%.
South Carolina has been called for Trump.
South Carolina has been called for Trump. Trump is narrowing the gap in Ohio. It's down to 22%. A lot of other counties starting to come in now. Jackson with some bigger votes. Scioto, Pike, and bless you.
Thank you.
Biden just got a lot of votes in Montgomery, which is where Dayton is. Trump is leading in Miami County, Champaign County, Monroe County.
What county is Dayton in?
Montgomery.
In 16, Trump won it by less than a point.
It's 28 now, but 51% of the votes in. Those are probably mostly from the immediate Dayton area.
How many total votes?
In Montgomery?
Yeah.
Biden is 98,000, Trump is 54,500.
So yeah, they're just about halfway.
For South Carolina, that puts Trump up to 33 electoral votes and Biden at 16. Hi guys, I heard from a solid source that 190,000 Amish were given a thumbs up from the bishops to vote, both men and women.
Let's hope that's in a bunch of states, not just... I mean, Pennsylvania would be nice, if it's all in Pennsylvania.
Right. Alright, what do we got here? Early vote Florida results are exceeding the Trump's campaign expectations. Bill Stepien, the campaign manager earlier today, said he expected early vote totals to favor Democrats. Biden is ahead of Clinton's vote totals in some big Florida counties, Duval and Orange. Even without all votes counted, maybe not be enough to make up for the bleeding in Miami. Dems had poured a ton of money into Florida since Labor Day. The Biden campaign spent $78 million on ads there.
Wasted money.
And Bloomberg-aligned super PACs spent another $36 million.
Wasted money. The Cubans came out. Viva la Trump.
Cubans really did come out. They are... Trump is up in Florida by 3,000 votes right now.
Like to welcome Sally and my buddy Dan. You know, Dan and I have a connection. You know, his name is Dan. Your name is Daniel. His son was born on my birthday. Kind of got a connection there.
Joe Biden up 3 votes early in Pennsylvania.
So for all the newbies, if you want to let us know what you saw today, you know, about what time you voted, if you know what number you were, how the lines were, if you had to wait. If you want to tell us who you voted for, great. Even if you voted for that guy that likes to say, come on, man, we're not going to make fun of you.
Lots of projections out of...
Why do you always interrupt me?
Okay. Apparently that's more important.
Well, let me finish my thought.
Wow, Biden won the District of Columbia. Who knew?
Huh. Boy, I had that rated as a toss-up.
Illinois, too early to call. Okay.
Boschman says that he's your father. That would make sense. You know, he is the non-genetically proven son.
Missouri, too early to call. Alabama, too early to call. I am your father. Okay. Maybe. Mississippi, too early to call. Alright, so Biden. All right, bunch of states called. Biden for Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts.
Not a surprise in any of them.
Shocker, shocker. So let's fill those in.
By the way, for those of you newbies, my kid does not wear glasses.
And he also won D.C. And now Rhode Island, called Rhode Island for Biden. And Trump has picked up Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma.
Sally Sue was number 273 at 9 o'clock. That's a pretty good turnout.
So with all the called states, Biden 68 electoral votes, Trump 66.
Okay. And that's
no surprises in any states other than Florida.
Yep.
Florida's the big state right now.
That's fine, sister, that they actually don't want to call it yet for Trump. Florida's done. It's over. It's just a matter of how much he's going to win it by. We want to see him win it by 4 to 5 or more, of course. He's going to win it. It's over. Predicted even has it at 95 cents per share.
Biden up 20% in Ohio with 28% of the vote in. Again, most of the votes still coming out. Vote coming out of Toledo now. Yeah. A lot of the cities are getting in the early votes here in Ohio.
Okay.
Trump up in Virginia, 150,000 votes. He's up 18%.
By the way, a bunch of states just got called for Trump.
I'm sure. Mitch McConnell wins re-election. John Carney wins re-election in Delaware. Bill Hagerty wins the Senate seat in Tennessee. Jack Reed re-election out of Rhode Island. Jim Inhofe re-elected out of Oklahoma. Sahin out of New Hampshire. There's a bunch of them.
Shaneen.
That's a Shaheen.
Shaneen.
Shaneen.
And it's. I believe Shaneen is a woman.
Sununu out of New Hampshire. Booker out of New Jersey. Markey out of Massachusetts.
Spartacus wins. That's Cory Booker.
Oh. Durbin out of Illinois and Coons out of Delaware. And Biden wins Rhode Island. So
none of which is a surprise.
Early voting in Texas coming out of Dallas. That's really it. Early voting out of Dallas and Denton County just north of Dallas. Here, let's look at Dallas. 81% of these votes are in. Let's see how it compares. Dallas County.
What state? Texas?
Dallas County in Texas, yes. Because all their early voting came in, and it was about 81%.
In 2016, Dallas County went for Hillary by 26%.
Or at 34.
Okay.
And then just north of Denton County, let's look at that one too.
Denton County went for Trump by 20.
It's about 7.
Okay.
It's about 8.
Again, so what we're seeing across the board so far is early voting is shaving Trump's wins from 2016 by about 10%, which is about what you would expect. Again, one poll had Biden outnumbering mail-in ballots over Trump by 25%, and the other was 34%. So you expect once November the 3rd voting to take place, Trump is going to explode in votes, which these states are just closing, so all you're seeing is the early vote totals. You're not seeing the raw votes from today yet.
So, updates out of Florida. Broward County's up to 98%. More than 98%. So that one's 33% in Biden's favor.
Broward County.
And the Panhandle is now starting to come in.
Broward County went for Hillary by 35.
So, but underperforming there.
Yes. How many? Let's look at give me some vote totals. How many for Biden in Broward?
562,500.
Wait, how many?
562,500.
Okay, so that's 9,000 more than Hillary. And Trump?
279,510.
That's 19,000 more than 2016.
Okay.
So as you could see, something that we're also seeing in the state of Florida, a lot more votes than were cast in 2016, and it seems like those extra votes so far are all breaking for the president.
Right. So, Palm Beach County have a new update. We're up to almost 90%. We have Trump down about 13%. 13.5% in Palm Beach County.
And Hillary won it by 15.5. And again, give me some vote totals. First for Biden.
409,000 for Biden.
So that's up 35,000.
311,000 for Trump.
And that's up 39,000. So a little bit of a gain for Trump. These totals that's another story that's also coming out of Florida besides Miami-Dade. How many extra votes are going on in these counties compared to 16? Either you've really had an influx of people from other states, or you just had a lot of people that didn't vote in 16 that are now coming out to vote. It's probably a mixture of both. I see now Trump is up by 0.6% in Florida with 86% in.
0.7.
Now it just updated to 0.7.
Pinellas. Trump has now cut it down to 0.3 of a difference.
And he won by 1 last time. He won by 1 last time.
Cut it down to 0.3, so we're getting there.
Give me some raw numbers.
Biden, 274,500.
So that's up 41,000.
Trump, 272,437.
And that's up 33,000. So a pickup for Biden there.
Panhandle's starting to roll in the early votes. Ohio, Trump is lowering the lead. It's down to 14 points. Much of the other counties are starting to fill in.
We're asked a question on anything about Lindsey Graham yet. Let me see. You keep talking and let me see if I could find anything about Lindsey's Senate seat race in South Carolina.
Georgia, we're starting to get a lot of some of the Atlanta votes in. Trump holds a 4.2% lead in Georgia at the moment. Only about 11% of the votes in, so still really early in this state. Should still comfortably go for Trump. Starting to get some early votes in Michigan. Only one that's in so far is early voting in Oakland County. So it's right outside of Detroit. So no surprise that Biden's up about 50.
All right. Sean Davis of the Federalist tweeted 2 minutes ago, I don't know who's going to win the presidential election, but Lindsey Graham is going to easily win re-election in South Carolina. And Quinnipiac is an absolute garbage pollster, which I completely agree with that. Lindsey Graham is still asking for money. Yeah, Time says it's a battleground. I don't care. Lindsey Graham feeling better. Breaking. Donald Trump wins South Carolina. AP race call at 7:56, which makes Lindsey Graham feeling better right now. Anything else?
Early voting in parts of Kansas. Biden out to an early lead in Kansas. 20% of that vote in. Getting more of the vote in Texas. All the early voting from Dallas and Houston have come in, so that's not very helpful.
Actually, what county is Houston in? Because that's actually, I want to see what Houston's going to be like.
Harris.
Harris?
Yeah. Fox News is in Wilkes-Barre Live.
Fox?
Yes.
Huh.
MSNBC or NBC was in Berks County.
Were they really?
Yeah.
Harris County, Hillary won it by 12.
It's 14 right now.
Okay. A lot of votes in Harris County, 1.3 million last time.
1.3 million total?
Last time. In 2016, between the two candidates.
There's almost 1.4 million now.
So again, what do we see? Greater turnout in these states. Much larger turnout. And 2016 was a large turnout election, too.
Right. Florida now up to 87%. And Trump's now out to a 1.2% lead.
As you see more of the panhandle come in.
As we see more of the panhandle come in. No big updates that I'm seeing. He's down in Duval County by 4. That's actually a flip. It's only 19,000 votes. Orange County, he's down by a lot. Starting to get some votes in Pennsylvania. All the early votes coming in from Allegheny.
Now that is, you aren't on the stream yet, but there was a Democratic Party official that was projecting Biden was going to win Allegheny County by 150,000 votes.
Wow.
Where in 2016, Hillary won Allegheny County by 108,000.
Okay.
I thought it was less. I thought it was only in the 70s, but 108 is all right.
So New Hampshire up to 7%. Trump is down about 10 points. Nothing really outstanding in Merrimack County. He's down by 16, about 4,000 votes, but nothing outstanding yet. Just kind of an even amount across the whole state.
Nothing from Rockingham County yet?
There is Rockingham. Trump is up 12.
All right,
He's
so
about votes.
So that's overperformance right now. He only won it by 5 3/4. What's the total number of votes in between both candidates so far?
About 7,600.
No, all right, so next to nothing.
Yeah, it's only 4%.
Okay.
Ohio's now up to 40%. Trump is again closing the gap. It's now down to 14%. No surprises here. It may not hold, but seeing a Democrat up early in Texas is kind of shocking. Whether Biden wins or not, the state is changing fast, largely because of shifting suburbs.
I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, Trump is going to win, but the demographics in Texas is not looking good in the future for Republicans. They're going to have to do something, or it's going to be hard for them to win presidential elections in the future with your two biggest, basically your 4 biggest states, 3, with 4 out of the 5 biggest states going Democratic.
More early voting out of Pennsylvania. We got some Luzerne County. Biden up 40% early. 14% of the vote in. Susquehanna County. Biden up 20%, about 1,000 votes. Northampton County, Biden up 55.
Yeah, so you're seeing all early vote totals coming
And
in.
Philly, he's up 94 to 6.
Yeah, you're seeing all early vote totals.
And that's only 9% of the vote out of Philly. No surprise to not see a lot of votes out of Philly for Trump early.
Right.
Florida's now to 89%. Trump is now to 1.6 lead.
Yeah, the mainstream media should be calling that at any minute. The longer it takes for them to call Florida, the more BS the mainstream media is. In fact, if I'm calling it right now. I called it 45 minutes ago.
Biden's only up 8.7 in Miami-Dade.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
If that means anything for the election, it's over.
Trump still up 19 in Indiana. He won that in 2016. To remind you, by 19.
Let's look at Virginia. Virginia, Trump up almost 20%.
Yep.
He's just barely losing in Prince William. He's only losing by about 5 in Fairfax.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me go to Virginia from 4 years ago.
Okay, I'm up by Alexandria.
Hold on. In Prince William, a lot of counties in Virginia.
There is a lot of counties in Virginia.
In Prince William, Hillary won it by 21%.
It's 0.5.
What's the percentage of vote that's in?
23.
That's a decent amount to only be down 0.5%.
Then Fairfax, there's only 4% of the vote in, so. Go up to Arlington.
Fairfax, by the way, Hillary won by 35.
That's 5 right now.
Arlington, Hillary won by 59%.
What are the percentages?
76 to 17.
82.5 to 16 right now with 81% in.
So there's not a lot of third-party votes that are going out this time like they did 4 years ago.
Right. Virginia. There's not a lot of votes out by Norfolk yet. Where are all these votes coming from? It's really just like Arlington, and then a couple of these red ones have some, but not many.
Well, there's got to be some big Trump votes out there somewhere if he's up by 20%.
Yeah, I'm looking for him.
I mean, 20% is a lot more than what he's normally up by at this time of the night. I will say that. It's usually, like I said, 13, 14, 15 right about now.
Here's a couple. Pennsylvania. These are all out west, though. No surprises.
Well, give me some county names.
Pennsylvania.
Trump won by 39%.
He's up by 54.
But there was only 31,000 votes last time.
It's at 15,000 right now.
Okay.
Let me find some more big ones. Accomack. It's all the way on the right, all the way east. He's up by 28.
He won it by 11 last time.
He's up by 28 with 98% of the vote in.
Wow. That's a big pick. Now, there was only how many votes are out there so far?
22,000.
All right, so that's up by another 6,000 to 7,000 in a county he won by 11. Now there was only 15, just short of 16,000 votes last time. So that's a pretty big pickup. I mean,
he has about 15,000 now.
mean, I will say Christine had it right that they probably called this state a little too early. I mean, we have seen networks have to uncall states before. I mean, when we were told it was called, we said that seems a little early to be calling Virginia.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes. Like I said, usually the Republican gets out to a big lead, 12, 13, 14, 15, and slowly but slowly it erodes. And then right at the very end, with like, once you're at about 95, 96% of the votes in, it's all Democrat from there, and they take over and win by 4, 5, 6, 7 points. Is what usually happens.
The early exit polling data from Georgia suggests that Trump managed to bring around 10% of black voters to his column.
Say that again?
The early exit polling data from Georgia suggests that Trump managed to bring around 10% of black voters into his column.
And I'm sure that's more than it was 4 years ago.
With early vote in, Biden has a lead over Trump in Ohio's Delaware County, a GOP stronghold. Delaware County is a heavily suburban, and no Democrat has won it since 1916. Where the hell is Delaware County?
In what state?
Ohio.
All right.
Let me find Delaware County. It's probably somewhere. It's just north of Columbus. Or just north of Franklin County. Another swing state data coming in on Election Day. Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Minnesota all set records for the most new coronavirus cases they reported in a single day.
Who cares?
The Postal Service said in an afternoon filling that it had delivered every delayed ballot from Miami-Dade facility where backed-up mail caused much concern over the weekend. They haven't called Kansas yet. Biden's still up 16 in Kansas. Johnson... I want you to go to Kansas and tell me about Johnson County.
Johnson County in Kansas.
All the way east.
Thank you. Oops, wrong election. Don't know how it got to that one.
Trump wins Indiana, just called.
Trump won it by 2.6%.
He's down 17 in early voting. 80% in. He's down about 50,000 votes. How many did Hillary get votes, total votes?
130,000.
Biden has 150,000. Early.
Trump got 137.
Trump is 105 right now. So whatever that means. Awesome. Missouri called Trump.
Well, Trump carried Kansas by 20.5 last time.
I'm not really worried about it. I'm just wondering.
No.
I'm looking at it. Just like, oh, that looks interesting.
Yeah, Hillary only carried 2 counties in Kansas.
Well, I will give him Kansas. So I gave him Missouri and Kansas. That brings Trump up to 82 electoral votes to Biden's 88. There's 6 notifications.
Florida sitting at 89% in, Trump up by 1.8.
I've had a lot of people share my post.
Georgia at 18% in, Trump up by 14. North Carolina 60% in, Biden up by 9. Which... that's about what he was up with early voting 4 years ago. And Trump wound up winning that state by 3-point-something%, I believe it was. By, yes, 3.6%.
Not that it's very relevant, but Arkansas will be closing their polls in about 4 minutes.
That's relevant, all right.
I'm just, North Carolina, we're up to 60% of our vote in.
I just said that.
Oh, did you? Okay. Michigan, 3% of our vote in. Trump is leading in Oakland County.
In Oakland County, Michigan?
Yeah.
4 years ago.
That's right just north of Detroit.
Four years ago, Hillary carried it by 8.
Trump's up 17.
How many percent in?
22.
Okay. So we'll see how that goes.
Nothing else really new out of Michigan. Illinois, nothing. Virginia, Trump is up 260,000 votes, 30% in. That seems like a lot. I mean, we're about a quarter of the votes out of Norfolk. And Trump's only down 23. Richmond only got 10. It's a lot of red. A lot of red. Florida up to 90%. Trump's got a 2% lead.
Take a break for a second and just check out the price of Mara.
Is it good?
I don't know. Bitcoin's up above 14,000.
Well, it ended the day at 2:30. It started the day at 2:15.
Do you have after hours? Like, is that with after hours or not?
No, that's just on Robinhood.
And I will look at after hours.
Mara or Marathon. What the hell is it called? Marathon patent group. After hours, it's at 2:30 right now.
All right, so that's after hours.
It was at up around 2:40 and it fell back down. All right. Trump's. Don't hit my mic. Trump's down 13 in Palm Beach County.
13 in Palm Beach. In Palm Beach County, 4 years ago, he lost by 15.5.
Broward, he's down 31.
Broward, 4 years ago, he lost by 35.
Miami-Dade, 8.7.
And we know he lost Miami-Dade by just short of 30.
That's the talk of the night right now.
That is. But it's, you know what? It's been, the people I've been watching has been saying Biden was only ahead in early voting by a little over 100,000 votes in Miami-Dade.
Texas update. Biden is up 5. We're starting to fill in the red of Texas. We got some vote out of Williamson County, just north of Austin. Go to there, because that's 98% of the vote is in from there, so I'm kind of interested.
Who? Where?
Texas, Williamson County, just north of Austin.
Williamson County.
Yeah, there was a broken voting machine here locally at a polling place at Borough Hall here in Robizonia. That's what Bennett said.
Trump by 9.7.
With early voting 98% of estimated votes, he's down 3.
Okay.
Not that that means anything. Go to...
Yeah, but if all those start adding up...
Yeah. Go to Tarrant County, just west of Dallas.
Tarrant?
Yeah, Tarrant.
Trump by 8.6.
He's up by 0.2 with 80% in. Oh boy.
And these are counties with like decent sized votes. Like these aren't counties that are 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 votes. Tarrant County had 668,000 votes 4 years ago.
They're at, with 80% in, they're at 689.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, 6% in. Biden's up 18 early. Most of our votes are coming in from Philly, Montgomery, Allentown. We got Columbia. Biden with an early lead. Luzerne. Biden with an early lead. Elk County. Biden with an early lead. And Trump takes the lead with 28% of the vote in Allegheny by 39 points.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
39
That does not seem right at all. That's got to be reversed. It's got to be.
North Carolina with 65% of our vote in. Biden currently up about 7.3. Virginia, Biden is starting to make a little bit of a comeback. That's down to 260,000 votes with 30% of our vote in. Ohio, Trump has that down now to 10%. 44% of our vote in. He's down about 300,000 votes. Yeah, New Hampshire, 10% of our vote in. Biden is only up by 8 now. Trump is down about 7,400 votes.
Roz says Arkansas called for Trump. Yes, we have that as well.
What was called?
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Arkansas, stupid. That brings Trump to 88 electoral votes and Biden to 88 electoral votes. I'm a little worried about Texas, not gonna lie. Biden is now only up 2 in Texas.
Yeah, don't be worried about Texas.
I don't know. I'm just looking at it. It's like that Tarrant County kind of startles you a little bit. That Trump won it by 8, and there's 80% of the vote, and he's up by 0.2.
Yeah, but again, if that's all early voting and all the rest that's out is, let's just say 85% Trump votes.
How is Florida not called yet? Not 91% in, 2.1%.
I don't know.
How is that not called? Miami-Dade, same. Broward, same. Palm Beach is now down to... no, we said 13 before. Never mind.
I don't know, but as you can see in the Panhandle... Well, let me flip off the screen here for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
As you can see in the Panhandle, it's solid Trump country.
This is all Trump.
As always. The darker the red, the bigger the margin. Tallahassee, which did go for Hillary last time. Biden putting up big numbers there. Gadsden County, Biden put up... This is the shock of the night so far. Biden up 8.7% in Miami-Dade County. Hillary won it by just short of 30%. Trump already has 486,000 votes. 4 years ago in Florida, in Miami-Dade, he had 334,000. So he's already more than 150,000 votes more than he had 4 years ago in Miami-Dade County, and there's still 11% of the county to be counted. And that should be today's voting. That is, without a doubt, the shock of the night still. Now, if something happens that Texas were to go blue, that would be the shock of the night.
Updates on... I'm not on Georgia, but tweets saying the Georgia numbers are early. Biden at 63% in Cobb County is striking. Clinton won Cobb County by 2 points. The first time in decades the Atlanta suburb backed a Democrat. The polls are closed in Arkansas, blah, blah, blah. Georgia's Cobb County has counted about a third of its votes so far. If Biden's lead comes close to holding, it will cement the suburban shift away from Republicans.
Yes, and Hillary did win it by 2%.
Where is Cobb County?
It's a suburb of Atlanta.
Yeah. I mean, he's only up 40,000 with 31% of the vote in. So.
And again, you don't know what part of the county.
Right. If it's that south part, of course that's Democratic. Georgia's just all over the place. Ohio State, right? Ohio, we are approaching just about 50% of our vote in. Trump is now down 12 in Ohio. A lot of red counties still haven't had any votes in yet, though. Starting to get some votes in PA from red county. How is he up 39 in Allegheny? If that's true, Pennsylvania's over.
Yeah, I
if he's up 100,000 in Allegheny. No way.
Let me go on to the state of Pennsylvania's website and see if that's accurate.
Texas, we're up to 55% of our vote in, and Trump has closed that lead down to 0.3 to Mr. Biden.
So, yeah, you could see here, this is the official Allegheny County. Biden is up by 49,000 votes.
I don't know where they're getting those numbers.
Now, that's just, again, official. I want you to see here. Where's my pointer? It's all just mail-in.
Right.
There's no actual raw vote totals in yet in the state of Pennsylvania, which makes sense. We're only at 840.
Right.
We should be about 45 minutes away from starting to see a decent amount of election day totals. So, yeah, I don't know where New York Times is getting those numbers.
Virginia staying steady for Trump at that 250,000 area. He's still up 17.5%. Lot of red. Norfolk, we're up to 27%. Arlington, we're at 85%. Trump's carrying about 17% of that vote. You know what? Stay at 250,000. Just stay there. That'd be pretty funny if it actually had to flip. Did they call Missouri yet?
Probably not.
Did I put Missouri in? I did put Missouri in. North Carolina. Senate race. North Carolina, the Democrat is winning by a shade under 250,000. Why are they still talking about Florida? It's literally 2.2% with 91% of the vote in.
So I am just getting to the Florida Secretary of State's website. I want to see what their actual numbers are.
Bill Scott, a Republican, wins re-election in Vermont.
You don't hear that every day.
Governor Bill Scott. The big thing to watch in Texas, along with suburbs like Williamson County, is the margins in Harris County, Houston, and Dallas County. So far, Biden is outperforming Clinton's numbers in Houston and Dallas, but if he is to win the state, he probably needs to exceed 2016 by more than he is doing right now. Biden is still winning Kansas. Slightly. We're up to 10% in Pennsylvania. A lot of the Philly and Allentown area coming in. And now the Dauphin County is starting to come in as well. North Carolina, we're up to 67% of our vote in. Biden is up 6.3. 67% of the vote in. Is it weird to see that he's still down in Ohio by 12?
It's hard to tell. It's early voting. This is like, the first year early voting has exploded.
Right. So in 17 minutes, we will be the Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, Wisconsin, and Wyoming polls will close.
All right, so
it's there.
On the Florida Secretary of State's website, Trump is up in Florida by 50.88 to 48.23, so 2.65%. Let me see if I can find Miami-Dade here. In Miami-Dade, it's got Biden up by 93,000 votes. So what do you show on the New York Times website?
In Miami-Dade?
Yeah.
93,000.
Okay. 581,000 to 488?
579 to 486.
Okay, so it's very, very close. So it's very accurate.
Texas, some more votes came in out of Dallas, Houston, and Austin, if you want to take advantage. I thought it was 50 in Austin. Quiet the chip bag.
No. It's a pretzel bag.
Yeah.
Get it right. According to the election wizard, Trump is favored to win in Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida.
Okay.
Strong performance so far out of Oakland County and Michigan for Trump. Hillary won the county by 14%.
He's up 20.
And this has him up 17% as of 15 minutes ago.
Okay. The lead for Biden in New Hampshire is staying pretty steady at about that 9,000 vote area. Rockingham County is leaning to the Biden camp by 0.1.
Where are they getting this New York Times election needle?
You good? You having fun listening to the election?
Interesting.
Quiet the chip bag. That's funny. In Florida exit polls, 42% said they were better off today than 4 years ago. Only 20% said they were worse off, and 3 out of 4 people in that better off group went for Trump. Pennsylvania results are only trickling in, but Democrats are encouraged by the early voting tilt. Registered Democrats cast over 1 million early more early votes than Republicans.
That means nothing.
Governor of Florida says Trump wins, but they won't call it yet. Starting to get some votes in North Dakota. That's a close state. Trump down by 9 now in Ohio.
There's the election needle. So according to the New York Times right now, Trump has an 84% chance of winning Georgia. By the way, who said quiet the chip bag anyway?
Your sister?
Pretzels.
Am I hearing toilets flushing? Well,
Not here.
maybe someone went to the bathroom.
No, you're probably hearing the traffic that's outside of his window.
Could be that too, because I live on a main road.
According to the Times Needle, Trump has a 76% chance of winning North Carolina, even though right now he's down by 5.3%. So that just shows you that early voting has really, really, really played a part in the early results. How they've really skewed the early results to the Democrats. Trump up 21 in Indiana.
Trump's down about 1.4 in Texas now, pulling back that one a little bit.
Trump up 16 in Michigan.
Back to New Hampshire, Trump has closed that gap a little bit down to 8,000 votes, down to about 7%. Slowly maybe grabbing that one back.
He's up 2.4% still in Florida.
Yeah, Trump's up early in Wayne County. That's amazing.
What state?
Michigan. That's where Detroit is. He's up early in Wayne County, though. Pennsylvania looks like it's updated a little. Wow. Where are all these Biden votes coming? Oh. Lehigh! That's where all those votes are coming in.
Christine says you're fading. Get closer to your mic.
I am really close to my mic. Yeah. Biden's up 80.5 to 18.7 in Lehigh early. That's actually 98% of the voting.
Lehigh?
Yeah.
In 2016, Hillary won it by 5.
He's down 62 with 98% of the votes reported.
All right. So the fact that I'm looking at is don't trust a single thing that the New York Times says about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So let's look at what's actually going on the state's website.
Indiana just got called for Trump. Early in-person tallies coming from Atlanta. Looks like Biden is doing well. In Fulton County, Clinton has 68% of the vote there. Biden is doing 10 points better.
All right. So now let me show you. You said Lehigh County, right?
Right.
Let me show you Lehigh County on the state's official website. 0.
But,
Yeah.
so,
Don't believe a goddamn thing you're seeing on the New York Times website about Pennsylvania. Let's just look at the state website in Pennsylvania. I will send you the link in Facebook so you have it.
Alright. Let's see, because Trump's not up 39 in Allegheny, and Biden's not up 62 in Lehigh.
Yes. Now, on this site, you actually have to click on the counties for themselves. Like, it doesn't,
Right.
going back to Florida, Miami-Dade, according to the official Florida site, Biden is still up by 84,000 in Miami-Dade. That's unbelievable.
I have 86.
Unbelievable. And the official count here has Trump up 343,000 votes. Florida's done.
260,000.
Yeah, Florida's done. Stick a fork in it.
I will just give Florida to Trump.
And that
117 electoral votes.
Yeah, Trump is now up by 3.19%. I said he's going to win it by 4 to 5, and he's going to win it by 4 to 5. What do you know? I actually might know what I'm talking about.
Trump has backed Ohio down to 9. Biden's up 9. 300,000 votes. Tom Cotton projects to win.
Not a surprise.
Trump campaign officials are keeping an eye on RNC data that suggests that the president might be underperforming in urban areas in Minnesota, a state Trump hoped to flip. Okay. Freaking Pennsylvania looks so stupid on this website. Trump is making his comeback in North Carolina. That's down to 4%, 3.9. Trump holding that 17% lead in Virginia, with 36% of their votes in. And Arlington County is at 86%.
Okay, so let's find the Virginia Secretary of State website now.
Kansas is too early to call. Nebraska, too early to call. Oh, it's New Mexico, too early to call. They're starting. The ones just closed. North Dakota, too early to call. South Dakota, too early to call. Okay. Wyoming, too early to call. They only have Trump at 48. Oh, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming just got called for Trump, and New Mexico just got called for Biden. Louisiana got called for Trump. Nebraska just got called for Trump. All of Nebraska?
Right.
Well, I'll give him the South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, and Louisiana. I'll give Biden to New Mexico. Wow. On MSNBC, they haven't even given Biden Illinois yet.
Okay.
John Cornyn wins his Senate seat in Texas.
Okay.
McSally's race is too close to call. Gardner State's too close to call.
Yeah, McSally was projected to lose.
James in Michigan is too early to call. He's up by 200,000 votes early.
That's good.
All right, so my map, I have Trump at 134 electoral votes to Biden's 93.
All right, so on your Virginia map, how many votes do you have?
About 1.7.
Do you have the breakdown? Like how many Biden, how many Trump?
Almost a million Trump, almost 700,000.
Okay. Now give me exact number, please.
Trump, 989,000. Biden, 689,000.
Okay. So I got on the Secretary of State's website a little less for each.
Okay.
How many votes came in?
York.
That seems like an awful low number of people voting in Virginia. How many votes were cast in 16?
I'm being told I'm quiet, but I'm like 2 inches from my mic.
Well, I just turned the mic up here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of votes still out. There was 3.7 million cast between Clinton and Trump last time in Virginia.
Uh-huh.
So
Texas is now down to a Biden lead of 0.7.
yep. That state's done.
Nothing. Ohio, Biden has a lead by about 7.3, so it's slowly coming back. How in the world have they not called Florida? Mike Rounds wins re-election in South Dakota. Ben Sass in Nebraska. Bergman in North Dakota, and Loomis in Wyoming.
So nothing has changed hands in the Senate yet all night. All incumbents have won. So far.
That's fine. At least we still have the majority if that happened.
And that's important.
Having majority in the Senate. Slightly.
For judges. Because if you lose if Trump wins the presidency but loses the Senate, then he's got to nominate moderate judges, not conservative judges.
Biden was just called for New York.
Shocker.
Polls are closing in Wisconsin. The governor has said he expects to know the results tonight or tomorrow. Milwaukee could still be counting ballots until Wednesday morning. So that'd be good if we could know Minnesota by tonight. You have issues with your mouse? Damn.
What?
What are you scraping?
The ice cream carton.
Oh. That's what are you scraping?
I'm finishing off the ice cream you bought.
Yeah, that I had a bowl out of.
It was good.
Colorado Senate split for Fox. I don't know who has who in the Colorado Senate.
I'm pretty sure the Republican was the incumbent.
That's what Tom is telling me. He doesn't want to make a Gmail, I guess. So he texts me. But only in-person votes will be released on election night. Mail-in ballots will be reported over the next days and weeks.
Who? What?
New York.
Oh.
So it doesn't matter. I mean, they put in New York City's early voting. He's getting crushed. He's getting crushed 80-20.
There should be a ballot question in New York City. Would you have sex with AOC?
That's okay.
I would say yes, so she could, say she had me. That'd be the highlight of her career. She could become president of the United States, but that would be the highlight of her life.
Okay. Let's go with that.
Oh, Christ, no wonder I'm fat.
Yeah, it's at 3%.
Who? What?
Oh, they still haven't called Florida yet. Trump is down 0.6. 65% in. Michigan, he is up 21 with 16% in. New Hampshire, he's now down 9 points, 12,000 votes.
Yeah, it's very weird. For such a small state, results come in so slow for New Hampshire.
Yeah, I'm looking at North Carolina at 77, Florida at 93, New Hampshire at 16.
I mean, I will say they got probably across the whole state about 1,000 polling places.
Oh.
There is a ton of polling places in New Hampshire.
Polls are closing in Arizona, but we'll have to wait about an hour for results. Early and mail ballots, likely to be relatively stronger for Democrats, will be reported first. Biden out to a big lead in Colorado. Denver came in first. Shocker, shocker.
I'm actually surprised that hasn't been called. I'm very surprised they called New Mexico before they called Colorado.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Trump has now got Ohio down to 6. Closing in fast.
So again, now let me go to the Ohio Secretary of State website.
I'm just going off of this website, man. I'd love to know where they're getting these Pennsylvania numbers. Because they're doing it on MSDNC, and the numbers are very similar to what they have on the New York Times. But where are you getting these numbers? Because it's certainly from the Secretary of State website. Like, where are you getting these numbers? There's none. There's no votes counted. Like, he's getting killed in Allegheny. I don't even know. Trump up 16 now in Georgia. 33% of that vote in. Still got a bunch of the Atlanta area to still come in. According to this website, they have Trump up almost 20 now in Virginia.
So now what I'm starting to feel is that you're not getting a lot of early voting numbers.
Right. Trump has Ohio down to 4.7. Every 2% of estimated votes seem to be about 1% or so in Trump votes. According to this.
Okay, so what's the number of Biden votes right now in Ohio?
1.878.
And Trump?
1.705.
Okay, fairly close to what's on the website. The website has Biden at 1.875 and Trump at 1.724.
Let me turn off the MSDNC. I don't like them anymore. They don't know how to call states. Guess we'll do Fox.
What's the election wizard saying here? Trump is leading in Flint by almost 14,000 votes.
That's surprising.
Trump is on track to win Florida by 3%. I said 4%. I still think Election Wizard is a little short there. With 10% reporting, Trump is leading Lackawanna County. Let's see what it says on the actual Pennsylvania website. Lackawanna County. Just election day votes, not mail-in. Trump is up by 6% in Lackawanna County.
I have 6.
Nothing yet for Center County.
Lehigh has now fixed itself.
Okay.
Sort of.
Nothing yet for Berks County. Nothing in yet for Philly County on here.
Nothing in for Center County. They really don't want to call Florida, do they?
So right now on the state's website, Biden is ahead of Trump by 26%. But Trump is up on Biden in election day totals by 68,000 votes.
Cynthia Loomis will replace Senator Mike Enzi of Wyoming. That's a Republican.
Which one is the Republican?
They're both.
Oh.
Enzi is retiring.
I was gonna say.
And then Biden is winning New York, not surprising. But in August, Trump told the New York Post he was putting New York in play. He said he would campaign there. He did not.
He did not.
He wasn't going to win New York. Sorry. Fox News projects Democrats will retain the House.
Not a surprise.
That was early.
That is a little early to be calling that, though.
It never understands to me, how can one have the House but not have the Senate?
Well, because don't forget, as a senator, you're only up for election every 6 years.
True, and as a House, you're every 2. And everyone in the House is up. Green, the Republican, wins the Georgia's 14th congressional district. Okay. Trump is now winning in Texas. A lot of red that still needs to be filled in, though, here. A lot of red. Trump is down 4 in Ohio, 2.5 in North Carolina, and he's up by 16 in Georgia. New Hampshire's really slow. He's up by 21 in Michigan still. And no polls close at 9:30.
So I'm watching your decibel level as you're speaking, and you're typically coming in at around -6.
That's not that bad.
But I'm coming in at 0.
Oh. I have this thing here. Let me. Does that sound better?
You are now coming in at like -4.
I unplugged my mic.
That time you're at -3.
Okay. Does it sound any better, or does it sound the same?
It's weird. It actually sounds a little worse, but you're registering higher on the decibel level.
Interesting.
That time you came through at -12.
Oh.
Now talk.
Hi.
That was good. I'd move the mic more towards the back of the computer.
Oh. I plugged my mic in. Again. Ugh. Does that still sound okay?
Well, you're certainly registering higher now.
Okay, because I sat back in my chair because my back's starting to hurt from leaning forward. I can hear you fine, Dad. You're coming through loud.
Who said that?
Tom.
Oh.
Trump's now up in Texas by 0.6. Democrats have 43 senators, Republicans have 37 as of right now.
Yeah, that's... Republicans were defending a lot more seats.
Yeah.
All right. So now the microphone is like 2/3 of the way in back of the computer.
Oh. Cawthorn wins North Carolina's 11th congressional district. Just call Florida, damn. North Carolina is now down to 2%.
Which makes sense. As of 40 minutes ago, when North Carolina was at 66% reporting, CNN said 97% of those votes were from early voting.
Okay. Hey. New York Times fixed itself.
Okay.
Allentown now has 0 votes total. And Pittsburgh now, Biden is up 80 to 18%. Now it's right. They still have Biden up 30%. Early, oh boy. Early votes in Center County. 32% in. Biden 79%. Trump 19%.
Yeah, again, early voting.
That's right. That's not wrong, that's for sure. Just a bigger gap than I was expecting.
Florida.
Oh, go ahead.
3.43% now lead for Trump. Miami-Dade still at 84,000 votes.
Yep, that's what I have. 7.3%.
According to Virginia, Trump is still up by 16 and change, with only 200 and some precincts left to report. That would be 10%. So there's no way early voting numbers are in here. There can't be. Something's... I mean, because they're only at 1.8 million votes, when last time they had 3.9 million.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the reason why you're seeing Republicans up so much is it's got to be the early vote totals are not in there yet. They mustn't be counting them. What does the New York Times say about Virginia with early voting? Nothing.
Nothing.
Full Virginia results. Hold on a second. Let's see here.
I hear Pelosi has the speaker again. Dems added in the House and reps lost. Okay.
We'll see what that actually is when it...
In national exit polls, Biden wins most voters who went third party or didn't vote in 2016. Had Clinton got those voters in key states, she might have won 4 years ago. There is no way Biden is getting more third-party voters.
Yeah, again, we've had this discussion about not believing exit polling.
I'm just reading what gets posted.
Yes.
There's no way. A libertarian will not vote for Biden unless they cannot stand.
But a
Trump.
Green Party would.
Yeah. There's more libertarians than Green, though, isn't there?
Yes.
Early 3% in Wisconsin. Trump is up 10. Trump is holding that. He's at 19% in Michigan. Still holding. He's still up in the Wayne County area. So, a lot of votes still to come in from there.
Yeah, so let's look at how many votes were cast in 2016 in Michigan.
Well, we're at about 1 million right now, just so you know.
4.5.
A lot of votes still to come in. A lot of votes. Trump is still down by 5 in Kansas. Trump is losing ground in New Hampshire at the moment. If someone asked me to vote in an exit poll, I'd say Biden just to be a smartass. What is squeaking over there?
Yeah, what is that squeaking noise?
Oh, that's coming from you.
Sounds like it's coming from you.
Might be feedback.
Could be. I'll move the mic back a little bit.
Biden wins District of Columbia.
Well, now you got really low.
Any better?
Yeah. You turn it back up a little bit.
Madison Cawthorn will be among the youngest lawmakers in modern history of Congress. She was the first member of Congress to be born in the 1990s.
Wow. Still no official results from Berks County.
Wisconsin's up to 8% in, Trump holding a slim 0.3% lead. How are these, like, how is Colorado at 34 and New Hampshire's still at 20?
Officially, Joe Biden up 5.5 in Luzerne County. Again, huge mail-in vote margin.
Right.
No results yet from Schuylkill County. Center County still all mail-in.
Josh says, hey. Hey, Josh.
In the official count, Biden is now only up by 11 in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Getting crushed in election day vote.
No surprise. North Carolina is now under 2% difference. 1.8 towards Biden. Betting houses reversed their odds and now call Trump to win.
Really?
Apparently, according to Christine.
Let's see what Predicted has to say.
Has Biden up 31. 41, my bad. But a lot of the early votes came in from the Minneapolis area. 29% of the votes came in from there already. Buzz. Postmark ballots have until November 13th to arrive in Ohio.
Jeez.
But no additional results will be reported for a week and a half. Some of Wisconsin's biggest cities, Milwaukee and Green Bay, will be very late in reporting results tonight, in part because they count all the early ballots separately.
On the official Ohio website, Biden is now only up by 21,000 votes.
I have 74,000, so.
Christine, where are you seeing this thing about betting odds? Let me go to my offshore wagering accounts and see what they're saying. Thank you, Josh, for subscribing.
He wasn't subscribed?
Nope.
Sad.
It is sad. My friends don't subscribe. Yeah, actually, yes. Will Donald this is from Bookmaker. Will Donald Trump be the next president? He's right now minus 200.
We're getting close to 2 million votes in Virginia, and Trump holds now 15.2% lead.
Yeah, I think you got to take those Virginia numbers with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Trump winning is bouncing around between like minus 200, minus 220. So that's usually the place where you want to look at to see what's really going on is the betting markets. They tend to know first.
They called Colorado for Biden.
Took them long enough.
He's up 17 with 63% of the votes in.
Yeah, that time you registered at like minus 10.
Oh?
Maybe it's your like inflection. Sometimes you're quiet and sometimes you're loud.
Uh-huh.
You're like your mother.
Alright, let me do that. At least then I can sit closer to the microphone.
You definitely got louder.
Well, I basically lowered my seat all the way down so now I can push it in all the way under my desk so I can still sit back.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like you fade though in and out.
I don't know what to tell you.
And right there you got really loud.
Because I just, got loud. I still can't believe they haven't called Florida. Miami-Dade is down to 7.3%. Still that 84,000 lead.
I still want to know who your dad is that told you voting for president is a great honor.
What do you mean?
On your post.
Oh. I just said voting is an honor. Not doesn't have to be president. Could be the midterm elections.
Actually, no. You did say vote for our president.
But any voting is.
I just want to know who your dad is that told you all that stuff.
Trump's still up almost 20 in Michigan. About 1 million votes in. A little over. About 1.1. Trump is almost up 1% now in Texas with 74% of our
So,
vote.
do me a favor.
Yes.
Since you got a lot of likes on it, go post a reply and tell them if you like it, come to our YouTube page right now and watch us. And link it.
I don't know what you want me to say.
Say, thanks for all the likes. This is the stuff that we discuss on our YouTube page. We are live right now doing election results, and link it.
Go back to your buddies.
And while you're doing that, let's look at Florida. Trump up now by 374,000 votes. That's still 3.43%. I told you by the time it's all said and done, it'll be 4. Been saying that for a little while now. In Virginia, the official count still has Trump up by 16.5, but again, I can't imagine that includes a lot of early voting. It just doesn't make any sense.
Trump in Ohio, I have is down 0.3 now.
And now I have him up in Ohio by 27,000 votes.
Okay. I have Trump down by 8 in Pennsylvania now. So Berks County votes coming in. He's up 21 in Berks County. And he's up 17 in Schuylkill County.
And on the official Pennsylvania website, Biden is up by 1.09%.
Okay.
But on the official, we do have at least some votes out of Philadelphia County now. Interesting. There is no mail-in votes, and Trump's going to get his ass kicked in mail-in votes in Philadelphia County. But on Election Day, Trump is getting 32% of votes in Philadelphia County right now.
That's good.
And that kind of correlates to what the New York Times said when he was getting 10% more than what he got last time. Lackawanna County, again, no mail-in votes in. So this is just Election Day votes. Trump is up almost 15%. In Berks County, still nothing officially. We're gonna go to the Berks County website very shortly. Center County hasn't changed. That's still all mail-in voting. Luzerne County, Biden's still up by 2%. It's a mixture of mail and Election Day. Election Day, he's down by more than 2-1. Schuylkill County, Trump up by 17. Mixture of both Election Day and mail-in. Montgomery County, just mail-in. Biden up by 79%.
Which county?
Montgomery.
Oh, yeah.
But again, that's just mail-in.
Right.
Chester County, just Election Day voting. Trump up by 18. In Bucks County, nothing yet.
That was the line of the night. I don't know what Josh means by that, but
Probably has to do with Schuylkill County. In Lancaster County, nothing in yet. And in York County, nothing in yet. Allegheny County, very little for Election Day voting. Most of it is mail-in, and Biden up by 61%. And let's look at Butler County, where the president was Saturday after he left Reading. Just Election Day, he is up by 66%.
shocker. Hickenlooper wins U.S. Senate seat in Colorado.
Yeah, that's a hold, I believe.
Then the Democrat wins re-election in Minnesota's 5th congressional district. What did they call it? Now he has 100. Oh, they gave him Kansas. And they gave him all of Nebraska. Whatever, I'll give him all Nebraska for now.
Matthew just messaged me.
Yeah.
He says, early thoughts. Looks like he will get Florida, but Ohio and North Carolina looks scary that he might lose. My response, watch my damn show.
Phatts has Trump down 0.4 in North Carolina.
Well,
I have down almost 2.
I guess I got to go find the North Carolina Secretary of State's website now.
Yep, I guess so. At the White House right now, a few hundred guests are gathered and eating sliders, fries, and hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Huh?
Hors d'oeuvres.
Whatever that is.
Hooked on phonics did not work for you.
I don't know what that is. People tell me the screens are tuned to, wait for it, Fox News. Spot at the White House Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, Treasury Secretary Stephen
Mnuchin.
Robert Lighthizer, the Trade Representative, Acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf.
Well, somebody tell the White House to put on Phatts TV. God, this North Carolina website's a mess.
Is it? He's up 1.4 in Texas now. He's up over 100,000 votes. With most of Dallas, Austin, and Houston representing.
Okay. In North Carolina, on the official Secretary of State's website, Biden is up by 20,000 votes.
Okay. CNN Virginia early vote is at 28%. Reported expect a total of 66.
Wait, say it again?
CNN, a Virginia early vote is at 28%. A reported expect a total of 66.
Okay, so there's a lot of it out.
28%, give or take. So you probably want to see him up at least 15.
If not more.
Yeah, and he's slowly losing his lead. He's up 14. No, he's up 15. Actually, it is 14. Math.
All right. In Florida, he is now up by 3.5%. Almost 400,000 votes. I'm telling you, it's going to be at 4% by the time it's done.
He's up by 20 still in Michigan.
In Ohio, he is now up by almost 2%.
Solid.
In Pennsylvania, he is now up by 2.3%. But again, no mail-in votes from Philadelphia County. There's hardly any votes in from Philadelphia County. There's literally 14,000 votes in from Philadelphia County.
Yeah.
So there's, 700,000 more votes to go from Philadelphia County.
He's now down to almost 20,000 votes in New Hampshire. Again, only 22% reporting because it's slower than a snail. I mean, how can Texas report faster than you by like 4 times?
A lot more people counting.
What do they have? 5 people counting in New Hampshire?
6.
6. Alright, what polls close in 7 minutes? Idaho,
Iowa, that's the big one.
Iowa, Montana, Nevada, North Dakota, Utah. Nevada and Iowa are the only ones that actually count. Every other one's gonna go red. What is
So, in 2016, in Wisconsin, Washington County went to Trump by 40%. He's presently up by 50%. Okay. Matthew is basically telling me he'd rather watch CNN than watch my show.
Right.
What, you know what I'm about to call him? Anything on the comment boards?
Former.
Lots of comments.
Former John Hickenlooper of Colorado is the first Democrat to flip a Senate seat tonight.
Yes.
Republicans knew John James would have to outperform Trump to win the Senate race in Michigan. So far, it is the 2 biggest counties. That's not happening, but it's early. All right. Is it okay with you if I take like an impromptu 20-minute break?
Well, sure.
Okay.
You gotta go poo?
No, I just want to take a break.
Oh, your eyes hurting you with the glasses on?
I'm getting sore sitting.
You're getting sore sick.
And I'm hungry.
Well, I ate on camera. It's not a big deal.
So I'm going to go get the rest of my dinner.
All right. Okay. Actually, we're going to take a 2-minute break anyway because I have to go to the bathroom. So, watch this for 2 minutes.
Is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. That all changes starting right here and right now.
One thing, I don't know why.
Is that not an excellent video? Or what? So, now that the non-genetically proven son is taking a break, I gotta say, I gotta hand it to him. He's really taken to politics very, very well. Maybe he actually is my son after all. Irregardless of how big his nose is. That's besides the fact. I mean, I'm actually quite proud of him when it comes to politics. Not very proud of him when it comes to bowling at the moment, but that's okay. So I am going to search for the Michigan Secretary of State's website so we can get some actual numbers coming out of there, because I'm not very impressed with what's coming out of the New York Times website right now. So let's see if we can find the Michigan Secretary of State. See here, elections. I don't want previous, I want current. Previous election information, no. Michigan voter information, no. Candidate information, no. I don't want previous information. I don't care about election security. Anything under upcoming elections? I don't want candidate listings. So anyway, while I'm looking for that, let me link you on to the stuff that I'm presently looking at. So here is Pennsylvania's official website. So let's update this and see what we're at. We got Trump now with an 8-point lead, which you would think would sound great. But when we start looking at county by county, all we got to do is start right here in Philadelphia County. And we see hardly nothing in here from Philadelphia County. You know, so we're about 700 and some odd thousand votes short in Philadelphia County. So we have to take the totals with a grain of salt. But at least we could look at some other counties. In Lackawanna County, Trump is up by almost 17%. But it's all election day voting. There's no mail-in voting yet counted. In Luzerne County, we got more mail-in county. It's a pretty even split between mail and election day. Trump is now up by almost 5%. In the Skook, where the old lady lives, not much of anything yet, but Trump up 17. Where we are in Berks County, nothing yet. So when I'm done here, we'll go look at the actual Berks County Election Services website to see if we can find anything. Let's look at Lebanon County, see if we have anything yet. Just election day, no mail. Trump up big, 53%. That's not surprising with just election day. York County, do we have anything yet in York County? Nothing. Lancaster County, do we have anything? We have just mail-in stuff. And interesting, Trump is even up in the mail by 10 plus points. That's good news. Because he's certainly going to destroy Biden in election day voting. Chester County, big for Biden right now, but that's a lot of mail-in stuff. So probably most of the mail-in stuff is in and not a lot of election day stuff is in yet. Montgomery County, which was all mail-in, you see huge amounts for Biden. Bucks County, nothing. Delaware County, nothing. Let's go up to Center County. Just mail-in stuff. Big lead for Biden there. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh area. Again, just mail-in county. Mail-in voting. Huge leads for Biden. But then we go up one county to the north. We go up to Butler County, where the president just was. Just election day counting, you see he's up by 64 points. Meaning the president. Let's go up to Erie County, which was pretty close last time. Again, just election day. Trump up by a little more than 19. So some good news for the president, some bad news for the president. In Florida, it was 3.5%. It's now 3.49%. Still don't understand why it hasn't been called yet. And on the New York Times site, still isn't called. Makes no sense, but I don't care. He's president. The president has it. It's not. I could care less when they actually call it. Virginia, we're going to look at that with a grain of salt. Again, not a lot of mail-in voting results in yet. But you see the race is even starting to tighten. It's only a 9-point lead now for Trump. They've already given it to Biden, which that's not a surprise to me. Ohio has finally flipped, and the lead for Trump should just continue to grow. We're up to now almost a 4-point lead for Trump. 175-ish thousand votes. North Carolina, they haven't updated that for a little bit. Let's refresh to see if we have anything. Close. Actually, Biden extended his lead out to... Oh, no. Actually, now Trump has the lead by 25,000 votes. So Trump has overtaken Biden. So I got to find Michigan yet. Anything on the message boards coming in? Check your Facebook page about the 2016-2020 betting house odds. Well, I do have... let me bring me back up here for a second. So let me just show you this. So this is Bookmaker, one of my offshore accounts. And here, will Donald Trump be the next president-elect? Yes is now up to minus 310. So, you know, that's looking pretty good. I could tell you it was not minus 310 the other day. In fact, live betting, it says now he's up to 462. So, I mean, as the night is going on, it's looking better for the president, but that's what we figured it was going to be. Us here at the Phatts TV prediction desk. I do have one other betting site that I could look at too. Hold on just a second. Let me send my buddy Matthew that link since he doesn't want to watch my show, the bastard. That was loud. Let's see here. On Diamond Sportsbook, if it's going to come up. All right, so let's see if there's any actual odds going on right now on Diamond Sportsbook. Hockey. Nothing there. Nothing there. Interesting. Nothing there. All right. So nothing on Diamond. Let's look at one other place. Let's go over to Europe. Interesting. Alright, let's refresh some things here, see if we have any more updates. Trump's still up by 3.5 in Florida. He's now almost up by 5 in Ohio. That's beginning to pull away. Now, remember what I said about Ohio. He won it last time by 8 or 9. I said if he wins it again by about that amount, he's safe. If he wins it again by 4, it's looking all right. If he wins it by 2, I would be worried. And if he loses it, he's losing the election. So, he's beginning to pull away in Ohio. In North Carolina, Trump is now up by 32,000 votes, or 0.62%. So he's looking better all the time there. So now I just got to find what's going on here in Michigan. Michigan election results. Secretary of... I don't know why they make it so hard to find these things on the Secretary of State's website. Interesting. It has nothing. It does not have a damn thing on their website. It says the last time it was updated was yesterday morning at 8:48. Unreal. You want to talk about some shenanigans. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing that they don't have anything up on their website. Unreal. Let's see if we could get predicted to come back up.
What are we unreeling?
That on the official Michigan Secretary of State's website, they have absolutely no election results.
Huh.
It hasn't been updated since yesterday morning.
All I know is 73% of Arizona's votes are in. Because they put in all their early voting.
And how many is Trump down by?
9. Almost 10.
And how many, like, that equates to how many?
200,000. Basically what it says is Biden leads Maricopa County by 10 points so far, with 3/4 of its votes estimated to be counted. If that margin holds up, it'll be difficult for Trump to win Arizona. He's down about 150,000 just in that county. Then he's done another 110 in Pima County. Pima County. Pima. I heard you talking about me. Heard you said you're proud of me. Thanks. Not getting
In
into
Maricopa County in 16, Trump won by almost 3%. Would you say the other county was Pima?
Pima, yeah.
Hillary won by almost 14%.
He's down about 30 in that one.
But again, that's just mail-in stuff. There's nothing live in there yet.
Stock futures going crazy.
But let me show you this. This is predicted. Look at that. Donald Trump now, 80 cents to win. Biden falling like a rock. Look at that. Let's see if I can find the state-by-state stuff.
I heard that they called North Carolina.
He's now up in North Carolina. He's now almost up by 5 in Ohio.
Yeah, and he's up in Pennsylvania. He's up in Wisconsin. He was down in Minnesota still, but
Yeah, he's not actually up in Pennsylvania. There's still hardly anything in from Philly.
no. He's up in Michigan still by 11.
But again, I can't get actual results.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bookmaker has him now at minus 315 to win. He's jumped way up now in Georgia. He's jumped way up in Michigan, which is great at my 2.6 to 1 bet.
Right. New Hampshire, 30%, but Utah's at 45.
He's up big now in He's up, 54 cents now in North Carolina. Pennsylvania's still close. Actually, he's up now in Pennsylvania at 70 cents. I mean, these things flip so quick.
How is Florida not called yet?
Well, let's see what he is in Florida in here. 98 cents.
So I would assume when he wins, it goes up to $1.
Yeah, basically. He's at 97 cents in North Carolina, 99 cents in Texas. He's at 56 cents in Arizona, so he's favored to win Arizona. Slightly.
Right.
I want to get, though, the big map. I want to see what the map looks like. I wonder what the Young Turks are saying right now.
Explain.
Those are the ones that were going nuts on election night 4 years ago.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Actually, you might want to turn back on MSNBC to see if they've started their death march yet.
Their death march.
Yeah, once they start realizing that Biden's not going to win. Assuming he's not going to win. Come on, update.
All I care about is the house, apparently. 'Cause that's what they have up on screen.
Well, that kind of tells you all that you need to know.
Well, we knew about the house an hour ago.
Well, the fact that they're not even talking about the president.
Oh, president. Wow, they just gave him Louisiana.
How nice of them.
They just gave him Kansas.
Come on, pop up the map. Come on, come on, come
They
on.
haven't given him Nebraska yet. They did not give him Mississippi yet.
Here we go. Oh, look at this. Look at how they've changed. 99 in Florida, 97 in Georgia, 96 in North Carolina, 72 in Pennsylvania, 72 in Michigan, 60 in Wisconsin, 98 in Ohio, 95 in Iowa. Amazing. It does really have Biden there. Huh.
Where?
In Arizona.
Yeah, I'm looking at that and then see that Nevada has 65.
Nevada has 65. So by this, it has the president at 300, and you're going to have to give him the 2nd district in Maine. So that'd give him a 301. We predicted 322 was our prediction, remember?
Give him Arizona and Minnesota.
Right. So if this board stays the same, we would only have had 2 states wrong.
It's pretty close.
That's not bad.
All right, they're still talking about North Carolina.
Yeah, well, North Carolina's done.
They seem to be able to try to say that North Carolina is going to be close.
He's now up by 42,000 votes in North Carolina.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more.
Ohio, he's now up by over 6. So Ohio's going to be called soon, probably.
Who the hell knows?
I mean, there's still a lot of votes out compared to registered voters. So
They
there's
gave
4.
Biden New Hampshire.
So what?
They gave Biden New Hampshire.
Yeah, well, we'll wait to see if that actually happens.
Well, I'll put that in on the map. I'll give him New Hampshire.
The number of votes in Ohio was 5.2 in 16, and we're now at 4.7. Yeah.
I mean, they haven't even given Trump like Wyoming yet on this.
All right, so now I got to find the Arizona Secretary of State's office.
He's up by over 4, almost, in Texas. 3.5. Biden up early in Iowa, big.
Yeah, he's not going to win that state. Trump's going to wind up carrying Ohio by about the same amount he carried last time, and you're going to tell me Biden's going to win Iowa? Yeah, that's not happening.
Oh. Center County slowly coming back. Down to 10,000 votes difference. Luzerne is now red by 11,000. I mean, this has him up right now. I mean, there's nothing coming out of Philly right now. Right now, there's only 180,000 out of Philly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now it has them up 8 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, but there's 22 coming out of Philly, 16 out of Montgomery, 16 out of Delaware, 25 out of Chester, and 12 out of Bucks. So 50% out of Center County. Let's see if that's actually true. Yeah, this is on the Pennsylvania website. It has him down 8,000 in Center County instead of 10,000. Like, they haven't even called him like Missouri yet. He's up 20 in Missouri. Like, you could give him Missouri.
Amazing. Why is it so hard to find official results?
Stock futures. Stock futures, they have the NASDAQ up 3%, S&P up 1.5%,
Yeah. So
up 550.
I think my play on UVX is going to crash.
The nervousness one.
Yeah, the whole idea was to not have the election called tonight.
Yeah, it looks like it might be. I mean, he keeps going to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. It's over. Doesn't matter.
Why in the world can I not find actual results on their goddamn webpage?
With 17% in, he's actually up in Maine.
Ay, 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 ay.
Trump campaign officials said, how late are you guys broadcasting tonight? I don't know. For a while, I guess.
What? Say it again.
Tom asked how long we're live streaming tonight. I said, I don't know. Till either the election doesn't get called or we fall asleep.
You're going to stay with us, Tom.
Trump campaign officials said they were optimistic about the numbers they were seeing with Hispanic voters in Nevada, following the same trend in Florida. The early exit polls of Arizona show voters over 65 prefer Biden by 5%. In other words, this is not your grandparents' Arizona full of conservative retirees. According to Trip Gabriel in Butler County, PA. Yeah, Butler County. That's going for Trump by 73%. Not 73. I'm an idiot. 63%. Hey, they called Missouri. Yay! Hey. Took them long enough. He's up almost 4 in Texas. He's up almost 4 in Florida. He's still up 12 in Georgia. He's up a point, or probably more, in North Carolina. He's up by 5 in Ohio. So I will be optimistic. I will give him Texas, North Carolina, and Ohio. So that would put him to 210 electoral votes. There you go.
Florida hasn't been updated in a little while. Ohio, he's now up more than 6.
Jeez, it's crazy.
North Carolina, he's up by 53, which is a full percent now.
How much did you say? 3?
53,000.
Oh. Cars are pulling into an outdoor watch party here in support for Biden. MSNBC is on the big screens, and Lady Gaga is playing on the speakers. She appeared with Biden on Monday.
Oh boy.
Is at least if Biden loses, you gonna come out and talk? Unlike Hillary?
Hell no, he's asleep.
He probably is asleep.
It is absolutely amazing. I cannot find where to get official Arizona results.
He's up big in Utah. Not that that's not very surprising, but they're saying it's too early to call in Ohio with almost 250,000 difference in votes. He's up over 200,000 in Michigan still. 11%. With 34% in.
Yeah, but are mail-ins in yet or not?
Yeah, Detroit, there's only 260,000 votes in.
So now, on the Pennsylvania page, he's actually... Let me link this so everybody can see. He's up by 17%. But, again, not a lot of mail-in voting in yet. So, what we want to see is him to get to... We'd love to see him get to more than a 1 million vote lead. Because he's going to get crushed in Philly once those mail-in votes come in yet. And there's still hardly anything coming in Philly, which is not a surprise. I think they're purposely holding off in Philly.
They might, yeah.
Lackawanna County, he's up by 20. No mail-in. Luzerne County, he's up by 13.5. A mixture of both. Election day and mail-in. In the Skook, where the old lady lives, it's a mixture, and he's up by 45. Gotta like that. So much for Matthews. Oh, there's Biden signs all over the place. Berks County, nothing yet. So we're going to go to the Berks County Election Services page. We're going to do that right now. Don't tell me you can't.
Roy Cooper wins re-election in North Carolina, governor.
Which, okay. Is there any word yet on their Senate race? That was going to come right down to the wire. The Democrat was winning, and then some bad stuff came out about him, about having affairs and stuff. Berks County Election Services. Election results. Unofficial election night results. Okay, so with almost all of the county in, Donald Trump is crushing Joe Biden.
Which one?
In Berks County. By 41,000 votes. He's got more than double. But again, does this include mail-in ballots or not? So right now there's 121,000 votes. What was there 4 years ago in Berks County?
And 92% reported for the North Carolina Senate race. The Republican is up 1.3.
Good.
He's up about 70,000 votes.
All right, so there was 144 are 174,000 votes. So I'm going to say that does not include a lot of mail-in stuff, that's probably live. So is Wilmersdorf in yet?
Hey, they finally gave Missouri to Donald Trump on
There you go.
MSDNC.
Wilmersdorf is in. So let's see if we can pull up Wilmersdorf.
He's now up 4 in Texas, by the way. He's still getting butt whooped in Minnesota.
That's all right.
But basically, the only one that actually has almost 100% in is Hennepin County, where Minneapolis is. So we can take a gander how he's doing in Minneapolis compared to 2016. Then when you're done. $307 people actually wrote in a name.
Come on. Results on this page may not include mail-in absentee ballots and does not include provisional ballots. Well, I don't want to see that they're not reported. I want you to actually give me the results. Used to be so easy to find this stuff. Alright, so I guess they don't want to give me the totals yet. By precinct. All you're doing is telling me what precincts are in. You're not giving me the totals by precinct.
Yeah.
So they're not updating it there yet. All right, so at the moment, he's kicking butt, but it's probably not with mail-ins yet. So now, what did you want to look at?
Hennepin County in Minnesota, it's Minneapolis. There's 94% reported estimate, and I want to see if he's similar in numbers or worse or better. Because you know, when everything happened, it started in Minneapolis.
All right, Minnesota, Hennepin. Hillary won it by 35.
Wow. Biden is up 53 with 94% in.
Okay, so now how many, give me like the raw number of votes?
Biden 521,540. Trump 202,212.
Wow. So that definitely includes mail-in. That has to.
Well, it says 94% of estimate votes reported.
I mean, Biden is, what'd you say, 500 and what?
521,000.
That's almost 100,000 more than Hillary got. And Trump only, you said 202?
Yeah.
That's only 10,000 more. Wow. If that's actual, I don't see my prediction of him carrying Minnesota coming true.
No. I already said that. Roy Cooper.
What? Is there? What about Dakota County?
There's 32% in, and Trump is up 7 votes.
7 votes or 7%?
7 votes.
Okay. Hillary carried that by 5 last time. 5%.
Well, they're even with 32% of the votes in, so.
Ramsey County.
Nothing.
That was another one that Hillary won by a lot.
Yeah, there's nothing in for that one.
Okay.
Oh, you want a different computer looking at that? Because you're still on the county clerks. Okay.
Yes.
Why are we still talking about North Carolina? Biden's down by 1.1. You're still talking about it.
All right. So now we're also at the time of the night where it slows down for Florida.
Again, just call Florida.
The official numbers in Virginia, Trump still up by 7.
Yeah, I have 7.4.
So that's not good for him.
No. Not with 55% of the vote in.
He's almost up by 7 now in Ohio.
Blech. That's insane. He was down by 20 for the longest time, and then up 7.
North Carolina, he's now up by 1.17. So at each update, he goes up by more and more. It's going to be interesting. He probably won't win it by as much as he won it by last time, though. He won it by over 3 last time.
He's still down in Arizona by 8.7. 75% of the reported votes. He's still down by 10 in Maricopa County. Texas, he's up by 4.5. Still up by 12 in Georgia.
So what did we say? We had him at 322.
Right.
So let's just say he doesn't carry Arizona. That brings him down to 311. If he doesn't carry Minnesota, that brings him down to 301. If he didn't carry Pennsylvania, that brings him down to 281. If he doesn't carry Wisconsin, that brings him down to 271.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, this isn't over yet. I would feel a lot better if he carries Arizona.
Yeah. Keep an eye on Erie County, PA, a bellwether for the state. It's reporting Election Day results first, which favor Trump, but 21,000 mail-in ballots are expected after 11 p.m. And he's currently up 20 points. Center County is down to 8,000 votes. Center. This says it's down to 5,000 votes. They gave him Nebraska. Wow.
All of it?
It says 5 split electoral votes. There was one District 2 they said was close.
Yes, that's the one that's always close.
Is that that's a little one?
Yes, that's the tiny one.
The fact that gets a whole electoral vote.
All right, let's see what my buddy the election wizard is saying.
They gave him Utah already?
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
I'm just surprised to see MSDNC to give him Utah.
He's probably going to win it by 40.
Yeah. Arizona's worrying.
Well, he just wrote, this is the election wizard, Trump is trailing in Maricopa County because of the massive rural vote. Trump could narrowly lose Maricopa and still win the state, but a win in Maricopa makes it much easier. Regardless, still plenty of votes outstanding.
Right. It's up by 7 in Ohio.
He's back to exactly a 3.5% lead in Florida. Miami-Dade, he is at down by still 84,000. He's up by 384,000 votes. So that's more than triple that he won it by last time, by the way. Ohio, he is now up by 7.41%. So that is just about put away. He is now up by just short of 70,000 in North Carolina with 109 precincts still out. And that probably, well, some of them are in Granville. Granville 4 years ago went narrowly for Trump. Trying to see what other counties have stuff out. McDowell has 3 precincts still out, and McDowell's going big time for Trump.
That it is.
Union County is still out. That's going big for Trump.
The MSDNC just gave Trump Mississippi. And they just gave him Wyoming as well.
How white of them? There's still 6 precincts out in Onslow County. That's going big for Trump.
Lindsey Graham wins Senate. I think I told you that already. I'm not sure.
No, actually you didn't. But, I mean, that was kind of to be expected with South Carolina getting called so early.
Georgia, Loeffler, and Warnock advanced to runoff, whatever that means.
That means neither of them are going to get 50%.
Well, there was 3 candidates.
Right. So if in the state of Georgia, if nobody gets 50%, then there's a runoff between the top 2 candidates.
And that means
there's another election in about a month just for them.
Ooh.
Wake County still has 21 precincts out. That's actually going big for Biden.
Yeah, that's where Rayleigh is. 30 seconds until the 11 o'clock polls close. So that means parts of Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington. So Biden, Biden, Biden. Trump. I guess I can give California and Washington to Biden.
I would say so.
I guess so. I'll give Trump Montana, Idaho.
All right, so by voting method, it does look like by mail is in North Carolina. At least the vast majority of it, if not all.
California got called.
Shocker.
It's 11 and 2 seconds, and California got called. Oregon got called already, too.
Yeah, we had that safe for him.
Did we have it safe?
Yes.
I thought we had it lean.
No.
So with our updated map, I have Biden at 209 electoral votes and Trump at 223. I guess I could also give Biden Hawaii and give Trump Alaska.
I wouldn't give Trump Alaska yet. People are saying that's closer than it should be.
All right, I will not be giving Trump Alaska.
Just to be on the safe side.
I gave Biden Hawaii, though.
That's a pretty safe thing.
It'd be really funny if they flipped.
Now, if I could only find goddamn actual live counts for Arizona on the state's website. And Michigan.
In my map, I've already given Trump Texas, North Carolina, Ohio. The Senate is 44-40 in favor of the Democrats. On the Pennsylvania website, they now have 100,000 votes. Like 110,000 votes in Philly.
Okay.
They took them all away for Berks, though.
There wasn't any for Berks reported the last time I looked.
Oh.
I actually looked on the Berks County webpage.
Oh. They just called Washington, Oregon, and California for Biden. Wow, Florida really slowed down, didn't they?
As usual.
We still have Trump up in Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA. He's closing the gap in Minnesota, but with those numbers in Minneapolis, good luck.
Yeah, I should probably go find the Minneapolis Secretary of State's website now. So our message board went kind of dead. Come on, people. Let me know you're still watching out there. Let me know you're awake.
And then the senators in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington all won. But no surprise. Like, why can't you guys call Texas, Florida, Ohio? $207 to $148 is what Fox is showing. That is also what. That's exactly what I have. I have Fox on. Oh, Fox gave him Florida.
So on the Minnesota's website, it has Biden up by 18 points.
That's what I have, 18.
But it doesn't say how many. So there's 1.4 million votes in, and in 2016, there was 2.6. So there's still a lot of votes out.
In Minnesota and Otter Tail County, do they just not vote for Republicans or Democrats?
I don't know.
Because Joe Jorgensen is winning.
Yeah, Joe Jorgensen.
Well, Otter Tail went 64.4% for again. So you don't know if what you're looking at is factual.
Yeah. Center County is now down to 3,000 votes. The most important county in Pennsylvania. There's no mail-in votes from Philly yet.
Yeah, right now, there's only 39.2% of the precincts in Minnesota.
Okay.
So if you got a lot of the, Minneapolis area.
I do have 94 of the Minneapolis area.
Yeah, I wish I could find out exactly the county-wide results on this page. But we'll just watch it for now.
He's only down 270,000, so I don't know. That's a lot, but if there's mostly every other county is going to go red except like Duluth up here or St. Louis County and like Lake and these little counties.
Yes.
And a couple down here. But if these are all going to go red, he could make it up.
So he's still up 17 in Pennsylvania.
That he is.
On the state's website. And he's up by 460,000 votes. I said we need to try to get him to 1 million.
I don't know if we're gonna get to 1 million. You're asking a lot there, I think.
I'm not so sure.
I mean, I'm looking at all of these. All the red counties at least have 60% in. At least on the New York Times website.
I mean, like there's hardly anything in York County so far. He could pick up 60,000 votes in York County easily, if not more.
Okay.
In 2016, in York County, he beat Hillary by exactly 60,000 votes. 60,004.
Nice.
And I'm expecting the lead to be him to win it by even more this time. You know, I do like the fact that, I mean, at least we're getting some results in now from Philly. No mail in yet. I mean, that's a little worrisome to me that they're just going to start playing shenanigans.
All right. The Senate is at 42-42 right now.
Okay. On bookmaker, Trump is still minus 303 to win.
Okay.
So let's take another spin around, see if anything else got updated in Florida. Yes. Biden picked up a couple votes. Now he's only down by 3.47. No. 3.47%. Ohio, Trump is now almost up by 8.
Yep.
So by the time that's all said and done, it could be close to what he won it by last time. I mean, usually, I think some of Cuyahoga County usually comes in pretty late, if I remember correctly. So that might knock it back down just a little. North Carolina. He's now up by 74,000. With 61 precincts still left to go.
In Philly County, CNN has him with about 270,000 votes in. Wow, CNN hasn't even given him Mississippi yet.
All right. In North Carolina, of all the counties that Biden is leading, it says all those precincts are in. So where do we have precincts out yet? It says there's 5 counties that precincts are still out. Ooh. Dare County, Trump is carrying that by 12 at the moment. So that's 1 of 5. Surrey County, which Trump is carrying by 50. So that's 2 of 5.
On Fox, Republican Senate pickup in Alabama.
That was to be expected.
How in the world was there a Democratic senator in Alabama?
Because 6 years ago, it was just a weird time.
Oh.
McDowell County, Trump is carrying by 47.
Well, in Philly, CNN has Trump getting about 6 to 7% more votes in Philly County right now. Oh, they're talking about Pennsylvania. They're comparing like the numbers so far right now. Bill Cassidy wins re-election in Louisiana.
That's good.
Hope the election is playing in Peoria.
Peoria.
Clinton won the blue-collar downstate Illinois county by 3 points in 2016. Biden is leading by 6 points with most of the vote counted. As if Illinois ever mattered.
Yeah, right now, it still shows in Philadelphia County, Trump is getting 30% of the vote.
Yeah.
But again, no mail-in ballots.
Right. They're waiting.
Yeah.
They're waiting to see how close it's going to be.
Yes. What the hell is that?
Ralph.
General election results. Okay. So what are you showing for Arizona right now?
Biden up 8.6.
I have him up 8.5. How many votes?
1,289,000 for Joe. 1,083,000 for Donald.
Yeah, all right. So that's accurate compared to what I have. All right, so
You know, if he loses Minnesota, this comes down to we could tie at 269.
yeah, there's a chance.
He wins Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. It's a 269 tie.
Are you giving him one vote for Maine's 2nd district?
Yes. So if I do that, let me just put it in quick. Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Alaska. He would have to lose Nevada too. So Biden won Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Trump wins Pennsylvania. Biden wins Arizona, Nevada. Trump still wins Alaska, and Trump wins 2nd district in Maine. It's a 269 tie.
Who do you have winning Michigan?
Biden. Biden would have to win Michigan, unless if he won Pennsylvania, then Trump wins Michigan, but then he has to win Nevada. If Pennsylvania went blue, you would need Michigan and Nevada, or Michigan, Wisconsin, one of those orders.
All right, with almost half the precincts in Minnesota, he's now down 14.
Yeah.
So now let's find the Nevada Secretary of State's website.
There is a runoff between Raphael Warnock and Loeffler. And the Republican is the incumbent.
Mm-hmm.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It looks like they're going to lose a Senate seat in Arizona.
Yeah.
And we might lose one in Iowa as well.
I doubt Jody Ernst is going to lose.
She's losing
Yeah, big deal.
by 600. But and Daines is losing by 12,000 in Montana. But that's early still. Rodney Davis wins re-election in Illinois' 13th district.
A lot of money just came in on Biden to win. Trump's down to minus 175.
Okay.
That's for spread.
Yes, you can bet the election.
Now he's down to 161. That's because Arizona just got like bumped way up a lot.
So Arizona does not look good.
And Nevada just flipped on Predictit's website. So if that's accurate, it's going to come down to 294, 274. 284. If he loses Arizona and he loses Nevada, then he's got to win 2 of those 3 Rust Belt states.
Yeah, I don't know if I have confidence in him to win PA if he needs it.
Not with the shenanigans that's going on. That could go on.
How many votes came in Wayne County in Michigan last election?
Hold on. Wayne County, Michigan. $778,000.
There's been 260. Biden's only up 13 points.
Hillary won it by 37.
What about Oakland just north?
Oakland had 665,000 votes.
They're almost at 500,000, and Biden's up 7%.
And Hillary won it by 8.
What about Washtenaw County, which is just west of Detroit?
189,000.
They're at 110.
Hillary won it by 41.
Biden's up 27. Guess now we gotta look at Michigan a lot, Wisconsin a lot. I do not need this election coming down to Pennsylvania. He's only up about 500,000 as of right now in Pennsylvania. Center County's within 1,500 votes, though. York, heavy Trump. Philly, still only like 100,000 votes out of Philly. The one on New York Times is about 270,000 votes out of Philly, and Trump's polling at 22% out of Philly. He's polling worse in Delaware County, actually.
On the state website, Trump is up by more than 19 points. And he's up by 560,000 votes.
Trump is getting killed in Armstrong. Is that normal?
Are we talking Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Armstrong County. It's out by Pittsburgh. Like he's losing by almost 70%.
And I have him up by 70%.
Okay, then that's wrong. I have to say, there is no way in Armstrong County he's going to lose 70%.
Yes. Yeah, the state website has him getting 84% of the vote to Biden's 14.82. No mail-in votes, though.
Okay, so they have it opposite.
Yes. So looking at, going back to Target Smart for a second. Pennsylvania, registered party. There was 1,050,000 more mail-in votes for Democrats than Republicans. If we go by modeled party, it shrinks down to 770,000. So that could be good news. If we only need to be up by 800,000, that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, he's running big numbers up in York County, but there's not a lot of totals in yet, but he's up 71 to 27. Let me put up the screen so people could see.
He's only up like 60,000 in Virginia, so, you know.
Yeah, as usual, that comes in late. Lancaster County, there's no election day votes in, But mail-in votes, he's up 34%, 33.5%. So that's good, and there's going to be a bunch of day votes coming in.
Lancaster County's heavy, damn.
Still nothing on Berks County on the state map, so that's good. Schuylkill County, he's up big. Luzerne County, he's up 26 with, let's see here, 26,000 mail-in votes. So let's go back to Target Smart and pull up Luzerne County. And see if they have 26,000 mail-in votes. They have 50,000.
Trump is down a lot in the Nebraska 2nd District. He's on like 8.
Yeah, but you don't know where votes are out yet.
True. I also didn't get to see the vote totals, so I just saw the number very quickly. Why do you care about Ohio? Ohio's over. North Carolina's over as well. Just about.
All right. Lackawanna County. Joe is up now by 8. They probably got a lot of their mail-in votes in now. 40,000 mail-in votes. Chester County. Close. Biden up by 5. Montgomery County. Biden up big. How'd that go in 16? That was a lot closer in 16. So there's probably a lot of same-day votes in 16. $58.37. Hillary won by 21. So yeah, there's probably a lot of same-day votes, election day votes out there. Bucks County, 2%. That's about what it was last time. So that's probably the gap is probably gonna close there. Let's look at your Center County. 2%. Go back out to Butler. That's huge. No mail-in numbers yet, though. 60% lead. Fracking country out there. Erie County. 21-point lead. Again, no mail-in voting. God, this mail-in voting is going to suck. Nothing new in Arizona. Trump now has the lead in Iowa. That's not a surprise. Boy, Arizona, if that flips, certainly changes a lot. Predicted sites back down. Still can't get anything out of Nevada. Here. Nothing yet in Nevada. The county that I'm moving to, Esmeralda. So if 2.4 is 76, a third. I mean, this is still possible. You know, if 2.3 million, 2.4 million votes is 76%. So there's still 600,000 votes or so out there. I mean, it's not over yet for Trump in Arizona. It's not looking good, but it's certainly not over. I mean, Florida's done. Still not called by the New York Times. It's been called by a lot of other places, though. Georgia, most likely done. It's down to 8. North Carolina, where are we at with North Carolina?
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Thanks for sharing. North Carolina, we got 3 precincts left open, and it's 75,000 votes. So other than, absentees coming in, that's done. It is, though, a lot closer than it was last time, I think. In 2016, yeah, was 180,000 last time. So there is some states he's definitely not doing as good as he was, and then there's some states he's doing better. It's odd. This electoral map is really, really weird this year. The betting markets, he's almost back to even money. God, he was just 45 minutes ago, he was minus 305. Now he's down to minus 135. All because of Arizona. Ugh. Where's predicted? Predicted still down. mean, even the odds here are coming back down for him now. Come on. I mean, it's good that the Rust Belt, he's still up in all three. But they could change in no time. Be nice if he could find some way to pull out Arizona. Down by 204,000. 8.39%. That is not good. You guys saying anything? No. Board went dead again. We could get rid of that. Take a spin around. He's up by 8 now in Ohio. That's about what he won Ohio by last time. .07 to be exact. And he's up by 8.12 right now. North Carolina, there was 3 precincts still out. He was up by 75,000. 3 precincts still out. No change there. Michigan. Do we actually have stuff in there for Michigan yet? Election. I don't care about previous election. Where did I see you before? don't want previous. I want... Just look at that. Still nothing. Nothing at all. Unreal. Oh, that seems so shady. So now he's up by, Trump is up by almost 21 in the state. 650,000 votes. So he's inching his way closer to where we need him to be when Philadelphia comes in. And again, still no mail-in ballots. So you just don't know what's going on. Still nothing from Berks County, which is actually a good thing because we know he's up by 46,000, which probably doesn't include mail-in ballots. On Target Smart, for Berks County, using registered party, 23,000. So that cuts that down to 23,000 if parties voted all the way they're registered. Using modeled party, though, it cuts it down to 17,000, which would give Trump about a 26,000 vote victory in Pennsylvania. Boy, oh boy. It's getting close, ladies and gentlemen, getting close. What does our friend the election wizard have to say? Arizona GOP chairwoman Kelly Ward says numbers in Arizona are mostly early votes, and she believes Fox News will be embarrassed by calling the race for Biden. Okay. Fox called Ohio for Trump. Not a surprise. Fox News reports Republicans have a 90% chance of holding the Senate. Dan Muser wins in Pennsylvania, in my district. Okay. Not much has changed. Let's see here. Any of you guys saying anything on the message board? Don't disrespect your loyal listeners. What do you want us to say? You're in a zone and we're listening. Breaking Arizona GOP chairwoman. Yes, I read that. Texas called. Trump better win. You're damn straight. Trump better win. He's up 21 in the state, up by now more than just about 700,000 votes. Inching closer to where we need him to be, where I feel safe with mail-ins. Still not much in the way from Philadelphia County. You just, oh boy. By this time, you usually have a lot more. So obviously, there's a lot of mail-in votes coming in Philly. You know what that is like. Yep. Biden up. Not quite 10,000 in Lackawanna. Trump up 30,000 in Luzerne. Trump up 22,000 in Schuylkill. Still nothing from Berks. No election day yet from Lancaster. So many shenanigans goes on in this stupid state. Not much yet in York County. Gosh darn. Not much movement in Florida. Yes, I know it's already been called, but I'd like to see him get up 4% in Florida. Still could happen. He's now only up 55,000 votes in Virginia, with 3 million votes cast in 2016. Between the two, there was 3.7 million. So I would say Virginia's all but lost for the president. Not a surprise. Ohio, which has been called, is over 8% now for the president. That's more than he won it by last time. Do we have anything else from North Carolina? No updates on North Carolina. Arizona, we got it under 200,000. Now, supposedly Fox called Arizona for Biden, and the GOP chairwoman is saying not so fast. You're only looking at early vote totals. Still down by 8. Still a lot of votes, though, out there. I mean, if we're looking here, it says precincts reporting 23%. So there's still a lot of votes out there.
All right.
Welcome back.
I am back. A. Willie is tuning in.
How are we looking? Let's see. So we were at.
You don't even know who A. Willie is, do you?
Alex Williams.
There you go.
At 14.25.
Wow, they haven't called Texas yet.
Yeah, a lot of networks have. I could hear an echo in your thing.
From who?
You. When
Are you hearing yourself?
Shouldn't be.
Uh,
He flipped to you. All right. Nope, no, I don't hear an echo anymore.
there you go.
So he's down below 11% in Minnesota.
That's something.
Still a lot of precincts out, too. There's still 1,600 precincts out.
Someone said they already called Arizona?
Fox called it, and the GOP chairwoman for Arizona is saying you're nuts to call it.
Oh.
You know, all of a sudden, Trump is back up to minus 180 in the betting pools.
Hey, Nevada started getting votes in.
Yeah, not on their website, though.
It's because there's a lot of stuff with machines there. I heard Philly County closed counting for the night. Is that true?
I have no idea.
I'd find that hard to be true. Closed counting.
That's because they want to drag it out as long as possible.
Yeah, because as the night goes on, they know more and more that it could come down to Pennsylvania.
What's stock futures doing?
Stock futures.
Have they collapsed yet?
Nope. Dow's still up 550. The Nasdaq's up 250, 2%. The S&P's up 21, so it's like 0.6%.
It'll be interesting to see where it's at 4 in the morning.
Oh, sorry. The Dow's up 28 points. Futures.
So it went from 550 to 28?
I think I was reading the wrong one earlier. That's today. That's Tuesday's close. Here's futures.
Got ya.
At 10:30, Fox on Philadelphia stopped counting for the night. Jim said that.
What a waste. Can't we just give Philadelphia to New Jersey?
Be nice. We'd lose a lot of electoral votes.
I don't care.
Probably lose 8. 7. Just make New Jersey 21 electoral votes and be done with it. Interesting that they say they stopped, but Philly keeps, at least going up on the New York Times website. He's still up in Michigan. He's up by 10. Looks like more Detroit votes maybe have started to come in. Not really. What did you talk about while I was gone, by the way?
Just a bunch of different things.
Okay. Interesting to see that Fox calls Arizona before CNN. Back to CNN, the Communist News Network. Atlanta won't finish its count tonight. Election workers in Fulton County who are counting absentee ballots went home for the night. A waterline break delayed the count. They're saying it takes longer than expected to count votes in Wisconsin because the machines do not count ballots as fast as they expected. Georgia might be the center of the political universe in the next 2 months with at least 1 and possibly 2 Senate runoffs. Georgia can control the Senate. Seems fishy. I think it was absentee ballots that they stopped counting. Just please win Michigan and Wisconsin and just end the election now, please. At least Wisconsin looks decent for now. Madison. There's not many votes in Milwaukee still. Like there's still like over 60% in Milwaukee, but Madison, like where Madison is almost, they're at 82. The problem is a lot of these Republican ones are almost done. And he's only up 100,000 votes. If that means anything. Well, how nice is it? They called Idaho for Donald Trump. Won't do Montana or Texas or Florida when Florida's, he's up by 4, 3.5. Key race alert. Minnesota. Wow, he's down by 217,000 in Minnesota. That's not good. Officials have said they expect to count and report close to 100% of the votes cast on or before Election Day by noon Wednesday. There may be a legal battle over ballots arriving after Election Day.
What state are we referring to?
Minnesota. Governor Tony Evers has said that he expects to know the results on Election night by the day or by the day after. Officials in Milwaukee, which will be the latest to report, have said that results could take until between 3 and 6 a.m. That's fine. At least they're, after the day of. I'd like to see some more votes come in from Wayne County in Michigan. Because I'm assuming probably almost 1 million votes come in through Detroit.
Greg Rubini, I don't know who that is reporting Trump up 5.4% in Wisconsin with 74% of the ballots counted. Pull up your Wisconsin.
Yep.
Let's look at some actual raw numbers here. Hold on. They call Iowa, did you just say?
Ohio.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
And they call Hawaii for Biden.
How dare they? All right.
Okay.
So find me your Wisconsin totals. For Trump and Hillary. Not by county, just by totals.
For Donald Trump, I have 1,217,553. Fox called Iowa.
Okay.
And then for Biden, I have 1,107,655.
So you have 1,200,000 what?
1,217,000.
Okay. 1,217,000 and Biden
1,107,655.
So Trump's up by over 100,000 according to that.
Yes, he is, but Milwaukee has 36% of its votes recorded.
So that's
recorded.
Hold on. So that's 2.2. And they had 2.8. So there's still 600,000 votes out. And you said Milwaukee still has a lot out.
Milwaukee has a lot out, but Madison's almost done. Like Dane County. Where that's a big Biden stronghold.
What county is Milwaukee in? Oh, it's a county of its own. So Hillary won it by 37. She got 289,000 votes. How many votes does Biden have at the moment?
128.
So that's 160,000. How many does Trump have at the moment?
84,000.
So that could be the pickup of 100,000 right there.
For Trump?
No.
Oh.
All right, so let's now find the Wisconsin Secretary of State's website.
Is it safe to say I'm starting to actually get a little nervous?
Yeah, I really don't want it to come down to having to win 2 out of those 3.
I don't want it to come down to Pennsylvania. That's the one that I'm concerned about. Alright, let's fill in Iowa for Trump. So my map has Trump at 245 and Biden at 213. Please just win Nevada if you're not going to win Arizona. problem is Nevada and Michigan doesn't do it. He still needs... I mean, actually, I forgot Alaska. Then he does it.
So what if he wins Nevada, Alaska, and Michigan?
Then he has 270.
But is that giving him Nebraska second?
Yes. That does give him Nebraska second. That also does not give him Maine's either.
Okay.
If I give him Maine second, Michigan, Nevada, Alaska is 271. So, you know. So you give Biden Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Maine, Arizona, he's at 268. Or 266. 267. Yeah, just if he wins Arizona, we're fine. Fine. I mean, Arizona hasn't moved. Still says 76% in. We sent men to the moon and we still can't count votes fast enough.
Why? And just like, why is it so freaking hard to find results on these Secretary of State's websites? It's amazing.
What are the odds the Cowboys hand the Steelers their first loss?
Not very good.
Very bad. You could probably get pretty good plus money on them to win.
Find detail in Wisconsin County Clerk's website. You gotta tell me I gotta go look for them. County by county?
In Nevada, mail ballots were sent to all active registered voters. Those postmarked by Election Day have until November 10th.
Wisconsin does not have an official statewide election night reporting system.
Okay. Alex said the Cowboys are going to hand them their first loss is very high.
How does a state not have a reporting system? For crying out loud. All right, so let's see what's in Milwaukee County. Since you said there's not a lot of votes in. Let's see what they're saying.
Camp is vivid that Arizona was called early. It's only on Fox that it was called early.
I think a couple other places it was.
I mean, yeah, all the mail-in ones came in, but no actual election results are coming in. Jesus, California's getting pooped on. It's just interesting to look at.
All right, so in Milwaukee County in 2016, There was 415,000 votes.
There's 210.
Yeah. So you got a shit ton of mail-in votes that haven't even been counted yet, because it says all the wards have been counted. And Biden is up by 20% or 44,000 votes. And Hillary won it last time by 37%.
I feel like that 270 to 268 is very realistic.
Don't know.
Need to make sure he wins Maine's 2nd district too. I mean, he should. I mean, he's up in every county that's up in there, just about. Statewide, he's actually only down 4%.
Yeah, he only lost it by about 4% last time.
But in Cumberland, where Portland is, getting whooped. So, basically the rest of the state, other than that county, is actually pretty even.
Want to know, are you sick of political ads on TV? The 28 days until the general election, the number of ads has ramped up.
The candidates promising to run positive campaigns. Second congressional.
Hush. Yeah, I'd say it looks pretty good that he's going to win the 2nd congressional district.
Of Nebraska?
No, Maine.
Of Maine. Oh, yeah.
Let's see if we can find anything about Nebraska. Well, the Republican in the House is up by 1.7%.
Uh-huh.
So we got
Minnesota just called for Biden.
Douglas and Sarpy counties. Douglas and Sarpy counties. By 34,000. It's hard really to find stuff on it. So I don't know if the second congressional district takes up the whole counties or not. If it takes up the whole counties, Biden is winning the district.
And you know what that makes it?
Chris Wallace says Biden will be declaring a victory. So now you know that means Trump is going to be declaring a victory. And then my stock goes up.
Alright, let's give Michigan, Nevada, give Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Maine, 2nd District. Okay. Biden gets Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Maine, except the 2nd Congressional District. Trump gets Alaska, Nevada, Michigan, the 2nd Congressional District in Maine, and Biden also gets the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. Trump wins by 1. 270, 268, so 1.
Wait, did you say you gave Trump Nebraska?
I gave Biden the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska.
And you gave Trump Maine.
The 2nd Congressional District in Maine.
And who did you have winning the 3 Rust Belt states?
Biden, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Trump, Michigan. And Biden, Pennsylvania.
And then you gave Trump Nevada then.
Nevada and Alaska. Somebody's stock might be going up. Thing is, though, Trump gets to 270 by tonight, Pennsylvania will go red. Because if he's a 270, I won't think they will cheat. Let's get rid of all of those. Let's get rid of that. That. Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. Awaiting remarks from Joe Biden. He's actually going to declare a victory?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
How can you declare a victory when we don't know the states that are going to decide it? And they're not even remotely, close to being able to call them.
I don't know. I'm reading that Fox has retracted the Arizona call.
I'm looking at the thing.
I mean, the map still shows it's blue, but everybody on Twitter is saying it got retracted.
Well, let's look at Arizona. Nothing updated yet. They haven't even called North Carolina yet on Fox.
Yeah, you could tell that Fox is now run by progressives. It's a lot different than it was 4 years ago.
Chris Wallace is running the election show.
Yes.
Do we want to bring up what Chris Wallace did to President Trump? Basically debated him? The problem is, I don't know if we're going to know tonight. Because there's nothing in from Wisconsin. Wisconsin's going to be the state that'll push Trump over if it goes red. Because you think he's winning Michigan, right?
I don't know.
They haven't called Georgia yet either.
Bookmaker still has Trump the favorite at minus 147. I liked it better when it was at 303, I can tell you that. Ugh. You are about to have chaos.
Why is that?
If Biden is actually going to come out and claim victory when neither of them are even close to 270 electoral votes yet, you are about to have chaos. Like, it could be all be avoided if somehow Trump finds a way to win Arizona.
And we figured that was almost a gimme.
If he doesn't, well, no, I said he was going to win it by 2 to 3.
Well, the problem is he's down 8.
7.5.
So it's come down. So what they just said, Biden would need to win Arizona, Nevada, boom, boom, boom. Well, that gives him 270.
What?
They're saying Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, but that gives him exactly 270. Joe Biden is about to come out and claim victory.
God, you're about to see chaos. This is like it's all scripted now.
Yeah. There he is.
Is he even awake?
He is.
Two 12, 15. $227, $228.
Alright, he's not claiming victory. He just says he feels good. He says he feels good about Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Interesting. Looking at your New York Times map,
Uh-huh.
Hancock County, Georgia, has not released one vote. And Hillary won it by a shit ton, but there wasn't a lot of votes cast in the county.
Well, they called Florida finally.
And all of a sudden, the New York Times shows Georgia tilting for Biden.
Interesting.
When he's down by 7.2%. Something doesn't seem right there.
He did not claim victory.
Okay.
He just says he feels confident about the election.
Well, Trump is still up 18 in Pennsylvania. He's up by 721,000 votes.
He talked for about 3 minutes. Like, he's already done. He just said, we feel confident about winning the election. We feel that we're going to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We're going to win Pennsylvania, and then he got off stage.
Well, okay. Good for him.
Where do you see these, like, tilting things?
You have to drill down into them.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it is tilting 5. Look at that.
Hey, they're finally showing some vote totals from Berks. Shows Biden up 14,000 votes. It has him up 25,000 with mail-in voting. And Trump won by 40 what? 46. So he's going to win Berks by about 21,000 votes, which is double what it was, more than double than what it was last time.
Okay.
He won it by nearly 10,000 last time, if I remember correctly. Now, that's, of course, what other mail-in votes come in the next 3 days, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won it by 9.9% last time. According to Christine, the AP has Trump winning 174 and leading in another 123, which would give him 297.
It would. Arizona has not moved. Alaska isn't even counting yet.
They haven't closed yet.
They close at midnight, I thought.
1 o'clock.
Oh. My map said 11 and midnight.
Ugh.
Biden says Kamala Harris will speak tomorrow.
The president-elect, huh?
Yes. Because apparently 237 electoral votes means 270. Now, do you think Trump will come out and say something very similar?
I have no idea.
We feel confident, we feel confident. I don't know if you feel no confident about Wisconsin.
No idea. Donald Trump tweeted 4 minutes ago, I will be making a statement tonight. A big win.
What did he say?
I will be making a statement tonight. A big win.
No. So he thinks he's going to win too.
Chaos is ready to ensue.
Trump's first tweet of the night came as Biden made his remarks as a sign he was glued to his TV. We are up big, he said. Up big where? I'm not seeing the up big. You know what I'm seeing? A tie. But that's also me assuming he's going to win Michigan. And Wisconsin numbers aren't exactly looking good. I mean, he's up 113,000 with 72% in. I mean, that's decent, but Milwaukee, still 36%. And there's not many other counties that are like, heavy red that still have to vote. Like, get a lot of numbers in, at least with big population. And right now, Chester is actually red. Chester County. It's up by almost a point in Trump's favor. Dolphins up 8 with 98% of the voting in. I mean, it's just like it's literally going to come down to the mail-ins in Philly, which is terrifying. If you think. And he's up about 700,000 votes right now. Is that enough to keep him safe?
Well, he's going to be up by more than 700,000.
And what? 700 Biden will get about 700,000 out of Philly.
We'll see.
And Trump would hopefully get.
I tell you what, if the Philly vote were to come in now, and Biden has a lead of about 50,000 votes, I'd feel very good.
Right.
I'd feel outstandingly good. Because I know there's at least 100,000 votes still out there for Trump. At least. Minimum.
How many votes did Clinton get in 2016 out of Philly?
Like 500 and some thousand.
Well, right now, New York Times has it at 276,000. And has Trump at 94,000. He's carrying about 25% of the vote in Philly.
And how many does New York Times have him up in Pennsylvania by?
Percentage-wise?
No. Votes.
590. Like 680,000 with 64% of the vote in.
And on the state's website, they have him up by 721,000.
Okay. I like that number more. And now they're talking about Michigan. Fox still has Arizona as red. Blue.
Yeah, supposedly now the latest thing is they're discussing whether they want to retract it or not.
Oh. Arizona has gone up a little bit, I think. I don't know.
Oh, we could be headed for a long, long, long court battle. All because of what might happen in Arizona.
Yeah, what is happening in Arizona? Scranton Times is saying Biden won Lackawanna County. On New York Times, they have Biden up about 10,000 in Lackawanna County.
Same thing with the Pennsylvania's website. But, again, you just don't know. Hold on a second. Like it used to give you, how many precincts were left to count in the counties, and now they don't even give you that because you just don't know how many mail-in votes have been counted and how many haven't been counted yet.
So I fall asleep, basically. So it could be a while. Do you want like earplugs or something? Or headphones or? Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're only getting into the midst of this. Now we're getting into the numbers, the crunch number time. That is the scenario, dude, that I do not want to see. He had it down to where Pennsylvania is the state that will, whoever gets it, tips it over.
Maybe.
He has Biden winning every state. Besides, like Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan.
It's Biden. Every
Biden's up by 7 now in Arizona.
So it's come down a little. A little. Pennsylvania. On Fox, they have 660,000 vote lead for Trump. Trump is not doing very good in Allegheny as he did in 2016. Thing is, if you look around, a lot of the votes that still need to come in are like Chester, Bucks, Philly, Allegheny needs a lot more to still come in. Another reason the needle has Biden edging ahead in Georgia. For a while, it was taking cues from trends in North Carolina and Florida. We've seen enough vote in the Atlanta area now that it switched over. I mean, Fulton County, where Atlanta is, has 72% of their vote in. But the DeKalb County, where they only have 39% in.
Adam King reported that the GOP has actually flipped 23 House seats so far. That would be odd if they actually do flip the House and lose the presidency.
If they have the Senate and have the House, at least nothing will happen.
How 2020 that would be.
It would be 2020, now wouldn't it be? If that happened, at least Biden and Harris wouldn't be able to do anything for 2 years.
Yeah.
Literally. Anything.
Major Patriot says Biden is down in all the states he needs to win, and there aren't enough votes for him to make up the deficit. The race is over, but it's going to take President Trump taking control of the narrative and pounding it out. We have no media anymore. They are the enemy. Kind of believe that last statement. We do have no media anymore.
I like the last one, they are the enemy.
At least mainstream media.
Yeah. Side media is good.
Twitter has already deleted the president's tweet.
Really? What, we're up big?
Yeah. Or a big win.
Interesting.
You are going to see a revolt in this country.
You know what that says, though? That says that there is something not being said.
Uh-huh.
That, okay, yeah, Pennsylvania doesn't look amazing. Wisconsin doesn't look amazing. But they probably know what all the ballots say. Like all the mail-in ones. And they don't look good for Biden, but they're hiding it. They just called Minnesota on New York Times. I mean, Trump's down 10 in Minnesota. Really? Just bunch of stuff.
Doing shit this week.
Hey, you want to take a gander at that?
I can't read it.
Here.
Just watching what game right now?
Falcons game.
Oh.
That's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Trump wins Ohio, Florida, too early to call. PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia.
Huh. Here's something interesting. I want to peek at something here.
He needs to get some turnout in Maricopa County and Pima County.
Well,
Arizona.
that's what I'm trying to look at here.
And he's down 10 in Maricopa. I guess that's not awful. I don't know what 2016 looked like.
He won it.
He won Maricopa County?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. And he's down 140. They still have not called Texas, and he's up 6. With 93% of the vote in. But there's also a few counties in Texas. There's 4 that they have. Wait, 4. 4 counties that don't have a vote yet. Georgia's 85%, and he's still up by 5 and a bit. Sarah Gideon's team has told reporters she will not be making a speech tonight. Instead, the campaign said a statement, "It's clear the race will not be called tonight."
Yeah, he won Maricopa County by 44,000 votes.
Unless all these votes that are here now are from Phoenix, the 1.4 million that are there, do 1.4 million people live in the Phoenix area?
I don't know.
Well, in 2016, can you find how many votes came out of that county?
Yes. 1,500,000. No, 1,450,000.
That's what they're at now.
Yeah, I mean, but that doesn't... We've seen that it's been a higher turnout election all across the board.
True. How many votes did Donald Trump get last time?
747.
If he got that, that's going to be tough. Not that Arizona's been moving at all.
Biden is already, according to this, 100,000 votes higher than what Hillary got.
According to the New York Times, Arizona is now down to 6.6%.
Yeah, that's what I have it at.
And Nevada early, he's up big, but nothing out of Vegas yet. That's just all the northern part of the state. I'm assuming the Washoe County, where Reno is, also goes blue.
Yeah, but Hillary barely carried it last time.
Michigan is still... We're getting votes out of Detroit. We're up to 341,000 out of Detroit. He's down 17 there. Wisconsin, anything out of Milwaukee? We're getting votes out of Milwaukee as well. We're up to about 200,000 out of Milwaukee. He's still up by about 114,000 in Wisconsin. 72% of the vote in. Maine. I think he's safe for the 2nd district. Not by a ton. It's not very convincing. Moving up to Maine, nobody lives here. New Hampshire's not even close. It's 40,000 votes. Jeez.
With still only 58% reporting.
Serious?
Yes.
Yeah, Biden issued a warning shot on Twitter. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It's the voters' place.
So, if you think about this for a minute, if the New York Times is right about Milwaukee County, Biden is up by 44,000 votes with 36% reporting. So if he picks up about another 80,000 votes to get you to 100%. Trump is still up.
Right.
By 32,000 votes.
And Dane County is almost done. And besides Milwaukee and Dane, he should be able to win the rest of the state. If that's what you were getting to.
That's what I'm getting to. I mean, looking at the counties he's won.
Right.
Rock County is almost all in. Greene County is almost all in. Dane County is still 9% out. So he could pick up another... Let's see here. Let me show the screen here so people can see what we're looking at.
AP, Trump now at 212 and leading in 85. Biden, no change.
So, Dane County, 23. He's up by 23 and 150. So he's up by 170. So he could pick up another 17 there. Iowa's nothing. La Crosse pick up very little. Very little. Very little. That county's almost all in. Almost all in, almost all in. So, let's start looking at some Trump counties. Some counties that he's carrying heavily. Almost all in. That's still got a little bit. Almost all in. That's got a bit. These are all small counties.
Kenosha.
Kenosha.
That one only is 55% in. And he's up 23. So there he could pick up. There's 52,000 votes in at 55%. So he could pick up another, 20, 30,000 votes there. Easily.
Yeah, and he was expected to win this county by a lot because that's where they just had the rioting. Kenosha.
So there's one county he could make up a good amount of votes.
I mean, he could pick up another 10,000 there. I mean, I feel halfway decent about Wisconsin. Assuming, if the 64% that's still out in Milwaukee County is factored in with the mail-in, and Biden only picks up another 80,000 votes. If he winds up winning this county by 61 to 39, I feel pretty good about that. In 2016, Hillary won at 65-28.
Okay, so Biden's actually underperforming there.
At the moment.
There was 288 to 126. So yeah, Biden might only get another 80,000 here. And Trump can get another even 40.
No, I'm saying that Biden could win another 80,000 votes difference.
Yeah. Oh, okay, difference.
No. That Biden, the total would be 80,000 or so. Which
Yeah.
that's a big. That's cutting Clinton's win in half.
Right.
So no, I did mean win another 80,000 on top of what he's already winning.
Right. So that would put him at like 260, which would give him about that 60%.
Yeah.
And then if you give Trump 40%, he'll be fine in Wisconsin. If he stays on that 40% range.
Well,
I mean, he won 29 in that county.
yeah, and I said we want him to win about 31 in that county.
Yeah. Any changes anywhere else?
I mean, one thing is for sure, we are not knowing who wins tonight.
Not anymore. I mean, I don't see why they can't call North Carolina or Texas here.
It doesn't really matter. We know he's going to win.
True.
Okay. I mean, there's been a lot of places that have already called Texas, so.
All right, so I gave Biden Minnesota and Arizona.
I wouldn't give Biden Arizona yet.
All right, Minnesota. So I have Trump 245, Biden 227. So let's just assume Trump wins Alaska. In Wisconsin, Michigan, it's over. Nevada, Michigan, it's over. Are they giving Biden a second district in Nebraska? I think they are giving them, just about to give him the extra vote in Nebraska. So let me give Biden that. And let me give Trump the second district in Maine. So it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, but I'd like to have that one extra vote right now.
Yeah, it kind of plays out a little bit better to have that extra vote. Because Michigan, Wisconsin, it's over. Okay. Pennsylvania, Nevada, it's over. If he wins Arizona, it is over. I think he'll win one of the bellwether states. You would think. Just called Texas Trump, tied at 209. Okay. Nothing really new out of Nevada. Alaska still isn't counting it. The study found 8 states showing statewide registration rates exceeding 100%. Alaska, Colorado, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Vermont. Tom Fitton, The Washington Times. Interesting.
Hooba dooba.
So they're saying there's well over 100,000 votes still not counted in Maricopa County. And they think they're going to get a good amount of those towards the Trump campaign. Trump takes Montana. I think that was called a while ago. The New York Times finally gave Trump Texas. Nothing out of Alaska yet.
Oregon becomes the first state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth, for personal use.
Interesting.
God, what is this country coming to?
Country legalized everything.
Trump is leaning in Alaska. Last week, Trump cut a rally in Minnesota short after state officials said his crowd could not exceed 250 people. He claimed his supporters were barred from entry by radical Democrats. I mean, this man is up 5 in Georgia. Why are they still thinking this is going to be close? He's up 220,000 votes. Is there that many votes still outstanding in Atlanta?
It's the way it always is. They always call races for Democrats early and races for Republicans that should be called late. It's the way it is.
It's like, okay, 72% in Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is, 72% are in, 286,000 towards Biden, 104 towards Trump. If Biden got every single vote, I don't think he could catch up in that with just that county.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the numbers just don't add up here. I mean, Atlanta isn't exactly the biggest city in the world. I mean, there's probably only another. There's 400,000 votes out now. That's 75% of the vote. I mean, there's only like 125,000 out there, ish. And you gotta figure Trump will at least get 30,000. Wisconsin. Trump's up by like 114,000 there still. Yeah, that's what I have. Matt Palasic? There are 595 plus votes not accounted for in GA. 595,000, sorry.
Yeah, because he's an election know-it-all. Sorry, Matt. There's no way to know exactly what's out and what's not out in the year of mail-in voting. There could be more than that. There could be less than that. We just don't know.
I mean, I'm just going by, what this says. I mean, this says 87% of Georgia's in. There's about 2.4 million votes. 13% does not equal 600,000.
Trump's still up 13, almost 14% in Pennsylvania. 615,000 votes.
He's up about 8.5 in Michigan still. More votes are coming in from...
A bunch more votes came in from Philly.
That's good.
So that's why his lead decreased. There's now still no... Actually, yeah, there is even mail-in votes now from Philly. So right now, Biden's got just short of 250,000 votes. Trump's got 78.5 thousand votes. So
4%. That's not bad.
Honestly, I think looking at that, now that there's numbers coming in from Philly, I think that actually looks pretty good for Trump.
I mean, New York Times is about 50% of Philly County in. 60% of Delaware, 64% of Montgomery, 70% of Chester, 35% of Bucks, and actually Trump is actually leading in Bucks. CNN is not calling Arizona, just Fox is. What does that say?
That Fox, I'm telling you, the people that run Fox anymore, since Murdoch has left, his kids are on the other side of the election, of the political spectrum.
Well, if CNN is, let me look at MSNBC. They have not called Arizona either. They haven't even called Minnesota. But they're talking about that Nebraska area. Yeah. Biden's up 23,000 votes in District 2, which is just at Omaha.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Minnesota's gone. There's 470 precincts still out, and Biden's still up by 260,000 votes.
Yeah.
So to me, it's shocking that everything that went on in Minnesota, and Biden's going to win it by 8 to 9% more than Hillary won it. That makes... I would love to know, this is going to be weird to say, how many more Muslims are in that state now than there was 4 years ago?
I don't know. I'm surprised to see that MSDNC actually haven't called Minnesota yet.
Yeah, again, this is just looking at the numbers that are on the Secretary of State's website. I mean, I'll put them up. I mean, to me, this is done.
What am I looking at here?
Minnesota.
Oh. Yeah. No good.
I mean, as much as Miami-Dade shocked me for Trump, this has shocked me for Biden. Not that so much that he won the state, that he's winning it by the amount that he's winning it by. That it just blows my mind. That just really blows my mind, considering everything that went on up there this year.
Right. CNN also did not call Minnesota yet. So what the hell does that say?
I don't know. The betting market still has Trump at minus 165, so it went back up a little bit.
Don't call Minnesota, but Fox does. Fox is supposed to be the conservative network.
I told you. What do I got to keep telling you? They're not anymore. Just because they have a conservative lineup on at nighttime does not mean they're a conservative channel anymore. I think eventually you're going to see a major departure of the nighttime people on Fox. There's going to be another network that's going to grow out of this, whether it's Newsmax or something.
Right side broadcast?
Yeah, could potentially be.
I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't mind. and growing. Well, he's closing the gap in Arizona.
Yeah, and we're still not even at 80% of precincts reporting.
Yeah, every percent, he's making up about 0.5% so far. He's made it from 8 to 6 very quickly.
Yep.
So, if it keeps going like that, that'll be good.
I mean, I don't know if he's... I mean, 20% of the votes still out there. And we got 2.5 million. So that's 500,000 votes still out there. He's going to have to pull 3 out of every 4. To me, that's probably not enough. He might come up like 1.5 short.
Josh says this is too close for comfort.
That it is.
Did you just call this a democracy? Sometimes I wonder. She's blaming Donald Trump for stuff again.
Who is?
I don't know what her name is. MSDNC.
Okay.
The lead anchor.
The one with the short hair? The lesbian?
Yes. After giving brief remarks, Biden has returned home and his campaign is called a lid. Why am I not surprised?
So they got him out of his jammies for a 3-minute speech.
Yep. That seems interesting. Why would you do that? All that tells me is that they want to make it, they want uncertainty.
Yes.
The MSDNC called Minnesota now. They want uncertainty. They know something. But they want some sort of uncertainty to make this drag out. They did give Biden Nebraska's 2nd district. Nothing in Maine yet.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If it does come down to Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court will get involved.
So the vote came in for Las Vegas. Trump only lost with 75% of the vote in. He's down 10 points from the Vegas area. So he's only down. He's down about 5 in. The vote just came in from Washoe County as well.
Yeah.
And he's down 6.5. So he's down 5 with 74% of the vote in Nevada. Can he make that up? And if Trump wins, we get to hear about the popular vote thing again.
Yeah, I don't care about that. So Biden beat him by 10 in Clark County. What did he do in 2016? Or what did Hillary do in 2016?
And that's all the mail-in votes. So you got to assume Trump might close that gap a little bit.
If that's just mail-in votes.
Yeah.
So Hillary won Clark by like 10.7.
So we're right around that mark. He's at 10-4. Senate at this hour, 46-46. That's too close for comfort, if anything. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
So he's winning with Shelby by 6.5.
Right.
Hillary won with Shelby by 1. 1.25. So hopefully that is just mail-in that's there. Well, so let's find out. So Clark County. So there's a little over 700,000 votes. Clark County, a little over 700,000 votes. So there's probably still some votes out there in Clark County. Since it seems like turn up is up almost everywhere. So there's 192,000 votes in Washoe. And
yeah, 192. Or 190. Yeah, it's 192.
And we're at 209 now.
Okay.
So there's no results yet out of Pershing.
Trump has as many votes in Wisconsin as he got in 2016.
Huh. And there's only 1,800 votes in Pershing last time, so that's nothing. Lander, Eureka, Lincoln. Lander, 2,000. Eureka, 800. Lincoln, 1,800. I mean, so it's going to be close. I mean, what is he up by 5,000?
The remaining vote...
No, he's up by 650,000. Oh, that's not very good. Douglas.
The remaining vote in Wisconsin is mostly in the Milwaukee area.
Douglas, 9. I don't think it's looking very good for him in Nevada. God damn it. How do you do in Esmeralda? 82%. How many votes did he get? 389. Look at that. The Green Party got 1 vote.
That's right. Georgia will not be called tonight per Newsmax. Georgia is waiting till tomorrow.
Yeah, no shit. All right. So let's, if by chance that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and we'll make that a toss-up, make that a toss-up. Yep. So if this is the way it looks, assuming the president holds on to Georgia, whoever wins 2 out of 3 of these,
It'll go to court then. The Supreme Court will be getting involved at that point.
oh, we got to give, not the state.
You gotta click this.
I got it. I would love to somehow find a way to win Arizona.
Yeah.
52, 54, 46, 16. So he's still down by 160. Still at 79%. Still up by 106,000 votes in Wisconsin. Up by 53. Add another 53, 70. If we add another 73. Honestly, if when this says 100%, if that includes all mail-in, I think Trump's looking good in Wisconsin.
Okay.
So it comes down to what shenanigans are they doing in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Arizona's at 6.1. It just updated to 80%. He picked up a little bit of vote in Maricopa.
I mean, I like the fact that he's still up by, nearly 300,000 votes in Michigan.
Right.
I mean, and Biden's only winning Wayne County by 17. And Oakland County by 10, but 80% of Oakland is in. So he's got...
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's still some, red areas
They need to get some votes in still.
that are out, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of red areas still out.
Right.
In Michigan. A lot of them.
Right. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of red votes out there.
All right. Still up by 14 in Pennsylvania. Nothing really
Like here,
new in.
2% of the county is reporting. Sanilac.
Wait for 2%. Yeah.
I mean, he carried that. He won that county by 44%.
Allegheny's up to 60% reporting, and he's only down 12 points.
Are we talking Allegheny, Pennsylvania?
Yeah. A lot of Trump votes have come in through Allegheny now.
Remember, that was the county that the guy said Biden was going to win by 150,000 votes.
Right.
Well, he's nowhere near that.
He's up.
He's like 35% of the way there.
Yeah. With 60% of the votes in, I don't think he's going to win that county by 150,000. It's possible, but I don't think he will.
So nothing else in Philadelphia County came in. Yeah, I mean, so if this is right, if they're saying that 50% of Philadelphia County is in, and he's only up by 188,000, so give him another 188,000?
Right.
Trump's got Pennsylvania.
Right.
He's going to have it by 4 to 5%.
And they won't be able to cheat that.
God only knows.
True.
But like here now, Berks County, that 83 to 40 is just election night. That does not include mail-in.
Right.
So that right there may not include mail-in. 289,101. So hold on a second. 289,101. So they got even more than what the official count is.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic in all three states. All three Rust Belt states.
Right. Little update in Nevada. He's down 3.5.
Okay.
7%, 77% through. Still losing Clark County by 10.4. That hasn't changed. Washoe, he's still losing by 6.5. That hasn't changed. So nothing big has really changed there. What are you humming?
They over-totaled Biden in Fairfax County, Virginia by about 100,000 votes. At first they thought it was 300,000, but it turns out it was 100,000.
Oh.
So if you take away 100,000, then he's losing again by 90-some thousand. Who knows?
Yeah. Nothing out of Alaska yet either.
So Trump is getting roughly 65% of the election day vote in Arizona.
Okay. Well, what's coming in now is the election vote.
Yeah. I would much rather see him getting 75% of it, not 65%.
Yeah. CNN is actually not called Hawaii for Trump.
For Trump?
For Biden, my bad. There's no votes being counted in Hawaii or Alaska yet.
You guys saying anything out there?
Fading fast, good night. Nothing else is new.
Holy shit, it is 2 a.m.
It is 2 a.m. We've been at this for a while.
Josh wishes he was fading. He'll be fading in a few hours.
Slowly. If he's ahead in Michigan, Wisconsin, and PA, how can he not win?
If he ends up winning all three, he wins easily.
Yeah. And that's where he parked Air Force One, so. He had a sizable lead in PA at the end of counting.
In DeKalb County, Georgia, they say that due to technology limitations, the precinct numbers reported 0 out of 191 until votes from all precincts were uploaded and tabulated. DeKalb County.
Which county?
DeKalb.
Right on Atlanta. Biden's up 83-16 in that county. Oh, looks like Trump's about to talk. He's just about to put. He just put the crest on his thing. He's ahead in Georgia too.
Dear Best Buy, do I really have to wait till the
objections?
Okay, that's not Trump's symbol. That actually looks like the vice presidential symbol.
No.
Okay. No, the vice presidential one doesn't have a gold ring around it.
Those early numbers in Georgia last, and that nothing crazy happens in Pennsylvania, because nothing crazy happens in North Carolina, because when you look at both Georgia and North Carolina, the president is ahead by about the same margin, which is just about 2 points or so. So there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are going to all, it looks like, get whatever sleep we can in the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy, this thing could go on for days, Brett and Martha, before we know actually who won. And as this begins to tighten up, I think that's when the potential for legal challenges increases exponentially, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, which has got until Friday to count votes, and North Carolina got another 9 days to count votes as well. So this happened to us in 2000, and I remember standing there in an outdoor amphitheater in the rain in Nashville, waiting for Al Gore to come and concede. We were told that he was going to concede the election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al Gore never showed up to concede. And it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that we finally learned that there would be a winner of that election. And we can only hope it doesn't take another 37 days, but we'll see.
I was there in Nashville too, and then got on a plane to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
John, what's the over-under that Fox News comes out in this in this event?
What do you mean? Oh, what the president says, talks about Arizona?
Yeah.
I think the likelihood is probably pretty high. But I've been proven wrong before. You never know where the president is going to go, but if he's got a grievance, it's a pretty good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, Arnold, Michigan, and the decision does stand by that call, and they made it.
And you can see when you look at the calculus now why they were so instantly concerned about Arizona, because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time, and they need to balance that out in order to get to 270. And you can see the camera on the door of this, in the East Room as the president is expected to.
Hi, we're Misfits Market. We rescue organic produce and surplus pantries.
Sure, it's happened to you too. Over the past, especially the past 2 or 3 days. Ben, I'm surprised I haven't been cut off from my cell service.
2 o'clock, 2:03 time tonight, Brad.
John, this is in the East Room. They have it set up there.
Yeah, there's about 400 people who were there. I was invited in to be part of what's called an expanded pool, but I've got to be out here on the North Lawn speaking to you. We were not able to do any unilateral broadcasting from inside that room, which is why I stayed out to stay with you. But
explain why they're there, because there was a battle about whether it was going to be at the Trump Hotel.
Initially, it was thought that the plan was to have a group of people at the Trump International Hotel, but Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. has been putting a lot of pressure on the Trump Hotel to not hold an event that more than 50 people are gathered at, because Washington, D.C. is still in phase 2 coronavirus reopening, which means that crowds have to be limited to 50 in terms of size. But here at the White House, you're able to do different things. It's federal property. It's not administered by, at least doesn't fall into the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So the president was able to have more people. They thought about having it somewhere else, but the president has done a number of campaign events at the White House. There's also a campaign war room that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is the big building that's just across West Executive Drive from the White House. No taxpayer money, we're told, was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, that's the situation here in 2020, where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. A lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings that he had across the country with campaign rallies. But the decision was made to bring it here to the White House so as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International Hotel, the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
So, John, Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening, a little over an hour and a half ago now, and the president was going to come out about 5 minutes ago. I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia was going to be declared, and when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County, that they probably got an argument together. And I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail for weeks, if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen. And maybe sort of lay the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, and we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well, as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in, and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to tighten. So I think the president may begin to lay the case there that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear, as the president will likely say, that the election could be stolen from Republicans.
John, stand by. Chris Wallace, what do you think the president's going to do? He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility of legal challenges, and it'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent of 2000. The Democrat is saying count every vote, keep the vote going until every vote has been counted, and the Republican, in this case President Trump, is going to say that there's a way to do it, and we're going to go to the court to protect our rights, and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however. Obviously, in Florida, we've had a result in Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these states. So it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states have been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden, Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
And it's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it'll be, so divisive in terms of, you look at the comparison. Let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, the counties that are strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily minority votes. In Pennsylvania, again, you're looking at votes concentrated in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area. Again, specifically in Philadelphia, heavily minority votes. And the suggestion that there might be some hanky-panky or fraud or whatever is, again, going to raise the level of division, I think, in the country. I think it just tears our social fabric.
Let me hold on one second. We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do have a call to make. The decision desk is now calling the Montana Senate race for the incumbent, Steve Daines, Republican, against former Governor Steve Bullock, who was a presidential candidate at one time, ran for Senate. This was supposed to be a Democratic pickup. This is a big hold for Republicans, and you see the 46-47, it's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan...
Erie County counted 13,121 mail ballots, which Biden won 5-1. There are 37,000 mail ballots still out. Dems expects to carry them by at least 3-1. That means he would win the bellwether county.
Just got a fundraising appeal from the Trump-Pence campaign breaking. Democrats plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask for you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We had not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader and not minority.
And it's worth pointing out the concerns.
What 2000 was that we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then, took a long time, a lot of different courts at many levels, ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed, we have checks and balances and processes. They work then, my guess is they'll work not. They'll work now, and in the end, people by and large will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats was they want to count every vote. They didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book. So, a I'm sorry, that's it.
The Trump team. It's the Bush team. You mean
No, it was
2000?
the Gore team. The Gore team, yeah. David Boyd was the Gore team.
Sorry.
And he said in his book that they didn't want to go to the county board, the counties where they didn't think they were going to pick up.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too.
Yeah.
Don't you think that you're going to start saying, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it. But
that's what I'm saying.
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of that.
It's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look, we did some history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896, Hayes and Tilden, post-Civil War, during Reconstruction, an election that went on for months with no resolution until it was finally decided. Back then they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump.
Every minute's a bonus, Britt.
To speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
We're going to hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, that Bush v. Gore decision, I mean, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people.
I mean, Fox is showing with 90% of the vote in, Trump is still up 4.1% in Wisconsin.
90%? Jeez, this was a 79.
I mean, if he's truly up 4% with 90% in, that's really, really hard to make up.
Yeah. Trump was up like 30 in Alaska.
Thursday night to be on the South Lawn when we were there, and this White House for this president in an age of COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments.
Biden is ahead by 5 in Nevada. That's probably enough. It did loom as a potential complication for him. I have him up by 3 in Nevada.
The advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean,
because his lead in Washoe County has been cut in half.
There were concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on election day and
it's down to 5 now.
In 2000, it wasn't decided in 2004.
And Lander County hasn't been counted at all. Lincoln County, no counted. I mean, Trump's only down 29,000 votes, and I think there could be a good amount of votes out, still out in these red areas.
We don't know by some witching hour on election night.
I mean, all these red areas are pretty well, but these 2 counties have a lot to go. Vegas still has 25%, and Washoe's almost done as well. I feel like that state's going to be closer than people think it's going to be.
And we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call.
Because the Dems seem they're getting a lot more confident as the time goes about Nevada.
Well, in the betting market, Trump's up to minus 210 again.
Wisconsin, that's got to be all Wisconsin.
It's the whole Rust Belt. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
They look better and better for Trump by the minute, for now.
Decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures.
In Pennsylvania, he's still up. He's up 13.8 still. So nothing really new from the Philly area.
Possibly because this is a very difficult time.
They're only really talking about Erie now. Michigan, nothing's really changed. Trump is up 7.8 in Michigan. A lot more vote from the Detroit area has started to come in.
And it's again a consequence of the fact that every state, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted.
And Biden's winning Wayne County by 17.
I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden and how that decision was decided.
Trump looks good to make sure he gets that extra vote in Maine.
That's how we got President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's it.
Congratulations, President Hayes.
20 minutes and 2-minute warnings for.
The needle on Georgia still says Biden by a point. Or half a point. It's down to 0.4. It was 0.5. And the needle is turned into more of a toss-up than a lean. It's now a tilt. So however you want to take that.
The president doesn't like to do that. He wants to just talk. He wants to tell it like it is. Let Trump be Trump. And it was.
When is he supposed to talk? Like 2:30?
It was supposed to be at 2.
Look. I don't know what he'd be doing at 2:15 in the morning.
Trying to find the right way to say what he wants to say.
Yeah. I don't know what he wants to say. That he's confident? I don't know what you're going to say here.
Races to be decided and so on. This is not where we expected to be with regard to the House of Representatives.
And a lot of that, I think, is because there's very little ticket splitting, and the president did it better in some of these places. And in those swing districts, the Republicans are able to get some of them back, including Abigail Spanberger down in Virginia was quite a pretty popular member.
I mean, I don't think they thought that Donna Shalala was going to lose down in Florida.
I'm sure you can find people who will say, I knew it and she was going to lose, but that wasn't on the radar. But Colin Peterson, moderate Democrat of Minnesota, the Republicans have tried to bring him down for years. They were finally able to do that with Michelle Fishbach.
So we sit here and wait for the president at 2:19 in the morning, and what we are left with is what's left to call. Let's bounce up to, let's go out to D.C. Donna Brazil, we haven't heard from you for a while. Well, we're getting ready to hear from the president. Your thoughts on this night?
Well, first of all, I believe that every vote should be counted. So that's a Democratic talking point, but that's a talking point from somebody who has spent decades out there trying to encourage people to vote. That's number one. Number two, I think Martha made this point, or someone else, that, Chris made this point that this is not the first time we've gone in overtime. 2000, 2016, 2004.
Family's coming out.
68,
I see that.
60. There are other points that I would like to make. I'll defer to.
Well, they look like they're in a good mood.
Listening to the president. Election results are rarely certified on election night. And we need to make provisions not just for overseas military ballots and eligible citizens who cast their ballots today, but we should also ensure that all of these absentee ballots are counted as well. I'll let it go to the president.
Donna, thank you. The first family walking in. They've spent a lot of time on the trail, but now let's listen in to the President of the United States in the East Room of the White House, coming to speak to the American people.
Blue tie. Just trying to be calm.
All right, so I'm going to carry this on our channel here.
Millions and millions of people voted for us today.
I appreciate it very much. I want to thank the American people for their tremendous. Very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. I want to
I can't get good. Oh, no, I got good volume. That's odd.
The great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
All right, so we're going to cut away from that because I don't have good volume on that.
Or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left to get catches. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for some. Maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount.
Some more Delaware County came in.
Yeah, and some more Philadelphia County.
It's down to 13-3 now.
These are really close. It's not like, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, wow. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, Greg Abbott. He said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won about, and all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, ooh. Because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this? No. Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly. Because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 370. Texas, as we said. Ohio. Think this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank. Support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation. We're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President Trump, with a powdered fist on his way out of the room.
Well, that was a short speech.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much what you expected. The votes show we won. We won. The only way we're going to lose is if it gets stolen from us, and we're going to court to protect it. That's pretty much what you expected him to say, and that's exactly what he said.
Pennsylvania, get some updates. Still about the same percent. A lot more votes coming in from Montgomery as well. And Chester. Arizona and Nevada are snails, and Maine. And like, how is North Carolina stalled at 95 for the last 4
because
hours?
Everything is counted except for those 3 precincts.
So why aren't these last 3 being counted?
Well, that's not 5% of the vote. So there's something else going on there. Absentee ballots, and they got 9 days to submit everything now. It's just nuts.
I'm getting called.
I mean, actually, all the precincts are reporting now, and he's up by 77,000 votes.
Okay.
I wish he was up by 177,000 votes.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised he's winning it by less than he won it last time. That really kind of surprises me. Especially with him really expanding Florida.
Yeah.
By the way, the betting market now has him up to minus 240.
So they really like the bellwether states.
So far, that's where it's at so far. Does Predicted show anything? Predicted shows 62 cents in Pennsylvania, 65 in Michigan, and 59 in Wisconsin.
Does Georgia have it at like 99?
61.
Boy. Really, Georgia.
So even if he wins all three, if he ends up losing Georgia, he still wins.
Yeah. But then he has to win all three. And if he had that one extra vote in Nebraska, he would not need Wisconsin. Because it'd be at worst a tie then. Let's just hope he just doesn't lose Georgia. Okay?
I don't see how he can. He's up by 2.6.
Probably just a media mess is what it is. Pennsylvania's actually coming in. Look at that. Nothing new out of Philly. At least not New York Times.
Well, like I said, the Pennsylvania website did put more votes up for Philly.
Okay. What do I have in Philly here? I have about 390,000
Total votes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. 288 for Biden and 101 for Trump. And so far, Biden is polling 10% less than Hillary did. Just like that New York Times poll said.
Kind of zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, why don't you go to sleep?
What'd you say?
I said he is polling 10% less in Philly than Hillary did. Just like the New York Times vote said. Or the poll said.
I think more votes came in Arizona. I think.
Yeah, he's done in Arizona. I mean, it says the precincts reporting are up to 94%, and he's still down 5.5%.
He's not going to win Nevada either.
No,
only
probably
down
not.
29,000 votes, and 2 red counties don't have a single vote in yet. But I can't imagine that's 29,000
No,
votes.
they're like 4,000 votes.
Yeah. So he's gonna have to pick up probably with Shoe. That's where he's gonna have to probably pick up most of his votes. With Shoe and I don't know what he's going to pick up in Clark, but he could try.
I told you, it's whoever wins 2 out of the 3 Rust Belt states.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to come down to.
What time do you have class tomorrow?
I don't.
Okay.
taking it up in an expedited fashion. So they haven't ruled on the merits of this thing. Justice Alito and the two who joined him left this opening to say, you can probably come back to us and we can probably get to the merits on this on another day. Probably hoping that it won't come back to them, but now it looks very much like that's a strong possibility.
Obviously, Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in the mix on this. She was able to kind of say, I can weigh in on a couple of items as soon as she began clearing the room. She cannot take a pass on any of this that's happening now, I wouldn't imagine, because it will be starting fresh at this point.
Right. Remember that Senator Cory Booker, just a couple of weeks ago, when she was still not yet confirmed, said, I think she needs to recuse anything that comes up to the Supreme Court that has to do with the 2020 election of President Trump. Well, then that begs the question, well, what about Justices Breyer? If you're just going to say somebody appointed by President Trump can't decide a case about him, then you have to say all three of them have to recuse. The Supreme Court Code of Ethics is set so that only a justice can recuse themselves. No one can force them to. There is, a lot of leeway for them to say, well, I have a financial interest or I know a party in this case. Very rare that they recuse. They do it, but no one can force them to do it. They have to make the decision themselves. And I see no reason why she would say, okay, I'm out.
Can we go up to Bill Hemmer for a second? Bill, oh yeah.
Hello.
I'm the man behind the curtain.
There you go. It is the Georgia, North Carolina. The president said he's won both of those states. We haven't called either one of them. We obviously haven't called this election. But Georgia and North Carolina, we talked to the decision desk. They didn't think that it was going to be called tonight. But where are we in Georgia?
Georgia at the moment, 93% of the ballots are in. The president holds on to about a 3-point lead in Georgia at the moment. It looks to be pretty comfortable. And we listen to the decision desk and think about the mail ballots that still may not have been counted. Could this change with 7% of the vote not counted? I guess it could, but right now it looks pretty comfortable for the red team. Here's Fulton County, Georgia, right? Biden, an easy winner, but that was pretty much expected. Here's DeKalb County. What we had about 2 hours ago, DeKalb County had some initiative. Yeah, right, but they got it straightened out because this vote here is rather reflective of 2016. And Biden's up in the 80% margin, which is where you would expect him to be, just east of Atlanta. Now, how does this change? What else can be thrown in here? Where else do you go on the map for Joe Biden to try and overcome this deficit here? Cobb County, 2016, here's where it was. I mean, pretty much all that vote is in there in Cobb County. Maybe it's up here in Gwinnett. But again, this vote seems to be pretty much accounted for. So where that 7% comes from, I think at the moment, Brett, it's safe to say it's a hard hurdle to climb for Biden this late in the night. Here's what we see in North Carolina, however. It's a slimmer margin here, just a bit more than a point. I'd say 0.4. 94% of the ballots in here in North Carolina. Are there more out here to help Joe Biden overcome that? I guess you could make the case it is because we haven't called it yet, but where those votes come from, it's difficult to say.
And Bill, just real quick, Pennsylvania, 600,000. That's a big hurdle.
You're right, and you've got 3/4 of the vote counted in Pennsylvania already. I thought, Brett and Martha, that we would be nowhere near this number of ballots counted in Pennsylvania tonight. Right. They've been warning us for days, right, that they were going to count.
So according to Fox,
and they still might.
Pennsylvania's at 75% in, and Trump's still up by 701,000 votes.
This is Pittsburgh over here. Allegheny, I was looking at it a short time ago.
I would assume that's good.
Yeah.
2016 returns. We don't have all of them voting for Pittsburgh, which is Allegheny County, but it's getting pretty close here based on the margins we're seeing as compared to 4 years ago. Just pop over here to Philadelphia again. I showed you Bucks County. There's a fair amount in now. These are all the collar counties around Philadelphia, which is right here. I'll come back to that in a moment. Montgomery County, let's compare from 2000. I haven't done this yet. See, from 2016. That's a pretty solid vote as it compares with 4 years ago. So I'm going to say pretty much Montgomery County is accounted for here. Now, this is Chester County, PA. Really, I'm very tight in that county. I haven't checked this either. So, well, there's a few. It seems to be about 40, maybe 50,000 ballots still out in Chester County. So we'll be patient with that. Then pop on over here into Delaware County. That was 2016. This is 2020. I got a lot of these ballots in when you compare it to 4 years ago. Then I'll come to the big one here. The city of Philadelphia and the county. You're 289 for Biden, 73.5, 101 for Trump, 25.7. Heavily Democratic county, heavily Democratic city. Here you are in 2016. So she was well over that. She's almost at 85% with 560,000 raw votes. So he's below that for the moment at 289,000. And I just do one more thing for you. We got the time? I think we do, right? Keep going. So this is Michigan. I think this is really interesting. I mean, you got,
and they're showing Michigan with 72% in.
Here's Wayne County. This is Detroit.
Trump was up by more than 300,000 votes still.
Again, I assume that's good.
The last 2 hours. So we'll watch that. Give me a moment. We'll come back to it.
Wisconsin, they're at 91% in.
Outstanding in Wisconsin.
And now he's up by 4.1%.
Milwaukee County is the coin of the realm.
So he went up.
Just check in
a little.
These numbers have not changed very much for several hours. So this is what you want to watch now in Milwaukee County to figure out which way Wisconsin's going to go. It's 2:30 in the morning.
That is
2:45, but just counting.
2:45. We've got a lot more to talk about, I believe it or not.
We do.
So keep it here.
We'll be right back. I believe it.
This is keratin debris, where nail fungus thrives. Nonix fungal nail clarifying gel clears out keratin debris. 90% of nails significantly improve.
So I think he's still looking good in the 3 Rust Belt states.
At Walmart, Walgreens, and
Sunday on Fox. Patrick Mahomes leads the Chargers touchdown against Teddy Bridgewater and family. Raiders take on the Chargers.
Well, he's going to need them. So, at least 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, all the states that are still outstanding, if we include Arizona as outstanding, I see Biden picking up Arizona and Nevada, and Trump picking up Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Just please get Michigan, Wisconsin, so Pennsylvania doesn't need to be up there. So you're calling a 294 to 244 win.
Yep. Yep.
I just want to see those Wisconsin numbers stay up. That's probably the one that's going to be close.
That's what the map would look like.
Yep.
And the live betting is 235. I mean, in 2016, he won Wisconsin by a little less than 23,000 votes. He's up by 105,000. Michigan, he won by a little less than 11,000. This person, Kaylee McInerney, says he's up by 290,000. And this was an hour ago. So these have changed. Pennsylvania won by 44,000. She has him up by 700,000. But like I said, that was an hour ago.
Right.
I mean, he's certainly up a lot more now than he was at this time 4 years ago in these 3 states.
Right.
So just a short time ago, President Trump wrapped up remarks at the White House, and John Roberts is at this.
We picked up another seat in the Senate, so it's 47-46.
Yep.
Is anyone actually still watching?
This evening is long past. We're now Martha Breck, good morning to you. You know, what we saw
Not really.
in the Eastern there is the result of ground that he has carefully
Hey,
tilled and
that's
seeded over the months.
actually.
Ever since it became apparent that because of COVID
I'm one.
restrictions,
You're one.
a lot of state governors were going to push for mass mail-in balloting.
Two people
An increase
still
in
watching. Still
Yeah.
two people with us.
the president was suggesting that the unsolicited
Troopers, it's almost 3 in the morning.
would be rife for fraud.
This is why I took off this week.
Because there's just no going to bed. That's why I'm glad I don't have class tomorrow.
The only way Biden could ever beat President Trump was that the Democrats tried to steal the election. And so you saw the president come out and say, well, I don't know what was going on here, but all of the ballots were coming in, all of the returns were coming in, we were getting results. I was doing really well in so many states, and then they just stopped it. The suggestion from the president being that the Democrats were looking at this and saying, oh goodness, despite what the polls were saying, President Trump is going to win, so let's stop counting the ballots now and figure out a way that we can find enough ballots to put Joe Biden over the top. That's the implied suggestion from the president. And now the president says that he's going to go, unlike Bush v. Gore, which eventually ended up in the Supreme Court after more than a month of counting and hanging chads and that whole nightmare back in 2000, the president saying that he is going to go directly to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being cast. Now, there was a suggestion by the president that potentially some of these absentee ballots could be marked out after Election Day and then handed in. And there's no suggestion in reality that that could potentially happen. But there's this idea of ballot harvesting that the president has talked about. There's this idea that the Democrats will do whatever they can to find votes wherever they may be stashed, and those put in to be canvassed, and then the results of the election change. So rather than Bush v. Gore, which took 30 days to get to the Supreme Court, President Trump is going to go to the Supreme Court right away. Another interesting thing that the president did this morning, it was suggested by our colleague Jonathan Swan of Axios a couple of 3 days ago that the president was going to declare victory if it looked like he was on the way to it on election night and then battle this out in court. The president said when he was asked about it in Charlotte, North Carolina, as he was on his way to Hickory the other day, no, that was a false report. But in fact, that does seem to be precisely what the president has done. So by declaring victory, he casts doubt on the outcome of the election as we see it now, and certainly sets the stage for a long and protracted court battle that will go on not just in one state, as happened back in 2000, but at least 2 states, and potentially more than that. It should be pointed out, too, Brett and Martha, that we saw Bill at the billboard talking about Georgia. There is one news organization that's looking at those numbers and has the probability meter for Georgia now skewed in Biden's direction. So I'm sure that the Trump campaign has taken note of that and is probably going to try to do something about Georgia and what happens over the next few days there. So you've got Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania at the very least. There's also potential for Nevada. I mean, this thing could stretch into, if not just days, this could stretch into weeks. And then the one other final point that I would make here is that the stars kind of came together for President Trump in this whole scenario back at the end of September when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away. And now he has full 9 justices on the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority. So even if my namesake, who's much more successful than I am, John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, were to vote with the liberal side of the court, he's still got a 5-4 majority, potentially, in any ruling with this election. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah.
It's certainly going to be interesting.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, ally of the president, confidant, worked on the debate. Chris Christie on the president's speech, quote, "It's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision." By the choice that he gave. We saw the teleprompters up there in the East Room of the White House. We were talking beforehand that it was probably going to be a scripted statement because of the legalese that possibly it causes concern.
And I chuckled at that observation.
Yes, I know you did.
Knowing this president as I do.
But so, and clearly not in the teleprompter where he says
The Dow projections is now down 300 points.
President Pence kind of a little bit of a
Went from up to down 300.
we're on a path to victory.
The Nasdaq is going to open up though.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Well, it's projected to.
Right.
Brady, you and I have covered this White House long enough to know that the only thing that matters is.
I'm waiting for the Dow to project around like down like 1,500.
Now throwing it to the courts.
Your stock probably is looking better.
Yeah.
He said, you know, as soon as I saw
There's
these mail-in
uncertainty.
ballots to all these states, some of them universally, that he projected that there was
Donald Trump will not be winning Center County.
guarantee that you're going to hear from a lot of folks out there in the media, you know, that there are things that are dramatically wrong with that statement, and you know, some of the missteps that we've seen before. They'll probably treat these statements in a similar light. John, thank you.
Well, he's only down by 2,500 votes.
Yeah, all right, let's go to Peter Ducey.
I don't even know if there's that many left.
Yeah, don't know.
I'm guessing it's pretty quiet at this point, Peter.
Not a lot of people up here. The liberal heartland.
When or where we will see and hear from Joe Biden next. Typically, at an event like this, as soon as the candidate leaves the stage comes down and the Secret Service clear out, the fences are gone. None of that happened. You still have to be wanted to come into this area. It's all still secure. So it is possible that Biden is going to come right on back here tomorrow. If he does, presumably the campaign has more time to prepare the press corps, because the press pool that was traveling in Biden's bubble this evening with this last-minute announcement of 12:30 a.m. remarks describes campaign officials as being frazzled and giving them the wrong directions. At one point, some of the press pool were running just to get in and to be wanded by the Secret Service in time. So they do have a little bit more lead time, presumably, for tomorrow. But things will look different if they do it here, because the campaign at this drive-in event laid out a bunch of red, white, and blue Biden-Harris traffic cones, and everybody that was leaving was taking them as a souvenir. So they're going to need some different traffic control if they want to use this parking lot again tomorrow.
Peter Ducey in Wilmington with the Biden campaign. They called the lid right after that speech. So let's just focus on one thing. How many people voted? It's going to turn out to be about 67% of the eligible vote. Tens and tens of millions of Americans voted in person yesterday. Now it's in the morning. You know, in the middle of a pandemic. So we can start there. But that's a really good thing for
He has cut it to less than 4% in Arizona.
the other options, and look at these
That's
states
something.
closer to making another call.
I'm in a race against aging.
Forget aging gracefully. I'm fighting drug.
Over 40, fight back with Rejuvenate. It's clinically proven to help rebuild muscle that has lost as we age and help prevent further muscle loss.
Maximize your workout with Rejuvenate to help rebuild and repair muscle loss over 40.
Rejuvenate helps rebuild muscle by as much as 57%. Win the race against aging with Rejuvenate.
And predict it. Georgia went from 61 to 66. Pennsylvania went from 64 to 68. Michigan went from 65 to 63. And Wisconsin went from 61 to 64. And on Bookmaker, he's up to minus 253.
Okay.
CBW, we get you not happy, productive employees.
That's why we made our office pet friendly. They didn't look too bad for me.
You know, CBW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
I
On the New York Times website, he's still up over 300,000 votes in Michigan. And he's up by like 117,000 in Wisconsin. But they got 81% reporting.
And a lot in Pennsylvania.
Let's see what Fox has for Wisconsin.
Shaped by technology and human ingenuity, we can make it work for you and your business.
92% reporting.
Many workers can take up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave under a new federal law. If you can't work because you're under
I don't want to see county. I don't want to see county. I want to see state.
seeking diagnosis for COVID-19 symptoms, caring for your children because the pandemic has closed their school or care provider, or if you're caring for someone under quarantine.
He's up with 92% reporting. He's up by 120,000 in Wisconsin. If that's accurate, he can't lose.
To speak with a trained professional. A message from the U.S. Department of Labor.
So welcome back. It is the day after the presidential election in the United States, 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And here are the states that we are still waiting for at this point. This is pretty close.
These anchors have got to be so tired.
As you see, that state tonight has 64% in, 55-43, significantly
You'd
more than
think.
600,000 votes for President Trump, and one of the states that he said that he believes that they will win. And let's take a look at the next one.
There is still zero election results coming out of Hawaii.
He has won. 93% of the vote is in, and they're separated by
But Joe Biden won Hawaii already.
2% in the state of Georgia. And then we'll take a look at North Carolina.
Did you even talk to your girlfriend tonight?
Race, which Tom Tillis has claimed he has won.
Sort of.
It is fairly,
She fell
it's
asleep, I
2
think.
points, and they've got 93% of that.
Well, I would assume so. It is 3 o'clock.
That Senate race for Tom Tillis.
She also has an 8 a.m.
That he believes that he is a winner there. Do we have Wisconsin? Let's get a look at what's going on in Wisconsin this evening, which has been surprising. The president spent a ton of time in Wisconsin. None of the polls leading up to last night showed the president ahead by anywhere near this margin in Wisconsin. That's with 92% of the vote in. And it is interesting to see how high these levels are of vote in these states, because it's not as if we're waiting for an extraordinary amount. We also have Nevada that we're waiting for, and Michigan, which we have talked about tonight as well. But the president has laid down the gauntlet tonight, Brett, and we're going to see the ramifications.
Wow. I like how Alaska's just electoral district this, electoral district this.
Comes out, he gives his statement, and he says, "Hang in there, count every vote."
Like, it doesn't actually have counties.
After that, the tweet came out that the president was going to make comment, and he said that he frankly thinks he
Kind of
won the
funny.
election. But he also added this one. Take a listen.
I'm going to live in Alaska.
For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Okay. Okay. So he says he'd like all voting to stop, except the voting in Arizona, which he'd like to continue to see if he closes the gap. We've called Arizona, as we mentioned, for Joe Biden. Shannon Green, he says he wants to go directly to the Supreme Court. That's not how this works.
I mean, if we think back to Gore v. Bush, Bush v. Gore, however you want to title that, 20 years ago, you had to have a live controversy. You've got to challenge something in a state. It ended up being Florida in that case. There were a number of state court decisions, federal court decisions.
You mean
in
you
Florida.
started in the States?
Right.
A lot, yeah.
You've got to have something going on there to say, hey, there's a problem with the way they're counting in Florida or Pennsylvania or somewhere else. Attach yourself to that controversy and push that to the court. Now, there have been a ton of things that have gone to the Supreme Court in the last few weeks about curbside voting, witness, requirements, all kinds of things, signatures, mail-in ballots. A lot of those, there was an injunction given, or the court said we're not going to get involved with this. Most of them were not decided on the merits, so there may be a number of state decisions, especially Pennsylvania, that the Trump team, the Trump campaign is looking at to say, which ones of these can we now, if we're not already involved, get involved with these and push them up to the high court?
But in the middle of an election, can they circumvent at least a couple of steps from the state not going through the different districts to go right to the Supreme Court?
You can expedite, but you're going to have to start somewhere at that state or the federal level within that state, a federal level within Florida or Pennsylvania, or challenge the state court in one of those places. You can't just show up at the Supreme Court tomorrow and say, we want to stop 10 states that are counting. You've got to attach to some.
Well, we made it till 3 in the morning.
So I gotta think they have been watching these cases very closely. They've been involved in some of them directly, others they have not.
Wasn't the election over by this time last year?
It was about this time he came out and talked.
Different states to go to the court and say, we need something
And Barrett was still up.
There's a difference between voting.
Was he very tall then?
And what the president clearly said was that he wanted the voting.
I love that.
to stop.
He's very
It is
tall.
now officially after election day, so everyone should have voted already. Things that are in the mail, that's a different situation. The counting continues, and I don't think that he said anything to contradict that. But he said that he believes that the voting should stop. We are past the point where you can vote.
Wow, New Hampshire's up to 83% reporting. Good job, guys.
Precisely, which would be to allow the voting to continue.
But he may be,
No, there's a difference.
Right, the
There's a difference.
Especially any states at like 99% reporting yet. Oklahoma.
The Supreme Court has noticed that the Secretary of State there has asked them to
Idaho. How is Idaho 99% reported, but like Vermont is 88?
So he may be saying, I don't think you should get to continue to vote. But again, we're talking about counting.
But the Supreme
Even
Court
though there's people.
made a decision on that.
Well, not on the merits. Not on the merits. They said we're not going to get involved with it. But the close of the decision, that was a comment on this by Justice Alito, who says nothing in the court's order today precludes petitioners.
The man still have 8 in Michigan.
Votes. So he was pushing that door open, saying we're not deciding.
3.5 in Wisconsin and
And we may still now
12.5 in Pennsylvania.
No place can you vote. You can't now fill out your ballot and submit it. It has to be postmarked, and I know obviously we've talked about what the Pennsylvania situation is with the court decision, that if the postmark is fuzzy, they're going to assume it was in there. But the bottom line is that no one can vote anymore. Your vote has to have been in the ballot. It can be in the circulation. It can be sitting in the post office. The fact is that
Hey, you got 5% of the vote in DC.
as 10 days in North Carolina for that vote to make its way.
Does that count for anything?
Processing, but you cannot vote after November.
Huh?
I
No.
agree, but I think what he's
Oh, okay.
suggesting is that Pennsylvania Democrats will suddenly find votes. Not that people are going to. Nobody is. The Democrats certainly wouldn't say no. We want to keep voting, but that he's saying that they're going to manufacture votes, and they want to stop that process, which in effect means stop the counting of votes at a certain point.
And if you're manufacturing them, then you're checking boxes after the vote is over in order to make up the difference.
Well, that's what he's going to claim.
Right, that's voting.
Well, and you have to remember, in some of these lower court decisions, there were courts that decided, and there were several that came in around the same time, Michigan and Wisconsin and others, there were courts that said, we're going to presume, even if there's no postmark on it, or we can't read it, that it was postmarked and sent in by the approved day, by election day. So there are those who are going to worry, listen, if there's not even going to be a clear mandate on evidence of a postmark, then people, quote unquote, they're going to make allegations that they're finding votes and putting them into the mix. If we're going to say some of these can count without a clear postmark, we're going to presume that they were in
I'm going
on
to keep coming back to this. A lot of these states had a ton of ballots that were requested, and they only had so many that they got back. And the difference is hundreds of thousands that have yet to come back. Now, they could have been postmarked prior to November 3rd.
Which would make them fine.
The vote would have happened, but they're not back.
The person could have said, I got an absentee ballot, but I'm not confident in it, so instead I'm going to go vote in person. Right, so I think
That's very possible, but it's hundreds of thousands. So the difference is, it could make a difference in a lot of the states. So that is where we bring in Arnon Michigan, director of the Fox News Decision Desk, and I hope you have something to tell us. Good morning.
I don't have much more to tell you than you already know. the states that are outstanding, right now, Biden clearly has a lead in Nevada. There is some data that suggests we're close to a call there. We're sort of waiting for additional vote from Las Vegas and Reno. There's been a heavy turnout or heavy vote return from outstate, the other parts of Nevada, the rural parts of Nevada, which made the race a little tighter. But right now, the former vice president appears to be in the lead, but it's not quite at the callable stages. In the South, the two must-win states of North Carolina and Georgia, the president is doing quite well there, but at the same time, there's some evidence that some of the urban areas, some of the suburban Atlanta areas, have not yet reported. They've stopped counting in Georgia. They've stopped counting in North Carolina. In both cases, while the president has a clear lead, there's some evidence to suggest that the outstanding vote sort of skews Biden, and that's why we haven't been able to make the call. There's also some evidence that we're not going to be able to make a call in either one of those states until either very late tonight or tomorrow, because some of the places have stopped counting. Then there remains the Maine 2, where the president is in the
Did
lead.
this
The second
work all
city in
night?
Maine, which is one electoral vote. That's a vote he won last time by about 10 points. He's up about 3 or 5 points right now in Maine 2, and there's a clear chance that he could win that. I'd call that sort of also knowable but not callable. So we're not prepared to call it, but he clearly has a lead. And then the big mystery are the 3 Rust Belt states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We were
Okay,
told.
let's just talk to Pennsylvania first of all.
Sure.
600,000 difference, and the president pointed to that. What? And it's 70. What is it? 75% in, something to that effect.
Roughly. That's based on an estimate of what the total vote was today.
76% of precincts in total, or percentage of the precincts in. 600,000. That's a big spread.
That is a huge spread. Here's the real weird thing that's going on today. The Democrats have voted early or by mail. Republicans have voted in person on election day. And the skew is huge. If the national numbers from our Fox News voter analysis says that roughly that Biden won the early and early and mail-in vote by 25 points, and that Trump won the election day vote by 25 points. And this is true across the nation. I mean, even a state like Alabama, which was clearly a red state, Mississippi was clearly a red state, we knew the president was going to win. If you just looked at the early and early and mail-in vote, Biden was ahead in those counts. And similarly, in all these 3 Rust Belt states, but including in Pennsylvania, when you see such a strong lead for the president, it's not an indication necessarily that he's going to win this state.
So wait,
It's
does
an indication-
Pennsylvania count their absentee and mail-in vote later?
Yes. The way Pennsylvania does, they don't start counting or processing the absentee and mail-in vote until election day. In many of these southern states, they started processing them several days ago.
So they can make up 600,000?
It is theoretically possible, yes, because there's such a huge skew. It is theoretically possible, depending on how much vote is out there, and that's why we're not yet comfortable saying that the president would win Pennsylvania, and why we think we just have to wait and see. I think that you guys are a lot better at judging what the courts are going to say about which of these votes can count, but under the existing rules of Pennsylvania and under the law, the court decisions that have happened in the past few days prior to the election, the ballots that have arrived or that will arrive in a few days, if they're postmarked, are valid ballots and should be counted.
So in Pennsylvania, you also have 7 counties, I believe, that said that they wouldn't be able to begin counting the mail-in ballots until today, right? That they
Yes.
were going to do all of the all the election day of ballots first. Do you see? Are those the counties where we're seeing?
Those are yes. That's the bulk. That's why we're not calling this fairly large Trump lead for the president, because we think the reason it's such a large lead is because we haven't gotten the results from that those mail-in ballots and the early voting, and that's the stuff that we think is where Biden is going to do well. And so, if the courts have said those votes will count, we have to take them into account when we make our call.
All right, let's turn to Michigan.
was worried.
You were worried about Michigan?
No, that you
That we're going to keep going and keep you here all morning?
It's okay.
We are. Michigan. Now, this is, again, a pretty big spread, 73% in. What's happening?
Michigan is another state where we're waiting on the election, the early and mail-in vote. We believe it skews heavily. The entire team is in agreement on the decision team that the mail-in vote and the early vote is going to sort of skew towards Biden, and therefore, and that the strength of the Trump lead, given what we know about the state and we know about voting patterns, is indicative of the fact that what we're not seeing is that mail-in vote and the early vote where we anticipate Biden has a solid lead.
And is that the same thing for the John James Senate?
Yes.
Because that spread is pretty big.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. It's these Republican voters voted on Election Day, and the margins that they got on Election Day were huge. The Democratic voters voted early, but they voted by mail, and the margins they got there were huge. And that was true. It didn't matter what kind of state. That was true. I mean, I think the only state where in the nation where Trump didn't win the Election Day vote was such a blue state as New York. So in every other places, the Democrats were voting early or by mail, and that's why you have such a bizarre night where you're sort of looking at strong Trump leads, and you have my team and the entire decision team saying, not so fast.
So with Michigan and Wisconsin, do you have a time frame based on their counting rules and laws, or when you should have a good sense? Are you by noon tomorrow? Is that
possibly by noon tomorrow, but more likely it's going to take a number of days, particularly in Michigan. In Wisconsin, we were told, it's why I was slightly delayed, but the team was told before that we were going to hear from the Milwaukee, that they were going to do a huge dump of vote from Milwaukee at 3 a.m. Eastern time. They've now pushed it back to 5 a.m. So that pushes my bedtime back, but also and the entire team's bedtime back. But it means that we may find out something at 5 in the morning, but we may not.
Don't tell Dana Perino.
But why does it take so long, Arden? I mean, you've got 70% of the vote in some of these cases, and they've been counting, all of these ballots all day long. Why does it take so long?
An election today, right? I mean, they knew it was coming.
They knew it was coming. I think nobody anticipated the humongous turnout we've seen today, and that's true from urban areas that are strongly Biden to rural areas that are strongly Trump. Turnout has truly gone through the roof.
So what do you think the overall number is going to be?
I believe we may overshoot the 160 million that we thought before in terms of total ballots cast today, or total ballots cast in this election. They've been cast over the past month. And the other thing is that these are government officials who run this election counting operations at all these states. They're county officials and state officials. And
well, do you think anything's going to be called in like the next 15 minutes?
No.
In many of these states, particularly in these
I'm going to bed then.
Okay.
the early vote game.
Yeah, listening to Fox, they said there was supposed to be a dump from Milwaukee County at 3, and they pushed it back to 5.
Sufficient numbers of the
no thanks.
Early vote and mail-in vote that we were able to make a call in both those states.
I'm already tired. No thanks, I don't want to wait till 5. You might wait till 5.
Yeah, we'll see.
The northern Rust Belt states did not anticipate the switch.
Do you want me to end the call then?
The switch to people.
Oh, hold on a second.
To vote by mail and they, did not adapt. We saw what happened in the primaries in New York and Pennsylvania, where they took sometimes weeks.
All right, everybody. We are going to end the stream here. Let's just take one last peek at a couple things before we go. Let us look at. let's look at Pennsylvania for a minute. So the lead for Trump is 658,000 votes. 658. On Target Smart, looking at modeled party for voting, it's roughly 770,000 Democratic votes. So the question is, how many mail-in votes are in the vote totals already? Which I could go through it county by county and figure out, and I will do that sometime, probably tomorrow morning.
6 hours, we are not going to be able to call this race for presidency of the United States. True?
I think that's true, yes.
That's unfortunate.
Thanks, Vernon.
Thank you for being here.
Michigan,
AP has also called out
I
some.
just said that, yeah. AAP has confirmed the Arizona call. So,
Wisconsin, let's just look at Wisconsin, why it's here.
and the White House was wrong.
Trump is up by 119,000 on Target Smart.
Stopping the vote as opposed to the count.
The vote needs to stop on election day. Counting can go on.
Still getting criticized from his allies like Chris Christie. Okay,
We only have
take a quick break.
40-some thousand, 32,000 in modeled party mail-in votes for Democrats. So, to me, Wisconsin is looking really good for the president. Now, we're supposed to get that dump from Milwaukee County. According to the New York Times, with 41% in, Trump is down by 53,000. So you could add roughly 70,000 onto there. So I think Trump is looking good by about 35 to 45,000. He's going to win Wisconsin by. Michigan, Trump is up by about 300,000 votes, according to Target Smart. We only got about 103,000 mail-in vote advantage to the Democrats. Plus, we saw a large... There's votes out for a bunch of different counties in Michigan for both red and blue. So, I think Wisconsin is looking pretty solid for the president. I think Michigan is looking even more solid for the president. I think Pennsylvania is looking solid for the president, but not nearly as much as Wisconsin and Michigan is. I'm not saying that the president's going to win Pennsylvania by less than 40,000 votes, like I think he's going to win Wisconsin. It's just a much bigger state. But I still think he's going to win all three of those states. He's going to win North Carolina. Who the hell knows what shenanigans they're trying to pull in Georgia, but it doesn't matter. If he wins those three Rust Belt states, it doesn't matter what happens in Georgia, he wins. So that's where we stand right now. We'll see if we do any live streaming tomorrow. Don't know. For certainly, we'll do live streaming Thursday. But for them, we're going to call it a night. In the betting line, Trump is still minus 225 to win. And let's see if we can get predicted to reload quick. 68, 63, 64. He's up now to 70 in Pennsylvania and 68 in Wisconsin. Michigan is still at 63. North Carolina's at 92. Georgia's at 67. He's up to 67 cents to win the presidency. Biden is down to 37. So the numbers are definitely moving in the president's favor. So yeah, that's where we are right now. Predicted is still showing 294 to 244. 50 vote electoral margin for the presidency. If he wins those 3 Rust Belt states, that's what we have it at too, 294 to 244. So that's where we stand. We will call it a night right here. Check in with my Facebook page and the Phatts TV Facebook page tomorrow. And if we decide to go live for something, we will. I do think it's going to take days to call certain states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, probably North Carolina. So this is going to be drug out. I like the fact that I'm in a stock that goes up when there's instability. I like that right about now. So we're going to call it a night here. Thank you, Non-Genetically Proven Son, for joining me for the last... we've been live now for, according to this, 10 hours and 13 minutes. That's a damn long stream. All right, so take care, everybody. This has been the Phatts TV Election Night Special. Let's see if I can get the exit music to work. We'll see you later, guys. Thanks a bunch.